Blades in the Dark, Chapter 14, The Collection. 2 weeks have passed since the Lampblack's failed heist on the Silver Stag Casino. Bezobaz and Pickett were both arrested along with some small-time members of their crew. However, like most criminals in this city, they didn't spend too much time incarcerated, as bribes, threats, and blackmail were quickly employed to get them freed. United by their mutual dislike of your crew, the Lampblacks, who blame you for what happened at the Silver Stag, have joined the Crows and the Red Sashes in turning public favor against you in Crowsfoot, essentially barring your entrance to the district for the foreseeable future. North of Crowsfoot, the docks have erupted in activity as Lord Strangford returns to Duskfall with holds bursting with unrefined Leviathan blood, signaling the end of this year's extremely successful hunting season. As Inkrake reports on the Brightstone horror become fewer and fewer, a more muscular and misshapen Preceptor Dunville takes prominence in public eye once more. For the first time in months, there are no proxy votes among the city council. All members are present, accounted for, and ready to represent their interests. Meanwhile, Inkrake reports out of Dunslow claim the district's citizens have been complaining about sudden headaches, nosebleeds, and feelings of disassociation. The brigade claims to have encountered hollows walking aimlessly along Reaper Street and Barrier Road, though they refuse to comment on whether they believed these two occurrences were connected. Late fall transitions into early winter as Volnavet ends and Elisar begins, the first light snowfall sizzling to oblivion upon contact with the lightning barrier. This being the last possible moment you could retrieve the souls of Fleda Wilson, Alessia Sanat, and Reth Frelona from their purgatory in the Deathlands, Emmeline has been planning an excursion out into the wastes. Despite some protests, Emmeline has been adamant that she be allowed to do so without help from the rest of the crew. After losing control of the spirit following the Nighthawk on the Greenwater 2 weeks ago, you imagine this is something she feels the need to prove to herself. In compromise, however, she will not be completely alone. The crew's elite rovers will accompany her in the Foghound, as will Sister Thorn and an envoy of Deathland scavengers. And Flint, the Six Tower spirit trafficker who took care of Emmeline before her kidnapping by the Silver Nails. All have promised not to let anything bad happen to your Whisper. Nebra, and indeed all of the Cinnamon family, have not yet returned from their trip to Aruvia. The sunless seas are no doubt more treacherous to cross in light of rising tensions between Akaros and Aruvia, but you are starting to fear foul play, especially since the Aruvian diplomat Elstera Evrathi has been absent from city politics since Nebra's departure. Following the events which transpired at the Silver Stag Casino, war with the Billhooks has grown increasingly cold. There have been no scraps and no street fights between your respective cohorts, and perhaps your crew's reputation for brutality has caught their attention. Or perhaps whoever's been financing the Billhook's release from Ironhook no longer wants your operation hindered nor tampered with. Similarly, there's been no reprisal from, and really very little sign of, the remaining Dimmer sister or her cult. It seems likely that after losing her hold on the spirit trafficking trade, Rosalind and her sisters fell even deeper into reclusiveness. As it stands now, it is now mid-morning, around half past the 10th hour, and the Nighthawks find themselves split between the Roost and the Grotto. So a couple little housekeeping things here, just real quick. I'm going to go ahead and take us over to the reputation page. And as I said, war has kind of cooled between two of the factions who are at war with, the Billhooks and the Dimmer Sisters. So I am going to increase these from -3 war to -2 hostile. Now that is to say, if you guys want to fight a war, you can always choose to go to war on your own terms. But for whatever reason, these two factions no longer seem to be actively coming against you.
Nice.
Moving back home real quick. And then just a real quick about the mechanics of Emmeline and what she's doing. Just as a peek behind the curtain, because it's been so long since we played a game in the dark, and I'm still kind of I want to acclimatize myself to GMing again. I don't really want to have the hassle of running a DMPC at this first game, so I just kind of want her away. But she'll be available to RP with in the free play. She just won't be around for the heist. And what we'll do for that particular side mission is this: she'll use her downtime activity to roll a tune at the end of this game. At a +1D, because she's getting a lot of help. You guys can also set her up, which I'll kind of GM fiat this time, can give her her second +1D rather than improve the position. Because again, there's not going to be a kidnapping plot or anything. Like, she'll be able to do this. No worries there. And the results will be as follow on this attune roll. On a failure, she's not going to be able to recover any of the spirits. Tried, failed, they are gone. On a success with a complication, we'll get Fleda Wilson back to do with as we will, either keep as a ghost or put in a hull. A flat success will be Fleda Wilson and Alessia Sanat, and a critical success will be all three: Fleda Wilson, Alessia Sanat, and Reth Valona. And we could either start adding those to a new crew or a new cohort, or they can be interspersed in additional cohorts, or even be used as like defenses if we want to do like spiritual warding and stuff like that. We can discuss how we want to do that RP. So that is that. Then the second thing's, yeah, guys, you as always, you can choose to go from this place where you will and do what you want in this free play. But I would like to start us off kind of split halfway down the middle between people hanging out at the Roost and people hanging out at the Grotto. You guys can decide among yourself. For those interested, Emmeline is going to be at the Roost.
I'll probably also be at the Roost.
Yeah, if no one else wants to, I would be happy to be at the Roost, since I've been kind of either bartending or whatever there.
Where did I have people change it? Training? That was the Grotto, right?
Mm-hmm.
If you're culting them up, that would be at the Grotto.
Yeah. Okay, that's where I'm gonna be.
Reese is also at the Grotto.
And Messenger, you're a Grotto as well?
Absolutely, I'm at the Grotto. The Messenger will be at the Grotto working on the second edition revised.
Awesome.
Were you only on 2 editions? I thought you were on a third.
I'm not sure whether it's going to be third edition or second edition revised.
I see.
Would the first edition be considered the original work? And we're
Yes.
already
The first edition is the one that it's very hard to get copies of.
Right.
It mysteriously went missing.
Weird.
Except the place that books can't leave, which still actually has a copy, because you guys actually pulled from a primary source rather than the library. All right, guys, so we're going to start off today at the Roost, previously the Mustang, the tavern that you guys have converted for your crew. The Roost this morning is kind of a bustle with activity, though unfortunately for you, Cyrus, this activity isn't the kind that readily brings in coin, as it is mostly Emmeline and her kind of posse planning their excursion into the Deathlands. So there you have Emmeline, of course, along with our independent though unreliable rovers, Bear, Marlene, Theo, Elsie, Ursella, and Kadim. There's Flint, who, while no longer in a cast, still wears a splint from where Cole broke his arm. And Sister Thorn and an entourage of Deathland scavengers who are kind of huddled around a table, kind of towards the front of the Roost by the street windows, and they're kind of looking at maps and checking gear and such like that. At the bar is Bell Brogan, who, not to kind of stereotype the Scovelanders, is hitting the bottle relatively early this morning and going at it with the gusto.
Bar?
What was that?
Doesn't Bell Brogan have his own bar?
Bell Brogan is the sister of Harvale Brogan, who owns
Oh.
the Saturnalia.
Harville Brogan's the one that have.
But she's the revolutionary.
Yeah.
Yes.
And other than that, it just kind of night market locals. No one terribly of note. Having breakfast and paying their due respects to what's becoming a big player in northeastern night market. So I'll hand it over to you guys. What do?
So I think, well, I'm probably not sitting at the main table that Emmeline and her cohort are planning at. I'm probably nearby, just kind of like I clearly was probably voicing against this whole thing, but I have ultimately acquiesced. So kind of just observing, and probably from a corner where I can see most of the bar or most of the seating, so that in case other folks come in, I can be aware of what's going on.
Now, what is your temperament? Are you kind of being you said you didn't necessarily approve of what Emily
Yeah,
was doing. Are you
my
kind of being...
temperament or my demeanor disposition is kind of resigned, I guess. That I'm sitting there, I probably have a drink, probably a little bit of food, and I'm kind of just like I'm giving an aura of like, fine, do whatever you want.
Awesome. Still not doing the books.
Oh, right.
Awesome. What about you, Cole?
I think I'm coming out. I think Cole emerges from the back room, carrying a big wooden crate, sets it down on the table that Emmeline is at, and he's like, "Okay, so we got you several days of rations here, a couple of every spare ghost bottle you had, and he just starts going through. He's very much helping. I think he is happy to not go on this. I think Cole is torn. He is happy to not go out into the Deathlands to deal with fucking ghosts, because ghosts are terrible. But he's very unhappy to let Emmeline go out there, not by herself, but the rovers are unreliable, right? They have not always been there when we needed them, and so he kind of wishes that someone else was going with her, but he's not willing to push it because he knows they're on a timer. So
Yeah.
he's decided to help as much as he can.
Cool. So there's some things you notice there. Bear, for one, I think shares your temperament, and that he would love to stay at home and have the thugs go do this. He doesn't want to go back out there. Last time was not great. And then Sister Thorn is actually the one who takes the spirit bottles and is packing them away. You also see she's passing out personalized lightning barriers, the type that she and a lot of other Deathlands scavengers wear. They're planning to take the Foghound, which is not the ship with the lightning generator on it. It's the one with the minigun. And their whole plan is, let's have more of an offense just in case something goes wrong, and we will just shield ourselves using the Deathland Scavengers gear. But Sister Thorn kind of gives you a smile and is very thankful to you, and you do kind of get the sense that especially after the kind of conference you had with her and her mother a couple weeks ago, that this is kind of the first time you guys are doing joint operations, and she's really hoping for the future and the benefit of both parties that this goes well, and this is the start of something really great. You also notice Flint, whose arm you broke, and you get the sense that he probably has some unrequited romantic feelings towards Emmeline. And you're also kind of the impression that she's probably aware of that and is using that to her advantage, because that's just how Emmeline does people. But yeah, they seem in high spirits, they're taking it seriously. But I think a lot of people are they're looking at this as a kind of a seminal event that could bring in a new dawn for all groups involved.
Well, I think Cole too I'm sure that the news of Lord Stranglehold, whatever his fucking name is, him returning is major, right? Because we were all aware that shit was gonna start going down real soon, and so I think maybe this is an attitude that's reflected in the city as a whole. Like, man, we're real lucky. We scraped by. It's when you avert that disaster. So I think Cole is also in that same very like high spirits. Like he's making sure everyone has morning beer and like everything else. Like everyone's happy.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's something you notice along a lot of the patrons. Like, I think a lot of folks, it's a bit subdued. I think there's a lot of people who are, like, it's hard to be joyful in Duskfall, especially if, if your last name isn't Strangford or something. But I think people do know, like, thank whatever forgotten gods you worship that we have Leviathan blood. We can power the lightning barriers. We have averted the apocalypse. So there is some kind of refined or like kind of contained celebration that that Strangford is back. Although Belle Brogan is kind of like sticks out like a sore thumb in this crowd because she is not celebrating. It looks like she is not drinking in celebration. She's kind of perhaps drinking to forget.
So I'll go up to Belle and I'll take a bottle of Skovlander whiskey and I'll pour her a shot and I'll pour myself a shot and I'll what troubles you, lass?
She takes the shot, slams it back, and puts the shot glass on the table. These nights, what doesn't bother me? This whole city is in the gutter.
Aye.
And if you think Strangford or any of his kind are going to fix that with whatever demonic essences they're bringing into the city, I have a bridge I'd like to sell you.
Oh yeah, I think I got some beachfront property over in Scotland. Might want to sell it to you.
I came here to drink, yes, and to commiserate, but this isn't exactly I didn't actually come here just to say hello. I did want to come and thank you for what you did with Cortland and warning him about the hive and all that business. He's going to stay in hiding for the time being until everything is for sure worked out. We don't want to be on Maha's bad side, but I think everything's going to be okay, and I appreciate the role you played.
I mean, between you and I and everyone else listening in the world, I didn't do anything, right? Just happened to be that he had a big pair of brass balls on him that he went to talk to Jeremiah.
Of course. And speaking of things you didn't do, also need to thank you on a personal note. Thank you. She kind of does quotes. For dealing with Len Gleason, that workhouse foreman who wanted me dead. Brother told me about it. Right fucker he was.
Aye. Sounded like he got what coming to him.
Aye.
It's weird how, you're right. There's not a lot to be happy for in Duskfall. But at the end of the day, things seem to work out in a certain way.
Well, as much as I'd love to agree with you there, I think you're looking at the bottle of half whiskey, half full, while I see it as damn well empty. Though make sure you give the rest of it to your man who shot the bastard for me.
I will. That's the thing. Oh, yeah.
Bowles, man.
Go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say, ultimately, nothing will turn out unless you make it happen, which is why we all got to do what we can.
On this Cole, we agree. And I like Colton, and I like his whole message. I like the idea that we have soldiers who fought on the Akarosi side, much like yourself, who did the terrible things over at Skovland, who are trying to make things right. Who have stones under their bed for every wrong they committed, they're trying to atone. I like this fact, but the fact of the matter is, while this might help one's conscience, it doesn't help anyone in the city. It doesn't help the Scovelanders who are still living in the dirt. And while we could kill one foreman too big for his britches, there's going to be two more who's coming for his place because that's what you make the money, and money is what drives this whole fucking city. I think so long as we have people with the names of Balmores, Dunvilles, and Strangfords in this city, we're all going to be in the shitter. I think rather than trying to right the wrongs from the past, we need to make something of the future. I think that a united front among not only the laborers, but the dockers and the railjacks and others besides, fighting against the oppression of the noble class. I think this is how we bring change. And what I'm curious, Cole, is if such an event were to take place, where do you think your crew would fall on that line? Because the way I see it, a third of your crew are nobles or want to be nobles. Another third are academics who are too blinded by their delusional navel gazing to give a damn about what's actually happening in the real world. And the other two are you Scovelanders.
You're not wrong. Cole will refill the shots and down one before he answers this firebrand question, and he'll lean in with her and say, "I've done what I could. It hasn't been enough. There's never enough. And you're right. We could kill every single bastard that did everything wrong for generations back, and there would be two more waiting to take their place. But what you're talking about, lass, sounds like you're asking for a general strike. You're talking about shutting down this city in every single way that matters. Is that what you're saying?"
I think the city will shut down for a time. I'm not calling for a strike, no. I'm calling for blood. I'm calling for the heads of the Strangfords, the Dunvilles, the Balmores to roll down Fogcrest Hill. And once we take control, the people who are actually working the factories, the people who are actually running the lightning barriers, the people who are actually keeping society afloat in this hellscape we find ourselves living in, only then will we live in a world worth fighting for, worth atoning for.
I think Cole leans in farther. He says, I hear you. I don't know what my whole crew will do. Because we're not the army. We're not a single unit of people. All of them will have to make their own choices individually. More than like, as a crew, well, we're only interested in what continues to make us profit or continues to serve us in the long term. If there's margin to be gained from it, then I could be seeing that. But for myself, you know that I'm not going to cry big crocodile or big alligator. What kind of thing? What kind of beast exists in the water? Pal, help me out.
Slick alligator.
A slick gator. A slick gator.
Gators are already slick, so
I
it
know,
can have
I
to
know.
be something terrible.
Furry gator.
Barb gator?
A barb
Barb
gator.
gator.
Ooh, a barb
fire.
gator.
Fire gator.
Nah. I like barb
But
gator.
it's an alligator. It's also on fire.
I'm not gonna cry no big barb gator tears if fucking Lord Admiral Strangford and all of his little bitch boys over there all of a sudden find themselves, I don't know, on a pyre somewhere.
I know you wouldn't. You're a good lad. But I think the problem that we'll eventually need to face is there those in the city, perhaps even some of your friends included, and she kind of looks over at Silas, looks over at Emmeline, who would crawl over the corpses of Dunville, of Strangford, of Bowmore to get their positions when they're gone. And the whole point of a revolution is, once they're gone, kind of want them to stay that way.
Well, but you're gonna need somebody to be in charge, aren't you? Like every time, when we were fighting in the war, right? Me and the lads, a sergeant would go down, Corporal would stand up, right? Corporal would go down. Private would stand up. Because eventually somebody's got to be in charge. We could do something special and good here, where all of a sudden we write down, we codify what universal laws exist. We make sure that every common man and woman, child, has a certain standard of living, has certain obligations. We could make for now good and all that no Skovelander kid would ever have to go through what we all did, right? You wouldn't be conscripted into an imperial army to go off and fight your own people. But at the end of the day, somebody's got to do that, right? There's always going to be somebody that's going to be walking the street with a baton, because there's going to be somebody that wants to jump your bones in the alley, or that wants to take what you got. Now, I got my own beef with the brigade, with the coppers, with everybody, right? But, I mean, I done my own fair share of walking around these neighborhoods. That's kind of the point of why the Nighthawks exist and why we have territory.
And I understand you, Cole. And honestly, gangs are gonna gang. There are gonna be people protecting their own. But I think at the point that what I'm asking is, could you sit here and look me in the eye and say that if it were you, not you necessarily, but your crew, who were running things after the smoke clears, you look me in the eye and tell me for sure that you're doing it because you believe in the equality of people, of the Skovland people, no less, or you're just doing it to make a coin?
I'll tell you a hard truth, lass. Anyone that would have told you what you just asked would have been a liar. It doesn't matter who they are. Doesn't matter if they're the biggest Skovland hero out there, right? Doesn't matter who. Doesn't matter what they've been through. You could be old fucking Ironborn himself. He'd still be a liar. Because at the end of the day, it's not that they're just in it for coin, but they're always going to be just in it for whatever motivation they are in it for. What you got to do, and what you got to be shooting for, is a situation where what they want aligns with what you want, and you have enough power and authority for when it doesn't, you can correct it just a little bit. You can nudge it here and there, right? You have enough distributed authority amongst people that when one leader or one gang or one institution goes off the rails, you can gather the others up and you can move it back to where you want it to be. Because ultimately, I don't think there's a world that exists here, in Perdition, in anywhere else in the world, that doesn't end up with people at the top that just are fulfilling their own selves. We saw the same thing in the old country, right? When we were killing boys over there, we heard about these bastards, right? These Skovelander nobility who had sided with the Imperials, who were selling out their own, right? Everybody's in it for themselves.
I'll take your critique on society under advisement. You've definitely given me some things to think about. If you don't mind, just granting me 2 mercies. 1, leave the bottle. And 2, don't tell my brother we had this conversation. I know you attend his club from time to time, and only get him worried.
I don't know that I'm necessarily invited back there, but I'll leave you the bottle, and I won't tell your brother. Don't worry. I pour myself another shot, and I pour her a shot, and I leave the bottle half empty, but I take it to them. Let me know what else we can do, because even if we're not going to be helping, if we know information, you've seen what we'll do with it. We'll do everything we can to make sure everyone comes out all right.
All right, and Silas, I'll let you determine what all of that conversation you want to hear, but you obviously just witnessed Cole and who you know is Harvale's sister kind of have a fairly animate conversation.
I think I heard Probably all of it, and kind of went in and out of paying attention to it until I heard things that like piqued
Referred
my
to
ear.
himself.
But I didn't. I don't make a motion to like get involved in the conversation. I know why I'm doing what I'm doing. I don't need to justify it.
Of course you don't, Silas. Love it.
And,
Cool, guys,
and as
so-
far as I'm concerned, Cole is doing the good bartender job, regardless of what he says. Keep him talking, keep him drinking.
Except I'm missing the point where you're supposed to keep him paying.
Well, I mean,
Scovlander's drinking.
I feel like that
Yeah.
shouldn't have to be said.
Listen, it's a Scovelander bar now.
Anything else, guys, that you want to do here at the Roost? Any conversation you want to have among yourselves or with the other people in attendance?
Not that he can think of. I think the discussions he had were probably pre-game with trying to very, very adamant, like, we shouldn't be going out there. It's dangerous, blah, blah, blah. And then enough people, because I feel like she probably also rallied the troops on her behalf as well.
Yeah, there's probably some level of that. I think it was kind of a compromise of like, okay, if you're gonna do this and we can't stop you doing this,
Mm-hmm.
do us at least one favor and take these guys with you.
But then, if everything goes well, then cool. We have some ghost crew.
Any conversation you want to have with Cole while you have him alone?
Hello.
Like anything you want to get off your chest, Silas?
Nothing at all. I don't even know what she was talking about with the nobles doing the thing. That's news to me.
Oh god, when Cole finds out, he's gonna kill you.
At least I know that's all he'll do. He'll just kill me. He won't make a deal out of it. He'll just straight out kill me.
I do think that Cole will... No, go ahead.
No, I just said I hope.
Oh, I hope. Yeah. I think Cole will grab Silas and kind of update him. Like, at some point, he'll kind of go in the back room like, hey, Silas, you want to help me with the books here? I'm still learning. I don't have my facts and figures down, my maths.
Silas is like, so am I.
Right.
But it's like, yeah.
Deborah was teaching me that she went AFK.
Emily would not be pleased with us if she did all that work, came back, and the books had not been done.
Hi. But when I have him in the back
More angry
room,
with me than with you.
that's obvious. When I get him in the back room, I'll be like, I'll kind of relay what Bell Brogan was saying. Is like, it sounds like that Bell Brogan and the probably the Lost as well, even though they're very small. But Bell Brogan specifically sounds like they're calling for they're calling for a war against the council, and that's problematic at best.
It is.
But there's a lot of shit going on right now. Like,
Yes, and ideally it would probably be better for everyone if the council, as it were not there. But if
Also-
I did overhear some of what you were saying, and that someone is going to fill the gap,
right.
and it could be dangerous for everyone than when the gap isn't filled.
Also, have you
So-
taken a walk through Crowsfoot recently?
No,
Don't do it.
really.
You should really not. Don't. No. A little fucking street urchin tried to knife me in the kidney.
Did you return the favor?
No, I backhanded him across the fucking street, and then I left. But
So he'll remember.
yeah, I don't think he fucking cares. I think it was just, I don't know. That place, Crowsfoot is no longer a friendly place for us to go.
Well, we'll fix that soon.
We better. It's fucking smack in the middle of everything. The number of times we've used Crowsfoot when we were going someplace, like, is just, yeah.
Yes, I think add that to the list of things we need to fix. We need to be taken seriously, and that we shouldn't be banned from places. Not that people shouldn't feel that they can keep us from someplace.
I'm not even that worried about people feeling like they can keep us out of Crowsfoot, because it is whatever. But if we want to get to the docks, there's only a couple of channels that'll work, right? You either got to go all the way around one way or the other, or you got to go next to Crowsfoot. And so ultimately, if it's not friendly towards us, it means that the bluecoats are always on the lookout for some reason for us, right? Once we get spotted by someone in Crowsfoot, for some fucking reason, there's always going to be a patrol boat right there, right? Just that kind of shit has got to be a problem.
After all the good things we try and do.
I mean, we do a lot of good things. I'm not disagreeing with you. Us telling... I don't know. I understand where we were in a bad position. We were in a bad spot. But we could have not pissed off the Lampblacks.
That was unfortunate.
We were in a really good spot with them. Right. We had supported them in their war. We had done a bunch of things. We were on really good terms for a little bit there. And then, just overnight, we fucking pissed it away. And what did we get out of it? Not a whole fucking lot.
Well, hopefully a better job will come along soon.
It had better.
Cool. And I think with that, let's jump over to those folks at the grotto. Again, if you guys have stuff you want to do after, we can explore that. But yeah, as the camera zooms down onto the grotto, our crew's lair in a half sunken maze-like underground canal beneath Night Market. The three of you, Reese, the messenger, the Nighthawk, are there, along with your cohort of loyal, fearsome, though principled and savage thugs, who are currently loading up the Foghound with supplies that you guys are well aware Emmeline and her rovers are looking to use for their excursion to the Deathlands. There as well is Sarah, the crew's arms dealer contact, who is like handing them crates of lightning hooks, which you've seen Emmeline use at least on one occasion, and they're kind of, and you've seen the spirit wardens use them often, are kind of weapons for spiritual combat. But yeah, guys, what are you guys doing?
All right. So it's as soon as the scene sort of like fades in, and that camera pan down into the grotto, Reese is in his workshop, and it looks kind of like that scene from Always Sunny where Charlie's in the mailroom, where there's strings attached to papers that are sort of plastered all over the wall, and if you were to look at the papers, there are like
We left the three wrong people in the grotto.
yeah. So if you look at the papers themselves, you'll see like a bunch of names that are sort of crossed off and notes next to them, which are like, and at the top of that paper it says like known Bluecoat members, as well as like makeshift schematics of sort of explosive devices, and as well as like maps and stuff of the sewers around the Bluecoats headquarters, and it's been over the past few weeks. Reese has been the past 2 weeks since the last event. He's been sort of locked away in his office. He looks his hair is sort of all over the place. He's got bags under his eyes. His eyes are bloodshot. And like as we kind of pan in, like Reese is sort of sitting in a chair smoking his pipe, and after having stared at this wall for the past 2 hours contemplating it, he sort of gets up, stretches, and makes his way over to get some sort of hot beverage, as he's been up for the past several hours, continuing to work on his plans. So he'll
Yeah,
wander
let's
off
say you
back
guys
into
have like a nice like hotel grade coffee percolator, because like Silas has taste, and he had someone nick it.
Sure. Yeah, Reese will sort of like saunter over, very like sort of as he's kind of stretching as he goes. He's been sitting for a while, and he goes over and pours himself a large mug of boiling coffee, and decides to look in on the Nighthawk and see what he's doing.
I like to think
so-
that by now, all the people loading up the boat, they have their own. They all have like lightweight versions of Nighthawk masks that they're wearing at this point.
It's like the it's like the Joker's henchman. I love this.
A villainous lair. Are we the baddies? Kind of.
Very much.
They and then there are a few that are like meditating in front of a statue to Forgotten God that I've set up.
Yeah, and I
And-
think Sarah will kick one of them in the butt who's meditating and be like, yeah, you could do that when we're done loading. Work first, whatever this is later. Come on. And just directing them to the boat.
I'm just continuing to meditate. I open one eye, notice it, and I just let it go. It's
Oh, yeah,
fine.
she doesn't do it to you. This is
Yeah.
definitely yeah.
The messenger is walking up to the Nighthawk to pester him. So what is your relationship with what you're doing here? Like, what does this do to you?
What do you mean?
So I know what you're doing, right? You're meditating. What does meditating do to you?
It helps me attune to the words of
The Throne of Judgment.
the Throne of Judgment.
Okay, okay. So you're getting attuned to the words of the Throne of Judgment. What is your relationship to the Throne of Judgment?
To achieve vengeance.
No. What is your relationship to the Throne of Judgment?
A means to achieve vengeance.
Are you using the Throne of Judgment?
I think one must submit to the Throne of Judgment.
Okay,
To
cool.
be an
So you've
instrument of
decided
vengeance.
the Throne of Judgment's agenda will complement your own agenda, and you've decided to put the Throne of Judgment's agenda first because you think someday you'll get what you want.
In more words than I would use to describe. That's not
Yeah, well,
completely
we
inaccurate.
know you don't use enough words. It's okay.
I think at that, like, Reese will sort of saunter in and be like, he'll take a big sip off of his mug. Oh, keep Martin. How's everybody doing?
Well,
I'll take a moment and look at the message, but why? What do you want?
to know what the fuck's going on. We're doing all right. I'm gonna try and.
Have you ever tried submitting to the will of another, like the Throne of Judgment?
Yeah, I don't think the Throne of Judgment's. So, I think I
getting
do pretty
some real
fine on
BDSM
vengeance.
vibes from Nighthawk.
I do all right on vengeance. I pretty much get the vengeance I want. And if I don't, well, then I've got something to work on, don't I? I don't see.
I would agree.
I don't see the advantage of looking to some insubstantial, questionable thing out there and going, I want A. I think you want A. I want to do whatever you want because I think that'll get me A. Yeah, that doesn't make a lot of sense. Like I'm not saying that like I don't submit to anyone. Obviously, we pay our taxes, right? There are
Yes,
people
I don't
who
pay
are,
a damn thing in taxes.
yeah, you do. We all pay up to the hive.
That's just the cost of doing business.
Yeah, it is. It is. Sometimes you've got to submit, right? But that's not because the hive aligns with my agenda, right? That's not
Well, they
because
do
the
and they
thing the
don't.
hive wants out of the world is what I want out of the world. That's because it's less trouble that way. And if a forgotten god came along to me and said, hey, I need 1 coin every month from you, or else I'm going to forgotten god your ass, I'd be like, well,
As Sarah perks up at that and like, just so we're clear, it's 2 now. You guys are making a name for yourself in this world as she picks up another drink.
right. If a forgotten god needed 2 coin a month or they'd forgotten god me, like we'd have to like look at, the odds of how dangerous I thought they are. Because I know how dangerous Jeremiah is. The Throne of Vengeance? I don't know. When was the last time the Throne of Vengeance wiped a gang out?
Mm,
He works in mysterious ways.
Mhm.
See, that's the thing. Jerry Maha doesn't.
Well, you have a good point there.
His ways are unknowable to the mortal mind.
So what your concern is, we should really be more concerned with the dangers we can actualize, not the ones that are, you know,
No. It's
potential.
fine. Like, you, I don't mind the Nighthawk doing whatever this is, or like guiding the new underlings in that. That's fine. But I kind of need to feel like I'm gonna do a better job of exploring the fuckery of the empty vessel if I better understand what it is that the forgotten gods are doing for people.
I think I'll spit at the at when you say the empty vessel.
Yeah, I don't
So
like them either. It's
Wait,
it's
because I'm not. That's the enemy of my forgotten god, right?
so Reese sort of like smiles a little bit and it
Okay.
chuckles to himself, thinking that the messenger is very concerned with what the Nighthawk is doing, but not concerned at all with what he is doing.
Yeah, Cameron. To your point, I don't think you're wrong. I think you can, and I think we've established that the throne of judgment is in kind of an antithetical relationship
Yeah.
with the empty vessel. But they're all kind of like we're attributing. But everyone does, right? We're
We're
attributing very
anthropomorphizing.
human
Yeah.
emotions and feelings to unknowable godlike entities, right?
Yeah.
So it's like, who can say? But I don't think you're wrong. It's the long
Yeah.
and short of it.
because we've got some problems here, and Dunvale started them, and obviously one way to address them is to go kill Dunvale, and we might look at that. But in the meantime, I'd like to arm pretty much everybody out there who's interested in saving the world with saving the world, and I'm working on that with Sister Spooky and Emmeline. We're going to work on this together. But yeah, I'd like to better understand why people are fucking with the forgotten gods at all. And what I'm getting so far, like I think I know why Dunvale did it. Dunvale thought it would get him power. It's pretty clear from the quadrilogue of the Principles of Oblivion that Dunvale is being convinced to do things because it leads to power. You did not tell me that you follow the throne of vengeance for power. You follow the throne of vengeance for vengeance.
But don't you
I
know that
dedicate
vengeance is
myself to a
power?
higher cause.
Vengeance is, yeah, all right, fine. Vengeance is a kind of power. But you'll go
Reese,
do vengeful things that don't benefit you because the throne of judgment tells you to, right?
It's about righting the wrongs of the world.
Cool. I'm down with that. So, you want to go fuck up the Dimmer sisters?
At that, the uh, could you guys tell me the lair is secure? So when someone is breaking through that security, what does that sound like?
ooh,
Oh,
Uh,
did we have supernatural security or just
Not
regular
yet.
security?
that would
Not
be
yet.
Reese probably could answer some of that.
yeah. So imagine he probably has like seismometers that will start ticking and making almost like a chirping noise. That's fairly distinctive. And he'll at that like how many of those would be kicking
Well,
off at the moment?
I do have another question. Would it be supernatural or physical intrusion? Because I feel like Emmeline may have left some wards or something as well.
No, so like they're specific. The mechanics of the game classify that as a specific upgrade we haven't taken as a crew yet.
Okay.
So even though like I get what you're saying, like we just haven't taken it yet.
Yeah, that's fine.
So it would be
Yeah,
physical stuff.
Yeah, so I imagine like Reese probably just has like seismometers hooked up that can sense footprints in place or footsteps in places that they shouldn't be. So at so I imagine there's probably one at every major entrance.
Is there like some
yeah.
kind of like
So those
bell?
start ticking, tick 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 tick.
all of
tick,
them or just one?
Just one from the entrance from Silas's shop. And you hear the click clack of footsteps on stone as someone's walking down the stairs, and then you hear the voice, a feminine voice, one you've heard before, belonging to Lady Slane, say, "Again, I must assume that you have put in countermeasures or other security devices since our last meeting, and as I do not wish to be impaled, incinerated, or thusly prematurely terminated, I do feel the need to announce myself. Lady Slane.
Just stay where you are for a minute. I'll turn everything off. And then he just kind of laughs to himself. Okay, we're good. Come on down.
All right, she does so. Is anything going to happen to her when she does?
No.
Okay.
Because we don't have any traps in place.
I'm ready to just fucking go. No,
Are the ringers here?
the messenger's like,
They were not, but they are behind her.
Oh, they're with her. Okay.
Yeah. Galen King and Cassian Peg walk in with her. Again, she is a slight bookish-looking Akarosi woman in her late 30s. She's wearing a simple though expensive work dress of muted gray and white. She is spectacled, keeps her long dark hair in a tight bun, but allows a few strands to frame her face. On her muted gray dress, there's a silver pin depicting an asymmetric 8-pointed star on her lapel. And let's say like there's obviously like a point of authority in this. Maybe this is Silas's desk. Maybe this is where he last left the books that Nebra was teaching him how to write. And Lady Slane takes a seat there with the two mooks kind of flanking her, and she's like, I apologize for any interruption. Please finish your conversation when you have a moment. I would love a word.
The messenger will walk right over to her and ask her, do you have a relationship with a forgotten god?
Her demeanor gets pretty steely in a way that you may not have expected. And her voice drops about an octave. And she says, why do you inquire?
An octave or like she's speaking in deeper voice now?
Mm-hmm.
Oh wow.
So, you may be aware that I've been doing some publishing about the relations, the way that people can interact with the empty vessel. It's a work that the empty vessel appears to have themselves contributed to, that I've done a annotated edition of, and I'm working on a revision of that edition now. And I'm just trying to get a better understanding of how and why people interact with the forgotten gods at all. As you understand, Taikarosi, we've kind of got our own thing going on. We're pursuing a lot of our own solutions that don't tend to involve the forgotten gods. That's more of a gestures around you thing.
Well, and she kind of pauses to make sure she's choosing her words very carefully, you would assume. And she continues in a very passive voice, politician style. As I understand it, the Church of Ecstasy is something of a state religion among the Akarosi. As a well-respected member of the Ministry of Preservation, I avail myself to certain social structures that the Immortal Empire has deemed fit for the benefit of overall society and the continued existence therein. And just kind of continues this like very
PR spiel.
yeah, mistakes were made. Forgotten gods are worshipped. Just not really owning up to anything. Just essentially kind of spewing facts in a way that makes it seem like she's actually answering your question.
So while
Does she notice the
Which I
statue
think,
of-
like the messenger, and you can determine how. I think you know what she's doing. Like you're a journalist.
sure.
Yeah.
The messenger's journo background has definitely equipped them to deal with this, but they are nonetheless taking notes on this. That's fine. It is answer, and like that's cool. We can cite BS answers. But
all right. Well, as the messenger walks up to speak with her, Reese will sort of like just walk off into the other room. He'll grab another mug. He'll spit in it, fill it up with coffee, and bring it to the lady.
Cool. And so you hand it to her.
Yeah, I'll just be like, "Now for your beverage."
Yeah.
And he takes a big sip of his coffee.
Cool. She smiles at you, thank you, and hands it to Cassian Peg.
That's fine. So yeah, okay, cool. Thanks.
Does she
So
notice the
flipping
statue
it,
of a forgotten god?
flipping
If
the
she does, she hasn't said anything.
Okay.
flipping the notebook back closed, tuck it into the pocket. Like, this is a child's hand. It's a small notebook, but it's big for the kid, so it's big in the pocket as well. Uh, what can we do for you?
I came here to inform you of some organizational changes within your ranks. Uh, as you may or may not be aware, the Hive is uh, a subsidiary of the ministry in a certain way, in a similar means that you are a subsidiary to the Hive. The Hive has recently defaulted on a 16 coin debt owed to the Ministry, and therefore your operation, the Nighthawks, will now be reporting directly to the Ministry, aka me, until a time at which case the Hive's debt is paid off with interest for the foreseeable future. And for those looking, like Sarah kind of picks up on this being like a go-between between you guys, the Hive, and it does seem like she has words that she's refraining from saying in the present company.
Understandable. Okay.
Damn it,
Uh,
Silas. Silas needs to be there for this.
oh,
You
you
decided
left
to
the
go
three
partying.
you left the three weirdos together.
I
Um, the least hinged Nighthawks.
Yes,
Hey,
you're not
we all have
wrong.
drama.
We all do.
So
Yes.
good to know. I'll obviously that will impact accounts payable and how that's handled. Um, may I ask, does Jerry Maha know this?
Yes, of course. This was all above board. This was all talked at our recent shareholders meeting. She, I would assume, is not pleased with this, but she is the one who made her bed, and all things considered, she is the one who now needs to lie in it.
So if we encounter a dispute with Jerry Maha, who answers to you, and we answer to you, how would you like that dispute addressed? Should we bring you or your representative in to adjudicate it, since we're both your subordinates, or is that
Absolutely. The
something?
ministry does not appreciate nor tolerate dissension among its ranks. So, should there be any confrontation between you and any member of the Hive at any level of operation, should come to me directly, and I will make sure that the problem is resolved permanently and post haste.
Great.
I want to know more details about this debt.
Well, then my
That's
suggestion is to work your way through the company ranks, get a nice corner office at the ministry headquarters, and do work for accounts payable.
would that be
So,
accounts?
now that we're working for you, I imagine we have to pay a tax up to you now.
Yes, this will essentially be how the Hive pays off its debt to us. Any tributes that you would pay up to the Hive will instead be paid to us, and we will cut that from the Hive's debt. That being said, I am to understand that from time to time you did specialty jobs for the Hive, in which they did not necessarily take off a tax, but they rendered or they considered service rendered payment enough. And in light of that, I do have a particular job that I would like your crew to address for the
Of course
ministry.
you do.
Gets the notebook back out, opens it to a different page.
As
I'm
long as
assuming
as long as this gets our debt down.
I'm assuming our
Well, it's
tax
not
is
your
at the same
debt.
rate.
That's true.
And I'm assuming this tax is at the same rate.
Yes, she kind of pulls out she has like a leather bound,
I got you, Silas.
sorry?
Oh, no, I'm just saying, I got you, Silas.
Oh yeah, no,
I'm
yeah.
curious
She
what
has
you're talking about.
like a leather bound ledger and a pocket
I mean,
watch,
the messenger's been asking the right questions too.
and she looks through it and does some mental math, like considers the time you've been around, how much, and she's like, yes, I do believe the current rate is 2 coin per job completed, and closes
That
the ledger.
it matches our understanding. That approximates our understanding at the very least. Great. That's good to know. Do want to hear about this job. May I ask you about your preferred methods of interactions with other factions. Now, obviously, our business should never be your problem. But how are things between you and the Demmer sisters?
The Dimmer sisters are only how do I put this? They're marginal at best. They rarely show up as anything of note in our records. They use the ministry for purposes like anyone else in Duskfall, food, necessities, but the ministry does not view them as either a important contributor or we're all adults here, asset to be exploited.
Fair enough. Fair enough. So, is there anything we should know about the Ministry of Preservation's interactions with Aruvian army personnel who happen to have been in Duskfall in the past few months?
You are a lot of questions, my little man.
I want to make sure I'm not causing you any trouble when I go
And
solve
I
the problems
appreciate that,
I have.
as I'm sure does my boss, the chief operations officer, Lord Dalmore himself. The Ministry of Preservation, as you're well aware, operates throughout the entirety of the Imperium. So we do have interests in Aruvia, and we do use military assets to protect those interests, especially during travel through hostile territory, much like the Deathlands are now with recent discussions of war through Aruvia and the Sunless Seas. However, any relation between the Aruvian military and the Ministry of Preservation at this time is entirely unsubstantiated, and the ministry has no position at this point to speak any further on the subject. A la, no comment.
Thank you. All right, go ahead and tell me about the. Go ahead, let us know about this job that you would like us to consider fervently.
There is a individual, one Lord Mora, an Akarosing nobleman and suspected member of the Circle of Flame. And for those who haven't watched the video, was one of the backrat players that you guys encountered at the table last session. She continues. Lord Mora has information that is desired by the ministry. In exchange for this information, he requires the extrajudicial services of some of the city's more criminal element. Now, as you are well aware, this is not something the Ministry of Preservation provides. Though, as we do need the information he has, and we have recently come into some perhaps less than legal elements of the Hive's holdings due to some business transactions, failed as they were, we do find ourselves in a spot where both parties can benefit from the arrangement we find ourselves in. We would like you to hear what he has to offer, take his job, which I am understanding he will pay your crew for, and when the job is complete, provide the information he has to me, or and she kind of looks at Reese, who she may know, you know, they know, and be like, or if you have a problem with me individually, you can feel free to share it with Cassian, Peg, or Galen King, my men on the inside.
What's he paying for this job?
We'll find that out from him.
Yeah, that I don't know.
Honestly, it's probably best that she doesn't know anything more.
I do have Lord Mora's address to his Brightstone estate, and she kind of rips off a piece of paper from her ledger and slides it across the table face down. I haven't seen it. She says, obviously, right? But like, it is for you to do with as you will.
I want to make sure there is an address on this paper, but
Yeah,
that's
you flip
so
it.
it's just pick it up, look, put it back down.
Yeah, it gives you an address on Sterling Lane in the Goldcrest neighborhood of Brightstone.
Ooh.
You know what Lord Mora's timetable for this is? We always, of course, have other work going on, and I'd just like to understand what we'll need to do to accommodate his needs.
Lord Mora, I am sure, could wait till the ends of the earth for what he needs. Whatever he needs is not of any consequence. However, the information he has, the ministry does need post haste.
Thank
So
you.
you're saying you just need this information one way or another?
That is what you say, and if that is how you choose to interpret what I am saying, I am not going to stop you from thinking those thoughts.
Great.
Good enough.
Is there anything else we should know, or do you have any questions for us?
Obviously, there's one reason you would pick a ruthless up and coming crew like ours.
Yes,
this
because
job.
she wants results.
Exactly right. You came highly recommended. There's a reason why we're allowing the Hive to pay us in such an unconventional manner rather than dismantling their organization. You need to understand we operate as a business with strict timetables and deadlines for payment. And when payment is not met, anarchy, you understand, anarchy ensues that we cannot let happen and we cannot let unaccounted for or unpunished. This is a leniency that we have given Ms. Maha, and it is a leniency we give because you have proven to be successful in what you do and to get the results the ministry requires.
You know why it's Precentor Dunbar, right? Out of character?
Preceptor Dunville.
Perceptor Dunville. Yeah.
Wait a minute. Which one's the head of the Ministry of Preservation then?
That is Dunmore, I believe. Let me just double check.
You were so
No
close.
relation.
So is he related to Dunsum?
Dalmore, sorry. Lord
Dalmore.
Dalmore.
Unless
Dalmore and Dunville.
And
Gotcha.
who we know had ties so the reason Ulf is after Silas is because his wife died in Lord Dalmore's estate after Silas sold. It's
Gotcha. That's
it's a
Dalmore.
tricky
there's no
wicket.
physical evidence that
Allegedly.
points to that.
That Dalmore is the head of the Ministry of Preservation and is part of what's coming to Silas. Dunville, Precentor Dunville is the one who is Preceptor Dunville is probably the one who is responsible for the horror.
The 1%er Dunville. I just like that. That's where my brain went when you said that, because he's also basically
Enter Dunville.
a 1%.
Dunville also sits on the city council.
As does Dalmore? Dalmore does not sit on the council.
Okay, but Dunville. Hey, by the way, do you know anything about what's going on with Precentor Dunville? Why he was gone for a while and came back all swole-like? Is that something you can get just from eating right? That's kind of your thing, right?
He gives you a commercial for the Ministry of Preservation products with the ministry's new oat blend meal straight from the Tacker Islands crop. And just gives a whole you too can be healthy if you eat,
While
Message
you
brought
didn't
to you
check
and
the
paid
Oakland.
for by the Ministry of Preservation.
while she's giving her little sales pitch, Reese just takes a very loud sip of coffee.
You should totally just spit in your coffee and take a sip of it.
No. We have communicated that. There has been an exchange of views there.
She knows what happened.
All right.
I didn't try to hide it.
Thanks. Let me walk you out.
Please and thank you. And she gives a smile, just a big old fake smile to all of you.
Wave over a few of our henchmen and start encouraging her in a direction.
No, yeah, she's leaving. We're walking her out.
Yeah,
It's cool.
we're walking her out
Uh,
with some armed guards.
No, she has her own armed guards. Don't poke
That's
the
fine.
bear.
We're all polite here. We're all civilized people.
Also, don't poke bear.
No, Reese was not polite.
That's true.
Just be lucky you didn't fucking stab her.
Yeah, you should.
He's like,
Then
"Right
someone
now."
will be accelerated.
Let me just put it this way: the guards are between Reese and her. So, as a
Yeah, I think she follows. She's not putting. She is leaving, and she's trying to treat you with respect. She doesn't want an HR violation on her.
these
record,
guards
but,
are for her protection.
but she does kind of turn, look at the guards, look at Reese, and she'll turn to whoever's next to her, which I think is probably the messenger at this point, and be like, again, sorry for the intrusion. I just wanted to make sure your organization was up to date with the current information, so that we could move forward in the best possible, with all current information. That is to say, I will thank you for your hospitality. It is always a pleasure to come here and visit with you like this.
We appreciate that you found this the most efficient way to let us know. Why, if you'd sent us a courier, we would have had to have followed up and taken up more of the time of people with your organization. But now we know where things stand. And as she's exiting, I'm going to turn to the crew and whoever looks fastest, right? And say, you, the Roost, get Silas, Cole, and Emily.
As you say, and with like military precision, right? These are like cops, military personnel.
Dudes with Nighthawk masks just run off into the night.
There you go. Yeah.
Yeah, we are sending a runner to get back 2 founders and Cole.
Cool. Yeah. And she leaves, and Sarah is continuing to load up the boat. She is giving you guys distance in case you need a minute to decompress and discuss what happened. But she is kind of ever so often giving you the eyes to be like,
yeah, gotta go.
She's either looking for an opening or like, hey, when you have a minute.
Yeah, gotta go talk to Sarah. Well, I'll go let Sarah know that Silas is coming. Also,
all right. As soon as she leaves, like as soon as she's like out the door, like Reese will like in the most frustrated way just shatter his mug against the wall and stomp off out of the room.
You clean that up.
Yes, sir.
You just
I will. As you throw it against the wall, I will grab your shoulder and be like, "Hey."
I mean, I walk off regardless. Like
you can walk with him. You can walk.
What are you even so mad about?
But you hear Reese sort of like grumbling under his breath.
I mean, it sounds like Reese is angry. Maybe he wants vengeance, and I should talk to him about that.
And so the 2 guys who are mopping up the broken coffee mug, one is like, "Is this all they're gonna have us doing?" And like the other is like, "Shut up! It is in the trials and tribulations that we know his vengeance." And like,
yes. Oh God.
Yeah. Cool, guys. So let's jump back real quick to the Roost, where again one of your thugs runs in wearing a Nighthawk mask.
Is this something we've been aware that he's having them do?
They're doing it on their own now. They're following.
He's not hiding it. He does come.
I definitely kind of like.
He's a bit out of breath. Just not that he's out of shape, but just like it is a bit of a jog from the grotto to the.
If I may, I think it's probably like the difference in between Batman and the hockey pads Batman from the second Chris Nolan Batman.
So, hockey pads, and it's the guy.
Yeah. So you've got the Nighthawk, and now we've got hockey pads Nighthawks.
And as he runs in, he kind of he gives a nod to Emmeline, but he looks at Cole and Silas, and he's like, "The messenger needs you." He looks around the lair. He mouths.
Cole's gonna walk up to him, and
it's urgent.
He's gonna take the guy's mask off of him.
No, I'm exposed.
Just kind of like in disbelief because to me, like the messenger needs us. Is this really an emergency?
I mean, it doesn't. It's not a problem that can be solved with violence. Otherwise, the messenger wouldn't need you.
Right.
Right. If it was just a problem to be solved with violence, he would have just asked for Cole.
If the messenger chooses violence and he brings back coin, we're all good.
Yeah, I mean, he wouldn't ask for you, but he's asked for the spider, the whisper, and the cutter.
Leech.
I actually,
and Emmeline will kind of look over at Silas at this display and be like, "Everything okay? Do you have this?"
I got it. I can't imagine what craziness he's gotten us into this time.
I'm coming with you, but and I'm gonna drag this guy out by his ear, like just drag him out into the street by his ear. I'd be like, "What the fuck are you doing? Walking into my fucking bar with your fucking mask on, you fucking ingrate. I thought you were smarter than this."
You see, the problem, Cole, here is that they are both loyal and principled, and when you fill their mind with the garbage that the Nighthawk has, they're loyal to his beliefs, and the principles make sense. So, like, he does give you like the rhetoric of like, "Oh, well, here is why. Like, only in the mask do we hide ourselves, for vengeance is not for us, but for to glorify his holy name, the throne of judgment.
So I'm gonna take him. I'm happy to roll for this because I'm going to try to intimidate him back into. I'm like, yes, you fucking ingrates. You can worship whatever the fuck you want, but when you go out into public during the fucking day and you walk into a bar, maybe you just do it like you're a fucking person instead of some fucking masked vigilante.
Yeah, fair enough. Let's go
You know
ahead and
what?
roll it. I do like the idea that we might have some dissension amongst.
Or maybe he's like, yes, of course, for we are the Nighthawks and we must don the mask only at night.
Well, this is what. Yeah, we'll see how.
I think we can
I
get
think
there.
this guy needs a name at this point.
Yeah.
So he's gonna be Henry Evans, who is driven, glory-seeking, and resentful.
I'm into it.
He's worried about that FOMO. He wants to be in there.
He does want to be in there. What? Where is that?
We'll call this a. You're in a controlled position because they answer to you, and I think this is. We'll do a standard effect because I think the Nighthawks, because of what they are, as I said, the Nighthawks preaching has been insightful. Cool. A success with a complication. So yeah, let's go with Cameron's idea that he's like, no, of course, I understand. It is the cover of darkness that protects us, that hides our vengeance from those who would stop the rise in his holy name. So the complication here is like, this guy will be more to your liking in the daytime. Like, he'll act like a normal guy. At night, this guy's going all out.
That's fine.
Well, I think the other part of the complications, he really did not get the message.
No.
at all.
Well, I think the part of it is that he got the message, but he incorporated it into his stupid religious belief already. So
I feel like we have the buildings of another Arkosh.
Yep.
You just made it worse, Charles.
I don't think I did.
You
I don't think I
sewed
made
it.
it worse.
Oh, he's gonna sew that shit within the ranks, and they're gonna be mini Nighthawks. Like
That sounds great.
man.
They were already doing it. They ran it. They're just doing it right now. All right, we go down to the grotto.
Yeah, we go. Just let's go.
And you see the scene as described. People loading up the boat for Emmeline, and the three there, Reese is brooding.
As I come down, so what is this so important that I need to be disturbed from my business?
He was having breakfast.
So, yeah, apparently we don't work for the Hive anymore. Yeah, we
What?
work directly for the Ministry of Preservation. The Ministry of Preservation has decided that this is how the Hive will repay their 16 coin debt to the Ministry of Preservation. The Ministry of Preservation has informed us that they are being very generous to the Hive, and by doing this instead of just taking the Hive the fuck apart.
And the Hive is not coming after us?
Well, if they do, that's going to be a problem that we'll take up with the Ministry of Preservation, who has said that they don't want their subordinates fighting.
Okay, granted. But if they kill us before we have that opportunity...
That's not the Ministry of Preservation's problem. So, yes, we should be prepared to exercise violence, yada yada, but that's just every night. That's fine. The other important thing
Do
is
we
that,
still owe them the coin that we would owe?
yes, that's how the debt is being repaid. Though there's interest, so don't expect it to get paid off on your timetable. We don't even need to keep a book for the Hive's
We
debt.
just owe what
Silas,
we
thank
owe.
God.
Whew.
We're not going to ledger the Hive's debt. We're just going to pay the Ministry of Preservation
Just
until
skipping the
eventually.
middleman. We're just skipping the middleman.
Yes. Until we destroy them all. So,
Well,
but the
that's-
other thing is, the
Reese
Hive
enjoys that until we start destroying them.
Well,
has
Yeah.
aren't we
us
off
good-
talking?
Huh?
I'm off talking with Reese, right?
No, we can hear all this. Like I'm just in the other room.
Well,
Well, this
I
is
thought-
after. It took
Yeah.
a while for him to get there. So you guys could have already had your talk, and we can get
Okay.
back to that. But so the Ministry of Preservation understands we're very good at doing violent, terrible things, and we'll have violent, terrible things they want us to do now and then. Right now, your guy from the poker table, yeah, Henry. No, it wasn't Henry Moore. That's the other guy.
Henry Evans is
Lord Mora.
Lord
Lord
Mora was
Mora.
all that was given.
Lord Mora knows something that the Ministry of Preservation wants to know. The Lord Mora will tell the Ministry of Preservation what they want to know if something extrajudicial gets taken care of. So we are to immediately go find out what Lord Mora needs, and he'll pay us for the job too. And when he gets what he wants, the Ministry of Preservation gets what they want. And
You've had me
everything's
at they'll pay us.
yeah, well, okay, it's a job we don't get to turn down.
Seems fine. We don't have any other. Emmeline's taking care of her Deathlands.
Oh, we have plenty of other
Yes.
things to do. The Demmer sisters still have it coming, as do the Billhooks.
Yes,
And,
but
and a couple cops.
those aren't going to solve themselves in one night. But it
Not
appears,
with that attitude, they won't.
from
Messenger.
what I've noticed, is some
Messenger
of
said-
their activities have gone down
Yeah.
relative to us. And
Well,
I'm okay with that. I still want them both dead and in the drink. But if we have this job that we need to do that will pay us, that's better.
Sure, it's fine. We should also be stealing their spirit gate or whatever that was.
Right.
Your blinky light rocks. But yeah, great. So we should go talk to Lord Mora. We find out if his job is worth taking, or if we're just going to take Lord Mora and make sure that the information gets out of him that way. Like, at worst case, we kill the guy, Emmeline wrings it out of his ghost. Like, we'll get the information the Hive needs. Or, excuse me, the Ministry of
I definitely,
Preservation.
when he does like that with a ghost, I kind of just don't give a.
Yeah, the messenger's just like, yeah, ghost, dish rag. I mean, you ring them out the same either way, right?
Yeah.
My department.
At that, Sarah is going to tentatively approach the kind of huddle of Nighthawks happening now, and she's just going to be like, "Excuse me, could I
Yes, Sarah.
butt in? I just wanted to explain events from a different perspective than the good lady Slane. As you know, I have a working relationship with Maha and the Hive, and I was there and witnessed what happened firsthand. Needless to say, Maha is not pleased with this
I mean,
recent
if I
turn
were
of
in her
events.
shoes, I wouldn't be either.
She has no reason to blame you. She thinks that you guys have done her good work, and is angered that you are being torn from her. She would much rather have just paid in coin. She thinks something's up, and between us friends, would like you to keep an eye on Lady Slane. Maha no longer trusts her the same way she once did, and feels that she might have influence far beyond the Ministry of Preservation.
Yeah, she got kind of
Yeah.
twitchy when I was talking about Forgotten Gods, so she's obviously up to stuff. Honestly, rich people are always up to stuff. I look straight at Silas and go, "You know what I'm talking about."
Sarah, could you tell me, since you have this relationship, first off, how was the Hive not able to pay its 16 coin debt? Was it just
It's
like a
not
cash
that-
flow issue?
It's not that they couldn't. I'll be completely honest with you. I don't know the ins and outs of
course.
the entirety of Hive finance. I mean, I guess in some world it is possible that the Hive is kind of living hand to mouth with their tributes, or there is corruption among their ranks, and Maha or Karth are taking from the top.
Sure.
This does seem a little likely. I know I've, been a bit cagey with some deals in their behalf before. I think it all comes down to where the money was coming from and what it was about. Like, there's a lot of symbolism here that the ministry is bringing to bear. Like, this is not just an economic situation. This is not a business deal gone sour. According to what I witnessed, Lady Slane made it seem like it was a slap in the face to the ministry. And like, knowing someone like Dalmore or the others in the ministry, that's not necessarily how they operate. So long as money's flowing in, they're happy. which is why I think Maha's a little on edge about what's going on with Slane.
So is what you're saying is that there was 16 coin owed. It was going to be coming, but from one source, that source didn't happen for some reason, and then the ministry took offense at this. And then was it the ministry that came up with the idea of getting paid in our labor, or was it Maha's idea?
No, it was Slane's specifically.
So it was engineered. Do you know where the coin was supposed to be coming from? I know you don't know the ins and outs, but
As far as I heard, it wasn't even money that the Hive brought in themselves. It was supposed to be just a transfer. The Hive was supposed to get money from the Northhook Company, which is, we all know, a subsidiary of the ministry itself, and then give that back to Slane. For whatever reason, I don't know, maybe they needed more hands to make light work. Maybe they just wanted it kind of laundered. Whatever the case, it did not make it back to the ministry.
yeah, Cole smiles at her, but when he turns away, he stares fucking daggers at Silas. He's like, I don't want to say, and he's like, I'm not going to say anything while Sarah's here. He's like, well, thank you for that, and he just turns away, and he's like, he eye fucks the shit out of Silas. He's like, you motherfucker, we know where 16 coin were when this whole fucking thing started.
So it's starting to sound a little. I'm saying this to Sarah. It's starting to sound like a little like Lady Slane may have wanted a weapon and may have taken steps to get it. Because as far as you understand the Hive's position on this, it kind of came out of nowhere. And it's kind of all about Lady Slane more than it's all about the Ministry of Preservation.
I think that's a reasonable way of looking at it. That's definitely what Maha's thinking.
It's cool. We can be, some high muckety muck in the government's pet smuggling / hit squad. But there's things we'd rather be.
Well,
what?
There's things that Maha would rather like. Maha would like the arrangement that was in place previously to be the arrangement that continues moving forward. However, in light of everything, she does just want to see this debt placed to bed. If Lady Slane wants you as a weapon, so long as that weapon is not directed at the Hive for the time being, let it be done. Let this business be over. Because Maha does not want to go with the war with the ministry. If she brings up any accusation against Lady Slane, she is under the impression that Lord Dalmor will come to her defense, bury it, and only make life more miserable for the Hive, and perhaps further bury you within the bureaucracy that is the ministry. By her estimation, the best case scenario is you do this job for however long it takes, play nice, play by their rules. But if you should you find something that can fuck them over, Maha will be in your corner to help make that a reality.
Great.
I fully plan to cooperate just to not get us killed.
A rising tide of blood lifts all boats.
As long as we're getting coin out of this, I don't see what the problem is. It's clear that Jerry Maha doesn't hold a grudge against us. It's not anything we did. So we just cooperate and line our coffers.
Yeah, until a time that we can put things to right. I'm sure you guys have a lot to discuss. I didn't mean to interrupt. I just wanted to provide what insights I had.
Oh, that was very good insight, Sarah.
Yeah, we appreciate it, Sarah. We don't want to be you know us. We have lots of ambitions, but we don't want to be anybody's tool without knowing who's holding the handle.
But that's the situation we find ourselves in.
Yeah. Well, that is the way of things. I think we should go talk to Lord Moral Murray.
Mora.
Moron?
Right, Lord Mora.
First enter
Murray
Denville.
Mora. And see whether we're coming back with a plan or a ghost in a bottle.
When Sarah leaves,
I hope
she does
a plan, because a plan means coin. A ghost in a bottle means a ghost in a bottle.
When Sarah
Get the
leaves,
information out of him, and then we'll sell him to someone else.
And how
That's
are we going to get a ghost in a bottle when Emmeline is going to be busy?
We'll work it out.
We'll be back in 3
What are
days.
people
Don't
gonna
make it a
do?
problem.
But
This
once
wolf's
that-
going to be out of his body for 3 days.
I, for one, am ready to go when anyone else is.
yeah, once Sarah leaves, Cole will bar the door, like lock the door, shut, and he'll be like, "You motherfuckers know where the 16 coin went, right?"
Oh yeah.
I know you, Messenger. I know you know. I don't know that the rest of these chuckle fucks know, because like you always
they
know.
know.
Yeah,
You know,
we
I know you
we know they know they know. You know, I'm fucking doing it myself now.
The conspiracy spreads.
What do you mean?
See, this is why I asked the fucking question, because you got to know before you go into the shit. All right, like it's
Is
fine.
this 16 coin stuff that we collected?
Okay, so I think Cole is visibly upset, and he's like throwing things around the lair. He's just like, he actually has the mask of the guy. He throws it at the Nighthawk, and he's like, so
I catch it.
yeah, it's fine. It was gonna hit you in the chest. So
Yeah.
we were given 16 coin to launder through the casino, right?
Oh, yes.
Yeah. It's not surprising that 2 weeks ago we got more coin than any of us has ever seen before. And then, you remember who came and said that we should take the job? Silas, you told us that Lady Slane's fucking bodyguards
Oh, yes, she
said
did.
that we should take the job. Right? Yeah. It's what happens when you tie your own fucking noose and you put it around your own head and then you string it up by a tree and then you hand it off to somebody. Right.
I don't know. I feel like it just meant we were already working for her and just setting this stuff in motion for Jerry Maha, even though she doesn't know.
Yeah,
I
this
trapped
wasn't for
silence
Jerry
out of
Maha's
them.
benefit.
Yeah.
This was for Lady Slane's benefit.
Right.
Yeah.
And she's probably not even on the up and up within the Ministry of Preservation.
No.
Which means that if shit goes downhill, she's not going to come to our defense. She'll leave us out to dry.
That's what I'm fucking saying. Is
So will
ultimately,
everyone else.
oh yeah, at the end of the day, she's probably just the nicest fucking person, and she likes us, and you know, she'll probably save our butts in case, you know, because we're such good earners or some shit.
Well,
Oh
I mean,
wait,
that's not that different from Maha, who would also
Yeah.
leave us.
it's not.
But now we're reporting to Maha's boss. See, look at
But there's
Silas,
a
our
there's a
fearless leader
scale difference,
here, now has
right?
us reporting to an even higher power.
There's a scale difference in this, right? When you have a lieutenant, right, and he has a unit of men, he cares about those people, and yeah, he'll send some of them off to die, but he knows who they are. He knows their names. He like sees them, etc. Right? But when you have a fucking general who never even saw a bunch of fucking Skovlander privates, all he thinks about is that's 20 guns right there, and he sends them over the hill. He doesn't give a fuck if they live or die. As long as they take 2 more inches of territory, it's all good for them. And that's the scale difference that I have a problem with. I'm okay with it, and I'm glad we know about it. But I just want to be clear that things have changed. Because we're still not that fucking big. We got a lot of territory now, but we're still pretty fucking thin. And then we're going to be having the rovers out, and one of our boats. So, like, it is what it is.
So yeah, I'm with you. I don't think this is actually the general. This is more like the general's aide, which would
Oh, yeah.
be what?
A
colonel?
major,
I
a
don't know.
colonel, whatever.
Sure, maybe major. But yeah, that's definitely what's happening here.
Let's go hear
What?
about the job.
I
The
agree.
So,
Nighthawks are going
there
to
is
do
an
what the
upside,
Nighthawks
though.
have always done and take care of the Nighthawks.
There
That's
is an
not
upside
working.
though. If we were under the hive and we got bigger than the hive,
Hey,
we would have a problem with the hive.
I agree.
Now that we're under the Ministry of Preservation, if we get bigger with the hive, we don't have a problem with the hive. It pushes back the timeline on when we have to make a decision about whether or not we want to get bigger.
Oh yeah, we were
A
always
little.
going to have that. We were always going to have that problem out in the future, and it
And
does
it's
push it.
pushed back a bit now, but
Mhm.
like
But soon we will get bigger, and then
that's
see-
way in the future. though.
Night.
You see, the problem I have here is that I'm not even certain that we're actually working for the ministry. Have we ever met with anyone other than Slade herself?
You want to walk in there and see if we're on their books? Because that's not how that'll work.
I mean, she did invite us to. She said that we could get a job and that we could start
did.
going to work every day.
And you guys have met Dalmore when you went to Lord Strangford's party, but that was before meeting Slane or any of this.
Yeah, this all sounds pretty fishy. I'm not even sure where this is even
I'm happy.
something
I'm happy to
they're
go
aware
learn
of.
about the job, but I point over at the Nighthawk. I'm like, but you motherfucker, don't be sending your boys out in fucking face masks in the middle of the day. Right. I recruited these
free.
fuckers.
To do what they please. They are
No,
free to
no,
pull
they're not
away
free
the
to do what
lords
they
and the god
please.
of
They
vengeance.
No,
represent
no.
us.
They work for us, dude.
Yeah, they are not free to do what they please. That is false.
I mean, they
No,
were
no.
taking orders.
They were
On
taking
the
orders.
Nighthawk.
Yeah.
They,
so you
they did
fucking.
what we asked, did they
So you
not?
ordered them to do it. So you're
And
taking
we
responsibility for it.
And now we
Yes,
ask that they
they
don't
came to
wear their
bring you
masks
here.
outside during the day.
You understand, though, if they walk out of the front door of this place in a mask, and they walk in to the front door of another place in a mask, that's going to draw heat.
Yes. During the day, at nighttime, whatever the fuck.
Well,
During
at
the
nighttime
day,
in different doors. Here's the thing. You've taught them to follow your thing. If you're going to do that, though, you need to teach them discretion.
Agreed.
Because you do this thing where you just show up out of nowhere. You step out of a shadow, whatever. You can do that. But they can't do that. They're dumb
Right.
fucks.
Now there are dumb fucks, but they're dumb fucks. And if you don't teach them discretion, we're gonna have a fucking issue.
The Nighthawks should own the night. I agree.
Yes. That's okay. That's something to work on.
As long as you're taking away a lesson here, because like, I'm not certain that I'm communicating. I feel like I'm talking to a fucking brick wall. You agree that they need to be fucking sneaky, and that maybe they don't need to be wearing fucking Nighthawk stupid masks, walking out of the front door of fucking Silas's business, and then walking down the street, or up the street to the bar, coming to get us, right? You agree that that's fucking idiotic.
Don't commit crimes wearing your own merch.
The Nighthawks attack
well,
from the darkness.
if it's all the same to everyone else, I would like
Vengeance.
at least
Yeah.
to hear about this job.
The Nighthawk can start selling merch for a second
Yeah.
line of income.
I know, right?
Yes, please.
Honestly, this is like we need to set up a company store.
A claim. You want to build a claim to
A
sell
claim.
Nighthawk merch.
Yes.
That okay, now we're on to something. See, if you do that, then it's a cover. Because they might think there's somebody else's dumb fucks as long as you
Right.
get other people's dumb fucks wearing the mask.
Yes, let's work on that. Job.
Am I gonna get the aside with Reese, or are we not gonna do that?
It's up to you guys.
I guess whenever we're done with this conversation, we can.
Because
Well, we're
before we go
we're
too much
gonna-
further, I did want to have that conversation which happened previous to this.
That's
Then do it.
Okay.
If you guys want it.
So you
Yeah,
threw the coffee mug and wandered off, and I put my hand on your shoulder and followed you.
Yeah, Reese sort of just walks back into his back into the workshop, and just kind of like puts his leans up against the desk and just puts his hands down on the desk and just is looking frustrated with the whole situation.
What troubles you?
All this shit with the lady Slade, she's just a load of gobshite.
You have history with her?
I'm just really tired of being people's pawns, that's all. It's been my whole career.
Yeah. What do you really want?
I mean, he looks at the plan on the wall.
What's the plan say?
He wants to kill all the blue coats.
Because
They're corrupt cops.
that's
And-
your real. Yeah, oh, perfect. That's exactly what I want to hear.
So
Yes.
if you remember in the last game, the Nighthawk and Reese went on a recon mission for the headquarters to see if there was a place we could plant a bomb. So,
So I would like to.
Yeah.
So yeah. Yes, you want to destroy the evil and the corruption in the city. To avenge those innocents that have been wronged.
That is correct.
We share common goals.
Oi, we do.
When I am frustrated like this, I find solace in meditation. Would you care
Yeah,
to
you
join
keep
me?
doing that. I'm gonna keep doing this. And he turns around and goes back to work on his board. To just steady his mind.
Can I try to convince him with a roll?
No.
No, you can't.
There's no rules for PvP, and I'm not going to be like
Yeah.
someone can mechanically.
Yeah.
change.
That's why I was literally just asking. That's fine, and then that's okay if the answer is no.
But RP wise, you can. You can present arguments and do all that jazz.
Is this how you clear your mind?
Reese sort of stops working. He's like, "Look, I understand you're trying to spread this throne or whatever, and I'm not going to fight you on it. I'm gonna let you do whatever you want with the
I'm
fellas.
trying to show you that you've always followed this path. This is the path you've always.
I'm going to tell you one time, Nighthawk. I'm not interested. If you bring it to me again, I'm going to slap you. But I do appreciate the help with the vengeance stuff. But I'm not really interested in following your god.
I will always.
And I don't want to hear about it.
Help you with the vengeance stuff.
Good. Let's keep it there. And he'll turn around and sort of.
He smiles actually a bit on that. Because in his mind, you're already a follower.
I'm fine with that.
By the way, out of character, why haven't you taken Vengeful as a benefit from another book?
Me?
No, the Nighthawk.
Oh.
Just haven't gotten there, man.
He's not that devoted to the god yet. The god has not blessed
I
him.
need a little something on the side from the last game.
He has Nighthawk wants and Virgil Caesarion wants, and sometimes
What-
things don't meet up.
What is Virgil Caesarion's little something on the side? I'm just curious.
I'm guessing this is like his. I'm gonna go with like this is like his inheritance. It's like a trust fund, right? And it slowly vests over time.
Did you just turn 18?
Yeah.
He has been a
He's like
founder
the
of
youngest
this.
of all of us. Yeah.
He's
No,
the
I know that.
founder-
We were joking earlier that he was in one of the other episodes. He was like 17, so it would make sense if he just turned 18, and that's why he was able to take money out of his stash, and now and he'd like talk to his lawyer and or his accountant, and is now able to get a stipend.
And now it's just like Virgil Caesarion, has got gambling debts. He's just this young kid. He's got no parents. And people are just like, oh, what's happening with this kid? He's just some rich kid blowing his money away.
And Silas decided to found a company with this kid?
At like 14.
Yeah.
At 14 years old, the Nighthawk, Emmeline, and Silas founded a criminal gang.
Listen, when Silas was 14, he probably had already had to take someone's life in the name of his family.
Yeah, this is
Right.
1800, so like they
Yeah.
started young.
Yeah.
Oh, sure. Right. It's a little more like...
It was his introduction of, like, hey, we usually pay people for this, but you need to be able to do it too.
Yeah.
To be fair, when
The fact that you became a founder and not just like a bag boy is impressive, though.
right, well, he had money. I think his
Yeah.
Cole. To be fair, canonically, Cole at 14 was enlisted in the military or conscripted into the
So-
military. So
Yeah. I mean, all you need to do to succeed in this society is hard work, grit, and a massive trust fund.
Yeah. True.
So some things never change.
Speaking of 1%er Caesarion.
1%er Dunville. All right, guys. So the crew is walking through the brightly lit flagstone crested Brightstone neighborhood, and you eventually approach. And how are you guys just walking? Did you take a cab? How do you think you're arriving here?
We had to go around Crow's Foot.
It's in Brightstone. Probably take a cab.
Are we
can't
paying
take
for this
one of the
cab?
boats?
We don't even have
Yeah.
to run.
You could take one of the boats if you wanted. Yeah, the Emerald
get-
Nighthawk is
If we
available.
can get close with the canal, that's probably the way to go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Don't we have to pay for that?
Pay for what?
No, not unless
Our
we're
boat.
doing a job.
Not if it's our boat.
So unless we're doing a job while we're using the boat, right now we're going to find out about a job.
Yeah, we're
Oh,
just
shit.
using the waterways just like everybody else.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let me just
But
pull
if
on
we
up.
transport cargo with our boat across, then we'll owe the gondolier or something. But
yeah, my
Yeah,
guess
you
is
guys can get close to fairly close to the Goldcrest neighborhood. You'd be parked in the Emperor's Way Canal around Rowan Bridge. From there, you could get onto the street around Marble Avenue and get to Sterling Lane.
I think we probably take the Clearwater all the way up.
Fair enough. I just closed my map. I'll take your word for that.
It's the one on the farthest right. of the north-facing map. I can't remember which direction this is.
Oh, okay, I see. So the Rowan Bridge there, and then what street did you say it was on?
It's on Sterling Lane.
Sterling Lane. Thank you. Of course, all their roads are named after fucking gems and shit, motherfuckers.
That's why I love living in this city. It makes you feel rich just walking down the street and saying the name.
I'm gonna kill you, Silas.
So you guys take the boat up the canal. You take a short walk up to Sterling Lane, where you stand in front of Lord Mora's estate. This is a pale stone townhouse with adjoining carriage house, much in the same way as some of the other buildings in this neighborhood, like Virgil Caesarion, aka the Nighthawk. This isn't an estate necessarily like you have, or even like some of the older families, though now dilapidated, would have had in Six Towers. This is kind of a townhouse. It's a bit more modern, but it does kind of have all the trappings of wealth and power associated with it.
We'll knock on the door.
Are we gonna knock on the door? Do we have a plan?
Yeah, our plan is to find out what the job is.
Yeah,
Yeah,
knock
so
on the door. I'll go up and knock on the door.
cool. So
Should any of
Silas,
us stay back, or
No, we can all go in. That's fine.
We have crew at the boat, right?
Yeah, we have
Yeah.
crew at the boat.
With the
That's
thugs.
Silas
go ahead.
Reese is kind of standing behind. He knocks the leftover dregs out of his pipe and starts packing it up again.
Cool.
And it's like just to do something in the background.
Yeah. I'll go in with Silas since I'm basically his bodyguard.
Okay. So standing up on kind of the stoop, Silas and the Nighthawk, and Silas, you use the knocker. It is a big kind of ornate, horseshoe-looking thing that you pound on the door, and it does open up into a long, thin hallway leading into the building. And standing there is something of a mountain of a man, both very tall. Fairly wide, especially in the shoulders. Decidedly not Lord Mora, as this is an Eruvian man. The fact that he opened the door is a bit shocking to you, as the Eruvians kind of hold an elevated place in the imperial society, and servitude, as you know it in Duskfall, is generally tied to wealth or a lack thereof. So generally you see a lot of Akarosi, a lot of Skovlanders in this position. It's a bit odd. He wears a headdress that is, or a head covering that looks similar to what we in our world might view as like a turban. Very long, dark, graying beard, and like a nasty scar from his neck, like leading down beneath his shirt. And he is dressed like, even though like the fact that he answered the door of this estate definitely gives off kind of like manservant vibes. He's definitely dressed very lavishly. And then from this long hallway coming down the stairs is a man whose mannerisms you recognize as the man at the Baccarat table 2 weeks ago, Lord Mora, who approaches the door and is like, Cheops, my good sir, please, I will take it from here. I will take it from here. Hello,
Kind of
I was
nod
informed
to the
that I would be
servant.
hosting you this evening.
Well, I see he still treated us with the utmost respect.
And he doesn't say anything. He just doesn't really move. He just kind of like this guy's almost like a statue. Like if it weren't for the pallor of life in his skin, you could almost confuse him as such. But again, Lord Mora is like, Cheops, I will take it from here. And he does not invite you inside. He actually steps out and closes the door. And he says, forgive me, normally I would offer you refreshments, though food, beverage, and the smoking of herb is not permitted among the collection.
Oh, I see.
Shall we?
Yes.
So he kind of motions over to lead you to the adjoining carriage house.
He's meeting with us in the garage. Okay.
The exterior of this building is constructed of the same pale stone as the townhouse, and petrified ivy climbs up its edifice, providing a rustic charm even this deep in the downtown area of Duskfall. A large arched wooden doors at the front have been reinforced with wrought iron. Some chemical, or some element must have been added into the glass because they are dark and opaque, and they are etched with runes or symbols that are decidedly, for those who know, not Hadrathi, but have been covered or encoded in a thin layer of chalk. These are on the windows. As you approach, there are two stone gargoyles that are perched on either side of the edifice, holding gaslit lanterns that flicker in an enigmatic yet welcoming display, though these almost gem-like eyes of these gargoyles seem to follow you as you approach the door. Lord Mora grabs the handle of the door and kind of putting on a voice that you might expect from a master of ceremonies. Be like, "Are you ready to view the collection? I warn you, it is not for the faint of heart."
Is Lord Mora in there?
I am Lord Mora.
And you want us to see your collection?
Indeed.
It's an honor, messenger.
All right. Let's get the notepad out again.
Reese will reluctantly put his pipe away.
You will like
smoke herb near the collection.
here. You will likely be quite fascinated by whatever pieces he has in here.
Indeed. So he opens the door to allow you into the collection.
Graciously step in.
And those of you with weird as a vice, this is like walking in to a high quality drug den if your vice were stupor. Allow me to explain. Inside the converted carriage house, it has been finished with dark oak floors that are partially covered in Eruvian rugs depicting ancient patterns and mystical symbols. The carriage house retains its high ceilings that have been reinforced with dark wooden beams from which hang elaborate electroplasmic chandeliers, providing ethereal lights and pocket of shadows. From an upstairs loft space, a gramophone is playing that scratchy yet soft music. Along the perimeter of the main room you walk into, there are floor-to-ceiling bookcases packed with books, scrolls, and manuscripts. Some sections are enclosed behind glass doors to protect the more delicate works. And just from a cursory view, you see all types of grimoires and spellbooks, rare first editions of occult text, alchemical manuscripts, esoteric encyclopedias, and scientific Sparkwright treatises. Contained behind the glass are an ancient parchment map of the world pre-cataclysm, along with several accompanying texts, several handwritten exploration diaries. On one shelf, there are three glass cloches that almost look like the container or the housing of a anniversary clock, if you're familiar with those, that sit empty, three of them. There is near the bookcases, there is a wooden plinth. On top is a tome that is actually chained to the plinth, kind of haphazardly, it would seem. Scattered around the room, there are more glass-fronted display cases lined with velvet and silk that Lord Mora used for showcasing his smaller artifacts. Again, a cursory display reveals things like Aruvian clay tablets inscribed with ancient Hadrathi runes, Severosi amulets and talismans, loose-leaf cryptozoological sketches, and early spirit photographs. That is, photographs of people who died 3 days prior, and this is supposedly the moment that captures the spirit leaving the body. Taking up a majority of the floor space in this room is a large, though low-sitting circular plinth that looks large enough to be able to hold a small carriage, and there's a simple wooden ramp that leads up to it, though again, it is empty. In the far corner of the room, a wrought iron spiral staircase leads up to a lofted space above. This is where the music is coming from the gramophone, though at this level initially, you can't see anything else up in that lofted space. And opening it, Lord Mora gives you a moment to bask in the collection. But then he will eventually say, please, before we talk business, my house is your house. Enjoy the oddities of the collection.
At Reese was already sort of making his way into the room as he was saying that, like he was already just kind of rushing past everybody to go. And with that, he reaches into his medical bag and pulls out a notebook similar to the messenger, and begins to take notes on the things he sees and things that interest him.
Yeah, the messenger would walk right in as soon as allowed to and start making notes of titles. Like the first thing you're gonna do is want to know, get an idea of what's there, and then he'll start looking. Then they'll start looking at what they can actually, what they're allowed to put their hands on.
Same.
Yeah. I'm gonna need to circle back to that, but before I do, what's everyone else doing?
I think I'll be cozying up with the Lord himself and being like, kind of just, you know, not brown nosing, but basically brown nosing, whatever the.
Glad handing. You're glad.
Yeah,
handing.
glad. There we go. That's what I'm glad handing him. Like, this is quite a substantial collection, and trying to not ask invasive questions about where it comes from, more like just general like facts and things about it.
Is there anything that's I don't know, forgotten gaudy here or not?
There's gotta be.
Almost certainly, though, without like diving into like specific titles or opening, like going through his bookcases, it's difficult to pick out anything in particular. You do recall that Lady Slane did mention that Lord Mora is a suspected member and even leader of the kind of criminal cult organization known as the Circle of Flame, which this group has had dealings with in the past. And if you're willing, Cameron, let's say that like you, your character kind of moseys on up that spiral staircase, because that's where
Sure.
you'll actually find some of the stuff you're looking for.
Okay. And he
So,
kind of gave us free reign to look about, right?
exactly. Yeah, he's not going to stop you. He wants you to
Yeah.
enjoy the collection. He wants you
Okay.
to know he knows he knows.
Okay.
So up the wrought iron staircase, this area is, and he probably, honestly, he'll probably walk with you and lead Silas up there because you're a man of wealth and taste. This area is furnished with richly upholstered armchairs and a fainting couch surrounded by a table littered with parchment, ink bottles, and oddities like a brass astrolabe crystal ball and what catches your eye, Nighthawk, a small obsidian statue of the forgotten god, the keeper of the flame. The statue stands about 10 inches tall and is carved to depict a twisted and elongated human body that has been sculpted to be seemingly engulfed in flames. There are fine lines and grooves have been carved across the god's form to mimic the texture of cracked stone, and these grooves have been inlaid with silver. The figure's head is very long, much more longer than is comfortable, and it is squared off like a plateau, or almost like the bottom part of like a crown of Lower Egypt. And it is faceted with multiple iridescent stones that you assume represent eyes of this creature, that seem to shift in color and intensity with the ambient light of the room. In the corner, perhaps of less interest to you, is an ornate mechanical grandfather clock, a brass telescope on a tripod, and a potted plant, seemingly living.
Uh,
All plant.
do I know anything like based on our previous encounters? I can't remember because I remember there was some theme where like like similar to things like in 40K where like Nurgle doesn't particularly like Khorne because Khorne is about mindless slaughter, whereas Nurgle likes life forms to appreciate his gifts, right? The Forgotten God of Vengeance doesn't like as much the God of the the was it the empty vessel, because that God is about emptying experiences in existence, and vengeance is an emotion, right? And so is the God of the, or is the Forgotten God of the Flame, what is its theme? What do I know of it?
So again, like when ascribing things to the Forgotten Gods, like these are creatures that we can only ascribe human emotions and characteristics to. So it's probably more accurate to say that like it's not that the Throne of Judgment wants vengeance, it's that that's how his followers perceive his desire,
Yes.
if such a thing could be said, and
Right.
manifested in this world. With the Keeper of the Flame, I'll let you decide how you want your god to interact with him. Like, I think you can have that power. This is
Sure.
collaborative storytelling. But some of his practices that are known and extant are like the ritual desecration of like religious iconography or things like that through flame. We've met Raffaello, who he's a painter who believes he gains divine inspiration for his paintings, almost like filling that role of a muse through just like staring into open flames. But like what you know of the Circle of Flame in particular is like, yeah, where like maybe the Keeper of the Flame used to be some like transgressive power, burning the temples and blah blah blah. Like his cult seems to just be more a bunch of nerds who like collecting esoteric stuff to show other people and say, hey, I'm better than you because I found this stuff, or I looted this stuff, or whatever the case.
I would say overall, probably at best, the Forgotten God of my Forgotten God and this one are probably somewhat neutral to each other at best, like or at worst. There may be some overlap, but I think that overall, one is about, both have some aspect that tends to involve accelerating some kind of passion within life, right? And so therefore there's at least that overlap, so they're not explicitly philosophically at odds in the human interpretation, right? So yeah, I think that I would like to reach out and touch it.
You do so. It's fairly remarkably cold.
Okay.
Like it's not painfully cold, but it's like if you grabbed like a bag of frozen vegetables from the freezer. Like it is cold, unnaturally cold.
No, does Lord Carif stuff's touched?
I think respectfully.
Mm-hmm.
So long,
Yeah. I'm not like I'm like
did everyone wash their hands? But like so long as people
bag
being
of Cheetos.
respectful with the collection. Like, what good is a collection if people don't know you have a collection?
Yeah.
But he will kind of look to Silas as you've been kind of glad handing him. And he will be like, if you'll excuse me for one moment, my good sir, I would like just a brief word with one of your companions.
Absolutely. By all means, I will enjoy the collection.
And he heads down the spiral staircase, and he approaches the messenger, and he seems a bit sheepish or bashful in his approach. But he will be like, excuse me, sir. Might I have just a briefest moment of your time?
I am so interested in giving you a moment of my time. This is a fascinating library of reference material.
He leads you over to the plinth and kind of scoots over a small wooden stool because you are gonna need to get up. But on the plinth is this haphazardly chained book, to which he apologizes. I'm sorry for the state of things. I found my first edition went missing, so I am taking higher precautions. But I was wondering if I might be so bold to ask to get you to sign it. And looking down, chained to this plinth, you see is a copy of Principles of Oblivion, 3rd edition.
Second,
Nope.
how does he have the third? Aren't we still working on the third?
Indeed, you are. This book has not been written yet. And yet there it sits on a plinth before you.
Okay, I need to flip to the credits plate. Who printed this?
So he like unlocks you, or unlocks the book for you, and you flip, I'm going to need you to resist for me unless you want to take some trauma.
It's from touching it.
From reading it specifically.
Yeah, I'm absolutely down to resist.
Forbidden knowledge of the future.
Man, I was just looking over because I know it's going to come up, but I didn't expect this quickly. The different special armor, special
looking at it too.
abilities. I need to get me one of those.
You need the warded one.
I was looking at warded. I was like, is focused going to be enough? But no, warded. Yeah.
People weren't meant to know their own future.
Right. So that sounds like resolve.
Yep.
It doesn't matter. All three of them are 3-die rolls. And if I remember correctly, the highest number is how much stress I end up taking.
No, so it's like, I believe you take 6 stress, and the number you roll reduces that amount by the die roll.
All right.
So you could take 0 stress, or you could take 6 stress.
There are no bonus dice on this. Like, any connection I have to this thing is not making me more proof against it.
Okay, so 2 stress. And it is a bit of a stressful situation. And here is what you gain from reading this thing. So like you read through like who published this, and like as you read it, it's like, no, yeah, that checks out. That's probably who I would do that. Like you read passages from the book, and like, no, that's how I would put that. Or like, you will notice you're not the only author on this. Nebra is listed as well, and unfortunately, he can't get her signature. But it's like, oh no, that sounds like something Nebra was like. Everything makes sense. But as soon as it is
Sister
cataloged,
Spooky credited?
in the acknowledgments.
Acknowledgements.
Yeah.
So Sister Spooky is not on here as a co-author.
Correct. And but it's again as that is cataloged in your mind, as you're like, oh, this makes sense. You immediately forget whatever knowledge that was. So it's like if you've ever like read a page and like your mind spaces, right? Yeah, similar view. It happens whatever. Like you could go read it and like, yep, that's how I remember it, and then nothing.
Can I take notes as I'm writing?
You absolutely can, but they come out in a language you can't comprehend. But it's a language that does seem familiar.
What? What?
It looks like the language in the marginalia of Preceptor Dunval's copy of.
Fantastic. So yeah, definitely turning to Lord Mora, and just what what?
Indeed. I was quite stricken with some of your ideas as well. Mm-hmm. He like preemptives, not knowing what you're gonna say.
But let's go back to the publishing plate. It's got a date in the future, right?
Mhm.
I can, even if I can't remember the date, I can point to it and I know this is a date in the future.
Mhm.
We're not here yet. How do you have this?
Oh, my dear man. As you say, and he actually like flips a couple pages and like on paragraph 3 of page 342, you discuss how time is all relative, and it essentially gives you a treatise of how like none of this matters. It has always existed and never existed in similar state and form. Which, as you read, you're like, oh, okay, this kind of makes sense. But then, as he flips the page again, nothing. Although he does seem to retain knowledge of it. He sees something on that page that your mind is unable to retain.
Excuse me, sir. Are you classified as human?
No, I am a meat popsicle.
Yes.
Okay.
And there's definitely like a question mark at the end of that. But
Okay, cool.
and like I think I mean you're probably a little preoccupied mentally right now, but like I think that it does kind of spark something in your mind as you're looking at things like this collection, like and you probably heard of the rumors of the Circle of Flame as kind of wannabe academics and people again who collect this stuff to say they have it and to be like right, but like you're looking at some of this stuff and like some of this stuff academically uh is impressive. Like he has things that like this was published once and was thought lost. Like how do you have this thing? And not to like overinflate the messenger sense of ego here, but like in this like pre-cataclysmic map of the Shattered Isles and like its accompanying text, like there are um certain articles that support the messenger's very specific belief of the history uh, of this world and humans' arrival upon it.
Yeah. So, okay. You have a very impressive collection, Lord Mora.
Yes, thank you.
I am. This book, it has an interesting relationship with reality, and I think I will be okay. I think I will be happy to sign it. But I would like to ask, could would it be all right if I imposed upon you for access to your collection in the future? As I said,
Of
the
course,
amazing
should this
reference.
job that I am to pose to your associate upstairs be completed with relative haste, access to my collection will be granted to not only you but to all of you. And because indeed, I would like a good word with your co-author once she arrives back in city. He says, without anyone having mentioned that Nebra is out of the city.
Yeah. That. Yeah. All right. That's fine. That's fair. And the messenger is absolutely thinking if it doesn't work out, they're gonna have to figure out how to break in here. But great. Yes. Sign the impossible book. That's fine. We will absolutely sign.
The Impossible Book.
Messenger.
I love it. Next episode's title. No,
Yeah.
and Reese, similarly, looking through stuff, you find things that are um, like of interest to you. Like some of these scientific Sparkwright treatises are for things that like some of this stuff like ought to have been patented. Like some of these things could have solved so many problems in the city. Like it could have modernized quicker. Like its reliance on coal and or electroplasmic energy could have been some of those energy problems could have been resolved earlier in the past. But like these seem to be like one of a kind things that like never saw the light of day. Like it's almost like looking at them kind of like the messengers. Like are these even real? Like if someone had these, Like, why didn't anyone hear of them? Why wasn't there a bigger deal of them being suppressed if they were? How are they here? You know.
There's yet another simple proof for the Goldback conjecture. You know. Sure. So yeah. Are they like sort of locked up behind glass, or can he like kind of open up the schematics?
A lot of them are behind glass, but minus the book, which like has been locked up because the first one disappeared, as we know from a previous game. It seems like he is open to people respectfully handling the collection, so there's really nothing under lock and key here.
All right, cool. Yeah, so he's Reese is kind of gonna go through and see if he can copy down some of the finer details of some of the more interesting pieces of technology.
Yeah, cool.
Specifically anything related to like just Sparkcraft in general, and as well as like the he's thinking about his the contraption that he'd built already, the ectoplasmic phantasmatronic containment system, which holds 6 spirit bottles and is basically like a ghost vacuum.
Yeah. Cool. So much like the messenger, I'm gonna need you to resist taking some trauma.
All right, let's see how this goes. This might be a quick game for Reese. All right.
Resolve or insight make a lot of sense depending on how you're going at it. Whichever one you've got more.
Yeah, I think
abilities in.
I think insight makes a little more sense from this perspective because he's just trying to wrap his mind around it all. Because it's all like it's literally like walking into a you've been working on a mathematical proof for years and someone just has a haphazardly has a 3-line proof of it. And you're like, what the? So I think let's go with insight. Okay. And I guess I will push myself for 2 extra stress just to make sure I get an extra die on that.
What? But
Sorry,
that's you're trying to avoid stress with this, though.
I'm trying to avoid trauma.
No.
Oh no, yeah. So you're avoiding trauma by resisting.
Okay.
You're just this is just seeing how much stress you take.
Oh,
Right.
okay. I
You
thought if I
already
failed,
avoided
I'd
the
get
trauma. No,
Oh, okay.
you already succeed. The way resisting
Oh,
works is you dodge the thing, and then we figure out
Or
how
it
much
is
stress it costs
reduced.
you to do it, or it's
Okay,
reduced.
cool.
Yes.
But in this
All
case, yeah, you're dodging the trauma.
All right, here we go.
Nice. So you take 1 stress. So I think like as you're writing these notes, you kind of come to your senses a little bit earlier than perhaps like the messenger did with his book, maybe because there's a level of detachment for you. But then again, these notes that you write down, and as you said, you're just kind of copying this information. It should be easy. You're you're a leech. You do this thing all the time, but the notes you take are in a language you don't recognize. Now, again, if you saw the messenger's OG Principles Oblivion Marginalia from Preceptor Dunville, it looks like a related language, though not the same language.
So you said I don't recognize the language at all, but it looks familiar, similar to what, but not the same as what would be in the messenger's original book.
Specifically, what has out of character, and perhaps for some of us in character, was like the Forgotten God's own hand.
Sure.
Writing, right?
Okay.
So you could almost say like it looks like it's in a similar language group. So like this is probably either a language used by followers of Forgotten God, or perhaps a different Forgotten God than the specific empty vessel.
And I'm
But this
assuming
guy,
any sort of
this
like,
guy's tied up with the Forgotten Gods.
and I'm assuming any sort of like architecture sketches I do are off as well. Like they don't match any like if you were to do a drawing to match like a schematic, that would probably be messed up too, right? Like it would just wouldn't be recognizable.
Yeah, and like not only it's not like you can't draw them. It's like the thing you do draw are like horrifying. They're like things like you want to destroy the page. It's like trying to draw like I'm going to draw a schematic of a school bus, and then you draw like the world on fire at the end of days as the 4 horsemen cross the cliffs of Gehenna, right? And you're like, nope, don't need that.
So real quick, Reese is gonna do a quick medical check on himself to make sure he didn't accidentally encounter some kind of drug here.
Yeah.
So let's do
let's do a control position. You're a doctor, and I think this will have great effect.
Okay. What? Let's see. What should I roll for this?
Probably study. Maybe
Yeah.
survey.
It would have to be study.
Maybe-
I don't have survey.
Maybe tinker.
I don't know about tinker. 'Cause tinker is not really medical, right?
Well,
It
it
is
is
for
if
you
you have
'cause
the
you're a s-
physiker.
Oh, all right. Well, I guess I could do tinker.
And remember,
I
you
mean,
can't always roll something you have no dots in. It's just you roll
Yeah.
2 dice and you take the lowest.
Yeah. Okay. Minus the disadvantage. I'm gonna go with study. I think that makes more sense. Just in this case, because he's more thinking back to his medical past as opposed to some sort of technology. So, all right, let me do that one. You set him from a controlled position with
And great effect.
great effect. Okay.
A 4. A success with a complication. So the success is you do discover, Reese, like you did not encounter drugs. You were completely lucid. You've been good. Like you haven't touched the stuff. It doesn't seem like doing a cursory glance. It's not like this place has been laced with like hallucinogens or like you know, or like there's mold that's infecting your mind or something like that. Like it seems
Sure.
like you are lucid, and that complication is the stress that you incur from that realization. I'll give you one more stress for the realization of no, I'm completely sober. This is real and it's not right.
Okay. Reese will close his notebook, and take like 3 or 4 steps back from from what he's looking at. Are there any like signatures on the drawings, or like who the architect was that designed these schematics? Is
Yeah.
there like a date as well?
Yeah, but and in trying to copy any of that down or commit it to like memory, you're experiencing the same thing that kind of the messenger was, right?
Oh, okay. So I don't give you the names either. Like I don't recognize a name then, or one that I can't,
Well, it's like you do,
can't
but
hold on to.
you can't. Yeah, exactly.
Sure. Um. Reese, 2 more stress really peaks up to the frustration that he's feeling right now. All right. He will put his notebook away and attempt to sort of meet up with. I guess the first person he'd probably see would be the messenger. So he'll go and
Yeah,
go
the
and
messenger standing with Lord Mora. Lord Mora, I think, will see that that the collection had caught your eye, and he'll kind of put an arm out to lead you into the huddle with the messenger around this plinth and be like, "My dear good doctor, did you enjoy your viewing of the collection?"
Let's say it's fascinating. He'll pull his notebook out and hand it to the messenger and say, "Can you read this?"
Yeah, I'm gonna make a try of it, but I doubt that's gonna happen, right?
Yeah, I won't have you roll for any any
First-
additional trauma from reading it. But yeah, what you do notice, again, as I said, is like um, you notice this language is similar to what you've seen before, and that what you have recognized is like the language of the empty vessel, but it is not the same. Like this is a derivative of it, probably um, a contemporary derivative. Um, and then again, his schematics that he draw are just like horrible scenes that man would not to know. Like he drew geometry that cannot exist even in drawings, and
Like
it
some
is
empty Escher type shit.
yeah, like yeah, to the nth degree, like even
Sure.
even kind of worse. But yeah,
Yeah, so it's like, yeah. If it's gonna be like that all the time, can we? Are there any books? Are there any? Is there any material in here that can be referenced without producing this? I'm showing it to Lord Mora. Things we can't read, or will I be able to read once I have your permission to use this place for study? How does this work?
he looks a bit shocked. You can't read these things.
I can't read his notes. I can't read my notes. I can read this book, and I understand what I'm reading when I read it, and then when I turn away, it's like I wasn't paying attention in class and something's already gone.
This is rather concerning. What good is the collection if you cannot remember the collection that you viewed? This will need to be something that I look into. You are the first that I have shown the collection to that have had such problems.
Yeah, so that's interesting. Um, maybe you can like test people on what they see to establish that they're really seeing what they see, and it's not you're the only one who can read it, and everyone else is just lying to you, except us, of course, since for whatever reason we're rather
Blunt?
garbled about this.
Looks like the technology and the schematics over there. It's all fascinating. It's all
Okay, cool.
amazing.
What actually?
But I can't remember it. I
What's
know that it's fascinating. I know that
what's
it's groundbreaking.
what's the most mundane and least impressive work in your collection? Let's establish a ground level.
He takes you over to some Aruvian clay tablets with ancient Hadrathi runes, which, like, to the untrained eye, would be like actually the more valuable archaeological piece. But he kind of leads you over to them, and viewing those, you can read the Hadrathi on them and their ancient kind of warding stones that would have been probably placed upon the lintel of a house to ward early humans who did not have access to lightning barrier technology.
So
Okay,
I'll,
cool.
I'll try
So
to.
I'm
I'll
taking
try to
notes on
copy. Yeah, same.
I'm taking notes on them, and then I want to show those notes to Reese and see if he understands them. Yeah.
So eventually we both like quickly copy something down and show each other the notebooks.
Yeah.
Can I read his notebook?
Yeah, you absolutely can. And Lord Mora is, as you guys are doing that, and he lets you, and he likes that you're enjoying the collection to this degree, is giving you the whole rundown of these were found at an archaeological dig outside of Urudasha when Cheops and I were in the good year of 814, when I was a young lad than I am now. And he's just kind of going on to the history of how he found these things.
Okay, so there are some things in here which are not beyond comprehension. But yeah, all right. Well, this place is a minefield. Great, noted. I can go research things, but A, I'll take stress for it, and B, whether or not I get back out with something is dubious. Whatever. Such are the costs of things. Let's find out what the job is.
Cole doesn't enter the room. This whole time, Cole has been standing next to the doorway, like holding his spirit band charm, and he has gone white knuckle on the shillelagh, like tucked inside of his coat. He's like, nope, fuck this place. Everything about here is wrong. And I think to a degree that he's completely distracted. I think he's currently listening to a ghost tell him about like something in like how dangerous this place is and how they're all gonna die here.
Oh yeah, I forgot that you're haunted. So yeah, let's do this. So there's a ghost. It hasn't fully manifested for you, so like others can't see it. But it is like whispering to you and only you. And we could argue, like, is this a ghost or are you having a mental breakdown? But that's for the alienists to discuss. What we will talk about today is what the ghost tells you. And the ghost does point at like specific items, and it is essentially like, that's okay, you can get near that one, stay away 5 feet away from that. And essentially what this ghost gives you is that Lord Mora has been a very naughty boy, and he has asked for gifts from entities, intelligences that are all too willing to give gifts, but gifts that man was never meant to have. All in the pursuit of the collection.
Yeah, Cole is very uncomfortable in this whole building, this room specifically, and will try to stay out of it until a time when, like, he's looking up. I think he's trying to keep his eyes on Silas, because Silas has gone up the stairs.
Yeah, you also notice, Cole, that and maybe this is why you stay out. The ghost can't enter this room. And you may recognize those etchings in the window that I described are symbols that you've seen. Like, it's now coming to you as the ghost is like, I can't go any further. You've seen used on amulets worn by like Tuhan or Seresh of the Severosi. These are like Severosi ghost warding charms. So yeah, this ghost is not able to enter the premises.
Noted.
Does that make you more or less likely to go into the room?
I don't know, because I think Cole's relationship with being haunted is very complicated, even for him. He hates ghosts and is very superstitious. But as we discovered recently, part of that is because he's been listening to ghosts for a while, and they've been telling him what to do, and that's how he has survived combat for so long. So, yeah. But maybe he didn't think of, like, for a long time he like rationalized it as it was in his head, or something else along those lines, and now it's just he started to be able to see them, and he's very upset about that. So yep, he's just gonna be, I think he's just gonna be standing, basically, if he has to enter the room, he will like step in and then move to the side, put his back against the door, and be like where his foot can still get into the door frame, so that way in case it tries to close.
This sounds a lot like our time at Thornwood, Charles.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So, but he's not doing super hot.
So, Lord Mora begins. Should we now discuss the business for which we must attend?
Yes.
I am under the impression that your services are being provided through the mediation of the Ministry of Preservation, who are seeking information that I am privy to.
Yeah, that is correct.
Excellent. So, I do have a particular, we're all adults, crime I would like committed, for which I will pay you. And should it be completed to my liking, I will provide the ministry with said information. I'm sure you're all wondering what this mysterious job is I have hired you for. I am looking to acquire a new piece to add to the collection. As those who have been graced with being able to experience it firsthand and see some of my more precious pieces, you will have noticed that all of these oddities are each one of a kind in how special they are. And there's an equally special item I find missing from my collection, which I would like for your crew to procure for me.
We're listening.
It has come to my attention that the Sparkwrights have designed a new prototype electroplasmic carriage, and I would like it, and he points to that small plinth on the ground, in the collection.
Proceed.
Oh yeah, I
And-
took a ride in that the other day.
Yep, Reese, you saw it when you went on a date with Emmeline's sister.
Yep.
This carriage was sitting in the
I sat
design.
in it.
Yep. And Lord Mora says, should the prototype arrive in pristine condition, I am willing to pay 8 coin for your service. Though you understand, if it arrives in anything less than pristine condition, I will need to adjust that price accordingly.
That
Say
is perfectly understood.
6 in anything less than pristine. I still want it, but I'm not about to be fleeced.
Oh, we will do our absolute best. If request, we will bring it back in the best possible condition.
Oh no, it's Mario Kart time.
Well, looks like we gotta steal some shit from my girlfriend, huh? All right.
Maybe.
Well, we have to acquire it somehow.
Are you willing to say what it is the Ministry of Preservation wants? What the information is that Lady Slane wants from you?
Did Lady Slane not tell you?
She kept
Perhaps,
it discreet.
perhaps we didn't ask.
Yeah, someone, and this could be a group activity or however you want to do it. Let's do a roll, because I think in his mind he's like, well, if she didn't tell you, maybe I shouldn't tell you. But he also doesn't have necessarily skin in the game, so like he could tell you. So let's see a roll to
Got
see
3
how
dots of sway.
plays out.
I think this is more consort, though.
Yeah, we're trying to see if he'll
Yeah,
care.
this looks
I
kind of
guess.
cool.
I had 2 dots to consort.
I also have 2 in consort.
Anyone have 3 in consort? Slackers.
So it's either me or Silas.
It's both y'all
I'll-
special.
I mean, I can
Yeah.
intimidate him.
No.
That would
I
require
think
walking
you
into the room.
Yeah, I'm not doing that.
We do a group activity, or do you want
I would love to see you try and intimidate from outside.
help?
Not necessarily. I mean, I'll take it. I'll take that help. What does that give me?
Gives you
A
one
+1
additional die.
Okay, I'll take help from someone.
Okay. Are you
So,
offering him a convert?
Nighthawk, are you helping?
Sure,
whoever-
take a stress, right?
You have to take a stress, yes.
And how does that help look?
I'm gonna give him as a follower of the Forgotten Gods, and I can recognize, I clearly recognize someone who also is. I offer some, I talk to him about, or help you to talk to him about how, like, it's like these are.
I feel like you're
the-
discreetly like.
Yeah, the
as
worship
much
of the
as you
Forgotten
can.
Gods is underground thing, right? It's like, I know, you know.
Well, so I think what you're trying to do, as discreetly as you're possible to do, is like whisper in my ear, like
Yeah.
certain things.
And it's like, you're
You're
clearly,
like Cyrano de Bergerac-ing his.
yeah.
Yeah,
Like, he, because he worships these entities from beyond, it's like, this isn't, but I know that and, like, I'm cool with it because I do too. It's cool, bro. We're, like, the same.
Alright. I
Well-
think you're in a controlled position.
Okay.
We will call it limited effect.
Okay.
Want to up the effect?
Well, we could have someone set you up, right?
I mean, I don't know that it's necessary for this, unless you guys really want it. Because I'll get 3 dice from this, so it should be okay.
We're
Or
just
do we
trying.
want to up the effect?
Yeah, because if you up the effect, then he'll actually give us some information. Versus
Yeah.
a limited effect is he'll give us little bit maybe.
Like, yeah, you'll get information. You just might not get the whole of
Yeah.
what he
Okay.
knows.
So how would we accomplish? So should I take the effect?
So you could push yourself to up the effect, or
With
you
2
could
more
be
stress.
set up.
Actually, how much stress is that to push myself? 2.
Right.
I can do that. I've got all the stress.
Gonna
Yeah,
get you
Matt-
trauma this game, Silas. Just kidding.
What?
Gonna get you some trauma this game, Silas.
So 2 stress.
You got 1
Um,
die from being helped, and another die from pushing yourself. You could alternately push yourself.
He pushed himself to up the effect.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, got 1 die of help, and you pushed yourself to up the effect to standard.
Yeah.
A 5. A success with a complication. So Silas, I will let you determine what the complication here is, because I'd love to hear your ideas.
So
Oh,
basically,
well, let me give you the information first, because that
Okay.
might tailor
Mhm.
how you handle that. Lord Mora begins. Well, I was under the impression that the Ministry of Preservation, Lady Slane in particular, was curious about some artifacts that my organization, the Circle of the Flame, recently, I say recently, acquired over the past year. 3 items in particular that were once valuable assets in the collection. The remains of a great sorcerer, demon, lich, Kotor, specifically the eye, the hand, and the heart. I am unsure as to why this information would be useful to the ministry. And indeed, these are no longer part of my collection, as they have been, of course, fused to one of our members, one of the 7.
He just up and says it.
Well, I did say if you wanted this to up the success from limited.
So the
Sarah Everett.
complication, I feel like in pushing myself and getting the help from Nighthawk, like I definitely betrayed any kind of subtlety. Like I definitely seemed way too overeager, like any type to just be like a little discreet was like lost completely.
You would say he knows, he knows.
Yeah.
Yeah, so great. I'm just going to look at something real quick.
Uh-oh.
We're going to start a clock for the Circle of Flame.
No.
Needs to get rid of Silas.
Yeah.
I'm
The
buddies
circle-
with one of them.
Indeed. So you guys are in fairly good standing with the Circle of Flame right now. Remind me when we get to downtime, please. But I will start a clock there that is that once filled will reduce your standing with the Circle of Flame as they become more suspicious about the Nighthawks, their allegiances, and what they're meaning to do.
What we have and haven't stolen in the past.
I mean, we're the ones who gave him the hand.
Indeed.
Well, so I suppose we should get on and get you your carriage.
I will leave you to it. And again, he kind of turns to the messenger and gives a side glance to Reese. Once this is complete, all you need to do is come to my estate. Let Cheops know that you are here, and I will gladly lead you back to the collection.
It's all is understood. Very straightforward.
Sounds easy enough.
Cool, guys. So, unless there's anything pressing you guys want to do, we can smash cut back to the lair as we kind of tally things up for the score. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, it's good. So we smash cut. What I was saying is that Cole had been, while he was there, when listening to this ghost tell him what to touch, what not to touch, what you're allowed to walk near in there, he drew down a very quick, rough sketch of the room, just kind of in his little notes. And so he, the very first thing he does when he gets back, he's muttering to himself. He draws that on like a chalkboard. It's like he just draws the room that they were just in, and like, don't go near this, but like has like a little symbol of like an X, and then like other things. And yeah, so
I love it. Give me a roll for this.
I'm
think
happy
you're
to.
going to be in a controlled position. I
Mhm.
think the effect will be standard.
Okay.
But just to, like, it was a stressful situation, so just to make sure you got everything right and you didn't
That's
mix
fine.
up any other things.
Do you want this to be what's that, Pete?
I was wondering. I was just going to look at it, the drawing you did, and see if any of the things I looked at were on that list.
Do you want to do a
for sure. Would
survey
be like the
roll?
don't go near. Yeah, that sounds great.
All right.
A 6,
Woo!
no flat success. So yeah, it works out. You were very attentive to what you should not go near. Turns out.
Did you even truly step inside, or you just like?
I
Peek it
stood in the doorway.
Yeah. But I would have loved like an attempt at an intimidation from the doorway. Like, hey, you tell us what we
Yeah.
want to know.
You come over here, or I'm coming in there.
All right, guys. So moving into engagement planning. It's been a while since we played, so just as a reminder, you have stress to use. You can resist damage, effects, even story consequences. Use your flashbacks, and remember, the less you plan for something, the more those flashbacks can handle. So be reckless, Reese. Looking at you, and have a good time. So it looks like we're going to steal a prototype electroplasmic carriage for Lord Mora. What I need to know is how are we going to do this? Is it going to be an assault? Are we going to go in with deception? Is it going to be stealth? Is it going to be a cult? Is it going to be social? Or is it going to be transport?
We have to
And
decide
again,
that before we come up with a plan.
Yeah.
No, we
'Cause we
do
don't
not
plan.
come up with a plan.
Yeah.
Oh, I see.
and again, it could go other ways. This is just how you're telling me you want the scene
Yeah.
to start, right?
I think a social connection through Reese is kind of a gimme. Like,
I mean, I can give you the specifics of the device, where I last saw it located.
well, no,
Um,
that isn't that's not what type of what plan type is. If we
But-
say a social connection with Reese, a social plan with Reese is the connection. What we mean is we're gonna talk her into giving it to us, and Reese will be the means by which we do that.
What is transport?
Transport, I would need to
Smuggling.
know the route and means you mean to move from point A to point B.
Right.
Which, I mean,
Could
that's like a
happen.
smuggler, right? If we're trying to smuggle something from here to there, right?
well, also it could fit with this, right? The route is the
Yeah.
electroplasmic carriage, and the means is from point A to point B.
I do like the social angle because stuff can still go
Mhm.
tits up in a social one. Because that would also make Silas substantially more comfortable.
Social makes sense.
Yeah, I think my initial concept was going to be transport or stealth, but I think we would use the social. I mean, I guess social really, but the actual like
Right.
capture would be like, I guess social would be if we could find out what the route was and then set an ambush type thing to seize it or something like that. But
Or, we pick one up from the factory that they're assembling them in.
He wants the prototype.
He wants
Right.
to go.
So, what Reese can have shared with you from his knowledge that he gained when he actually saw this thing, is that this prototype, when he was shown it, so it's the
Yeah.
information's a bit out of date, was sitting in like the what did I call it? The design facility of Sparkwright HQ, which was open to the public during the daytime. You could almost think of it as like a science museum type deal, or like if you walk into like a car ownership and they have like here's our new thing, similar to that.
I mean, we could just do the transport thing, but we're going into,
Question.
transport it somewhere else. It's like, oh, the boss said this is going to go to a museum now.
Well, that'd probably be a deception for that initial.
That would be.
Right.
So, question is, do I know that the one I saw was the first prototype?
Yeah, Una explained as much when she showed it to you.
All right, just making sure that this isn't like a
let's just say
third-person
social.
thing.
Like I think we can, instead
Let's
of
go social.
thinking about planning at all, we can come at it from a social aspect. We're going to leverage Reese's social connection, and we'll figure it out from there.
Sweet. So social with with Una being the social connection. Just for me, as I'm planning out the scene, where do you want to meet her? Do you want to go to her office at Sparkwright, or at Charter Hall University, Sparkwright HQ, her home?
Well,
Do
I
you
was
want to
going
invite her
the
to the
thing.
grotto?
I was going to suggest that we
Oh.
we get tickets to go into the museum and we see if it's still there.
We get an after-hour inspection of it because they're connected. Like Reese is like, I want to
Yeah.
bring my friends over, look at this thing, and then we'll talk to her about it.
Well, so here was my original thought. One way to keep it from being as tightly tied to us is Reese would invite her out on a date and offer to, or essentially convince her to take the car out as sort of a joyride type thing, and then our crew robs us while we're out there and get carjacked. So that would put her into precarious situation with the car, and we have a way of getting it without necessarily tying it to us that we took it.
Is that still social or is that deception?
That sounds deception.
I don't know. I think
Or
it
it could
be
even
either. But
transport.
Social's still fine with me because she's still a social connection.
Right.
Yeah.
this is a way to get your girlfriend shot by the messenger, though.
We make it very clear that the messenger shouldn't shoot her.
Cool.
So
So it sounds like, to answer my question, it is look like you are going to her place to pick her up.
Yeah, so whether it's we're gonna go, if I can convince her to take it out, then we'll do that. Otherwise, the other angle would be to what Messenger suggested was an after hours sort of.
Yeah. And some of that might
special
be dependent
visit.
on what you guys roll in the scene.
Sure.
So that's cool. So you're gonna meet her. Sweet. Awesome, guys. We're cooking with fire. We have 1D for sheer luck. Is this operation particularly bold or daring?
I mean,
Yeah, we're gonna be stealing this
say so.
thing.
I think so. Like, you're
Yeah.
Grand Theft Autoing through the streets of Dustfall. I'll give you a +1D.
have ourselves a
For
little
sure.
car chase.
Can any friends or contacts provide aid, insight into the operation? It sounds like Una is going to be doing that, so that is 3. Is this operation overly complex or contingent on many factors?
Right now, it's probably grab the car and run.
All right, so we'll say no, not really. Sounds like
Yeah.
keeping
You
us at
smash
3.
and grab, right?
Yeah.
Is the target strongest against this approach, or do they have defenses or preparations? This is the way you're going about it. They're not strongest about it. If you're doing this robbery,
Well, the
There
nerds aren't good at social.
defenses or preparations.
Right.
I'm not
Right.
doing social, so this is gonna be rough.
Wait,
Are
why did
enemies
that drop
or
it down
rival?
to 2?
Oh, because there are defenses and preparations.
Oh, there are. The nerds
yeah, they're
do
not
have
strongest
social.
against this approach, but there is a defense. Are enemies or rivals interfering in this operation? Yeah, kinda. That'll be a 1. Are there any elements you want to consider? It's either or, so we'll keep it at 1.
So we don't go down to a luck roll for our mission. Oof. All right.
So 1D.
Why isn't there a button you can push for this one?
I was.
I
looking
thought
at
there
that.
was.
Is my track record with
There is. It's on crew.
Cyberpunk is anything to go by? I should not be driving this vehicle when we return it.
If you go to the
Where is it
crew,
on-
it says roll engagement under cargo types. It's like middle column, middle of the
So
page.
it does. For whatever reason, I thought that was entanglement, but no, for entanglement, you roll wanted. Right, you are.
All right, yeah. If someone wants to roll 1D on that for us, and we'll see how we start this thing off.
I don't get along with with D20
Oh,
right now.
I can do it. Here. one
Someone
second.
roll it. Roll 20. Excuse me.
All right. So number of dice is 1.
A 5. So a mixed result. The crew is in a risky position when the action starts. And so what I'm going to deem that is, well, before I say, guys, sorry, it's been a while, nearly forgot. What's everyone bringing load-wise?
Light.
I believe I'm going heavy.
Medium.
Normal is what you mean.
Yeah.
I'm not normal.
Normal for the Nighthawk.
The messenger will also be normal.
Okay. So heavy, light, normal. And as I take it, we have... so what I'm taking this mixed result is, Reese, you're going to need to convince her to actually get this plan rolling. It will end up being a roll. So here is the scene as we have it. The Nighthawks, whose plan it is to carjack this vehicle. Where are you guys hiding out? Where are you located?
Where is the Sparkwrights headquarters again?
Coleridge. Yep, on the bank side of Coleridge.
Okay.
I think someone should have consorted to find out where they normally drive the thing when they do take it out.
Sounds like a great
Uh,
flashback.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think I could do that.
Okay.
So
Um,
set the scene for us. You're flashing back. What are we seeing?
so we needed to know the route. So I went to the Centenalia Club or any other similarly like high society place where you might find one of the people who worked on this car or something, and started glad handling again and smoozing them up and essentially like, oh, tell me more about this thing and how do you test it, where does it go, and like try and like feed into the conversation the important information that I need.
Cool. Go ahead. Take just one stress for the flashback and give me a probably some sort of social roll to see how this goes. What information you get.
Okay, it doesn't seem like command because I'm not like trying to command him to tell me.
It's probably like a consort, maybe a
Yeah.
sway.
So I'll do consort. And so if I push myself, that's just increased effect or can be another die.
It can be another die if you want.
Okay.
But remember,
so what's
pushing
my-
yourself is 2 stress.
Yeah. Listen, I can do some stress right now. I got lots of stress. There's all the stress here.
I love it, Silas. I love seeing you stressed.
Yeah. Like, because this is one of those things where he sees 8 coin and he's like, this has to go perfectly in pristine condition. Like, this is where he's like, his stress is coming from. Like, we cannot fuck this up. It is too nice of a thing. What's my position?
Position is going to be, we'll call it controlled. Yeah, you're at the Centernalia Club among your types of folks, and it'll be a standard effect.
Standard effect. Okay, I'll add a die.
A 4. A success with a complication. So, what you gather is this. It seems like you do have, like, there are no Sparkwrights at this club. They're a little bit lowbrow to be granted access to the Centernalia, you would assume. But you have a lot of rich hoity-toity nobles who have been eagerly following kind of news of this new electroplasmic carriage, because whoever is the first to have such a thing is going to be the talk of Brightstone galas. And what you gain from this conversation is part of like the beauty of this electroplasmic carriage and why there's such a buzz about it and why it's going to be the next biggest commodity is that it has not left the grounds of Sparkwright HQ in its entire existence. It was designed on the spot. It was moved to design studio space where public could come in and view it and see what's coming. But until mass production is started, there have been none of these cars on the street. And perhaps this is why Mora wants it. It is kind of a one-of-a-kind thing. Its wheels have never touched Duskfall pavement or flagstone or whatever.
Now we have to carry it.
Now the
car.
yeah, it is a car. The complication for this, Silas, is heat. We're gonna add +1 heat to the crew as people are getting really curious about like, why are you interested in it, and probably have even said some.
As it turns out, anytime we ask questions about things,
buy one.
Yeah.
Like, you think I can't not have that?
So, are you guys actually going to take it off the grounds, or are you on the grounds when this happens?
Well,
Reese?
we're
Still trying to figure that out.
so yeah, that we have to, we can't prepare to jump it off of the grounds
Most likely
because
have
we
to
can't
drive it.
rely on it getting off of the grounds. That's planning for failure.
Well, I think at this point, like Reese, like as my understanding of the plan, Reese is like, I'm gonna try to convince my girlfriend to go on a test drive for this. So all I'm looking for you guys is if this plan goes right, if Reese gets it out, where are you guys hiding? And then if it doesn't, I'm sure Reese will somehow reach out to you guys and be like,
What I would like to do is I'd like to show up as the Nighthawk and be like, because we know Reese is known to associate with the Nighthawks, right? And I'll be like, We need to get you to safety. They're coming for you right now. And then
Ooh.
just as they come over the horizon, and then we get her out of here, right? And then Reese is like, "Hang on, baby, I'm gonna go in and try to stop them."
Like
Okay,
Nighthawk coming in
hold
as
that
the
thought,
superhero.
because
So we're still trying to figure out where we're going to be. So before we
No,
come up with a
I
plan-
think to answer Kyle's question, we are going to be, I don't know, Main Street,
So you said
right across the bridge in Charter Hall. We will be setting up. That's where our crew will be, because we feel like that's where we're going to
Why
capture
in
them.
Charterville, not in Night Market?
Because it's not related to us. It's not in our territory.
and you can't go through Crow's Foot. So.
Yeah, and we can. Well, Crowsfoot thankfully is over there, but like, like that way it's not directly related to us. You're not going there.
So
I was gonna
have to go through. We would have to go through Charter Hall to get to Brightstone, anyways. Then, right? Okay, that makes sense.
right, and so we would just hijack it on Main Street, very brash, but also that's where we'll be, and it's also close enough. Like we'll be just across the bridge,
Is
essentially.
there like a park somewhere near there we can kind of go to?
There are, yeah. There's the, I believe, there's the park where you shouldn't touch the trees there.
Sure.
Certainly not with the product.
All right. So plan A is getting her to take the car. Plan B, if I can't get her to take the car, I'll take her on a picnic anyways, and we'll just run into you on the way back.
Yeah, so there's
well-
Jayan Park, the great alchemist for whom this park is named, contrived to formulate soil and seeds that could produce real growing trees without sunlight or radiant energy. They are horrifically toxic to all living things and must not be touched, but they still grow beautifully here even 100 years later.
And that's in Coleridge?
No, that is in Charter Hall.
Charter Hall. Okay, perfect. Yeah.
So yeah, I think Peter, the best thing is to you roll your role, you try your role play, you see if it works. If it doesn't work, you take her on a picnic to that park, which will pass us anyway. That will be our signal to do other stuff. And I have a flashback I think I can throw in there for some stuff later. But yeah,
Sweet. And so you guys are hanging on Main Street. Are you just trying to look inconspicuous? Are you hiding in bushes? What does that look like for you guys, the robbers?
I think for me and the thugs, we are probably in the boat in the Merchant Way.
We should probably. Is this at night or is this sit?
I'm assuming because it's a date, this is probably in the evening or night. Remember, it's always dark in Dustfall, so you always going to have the cover of darkness.
We're definitely going to have to talk to or take thugs that aren't wearing the masks, probably.
Or just tell them to take off the mask.
Yeah.
Well,
thugs are not allowed to wear masks when they're around me now.
Cole doesn't need to tell them to take off the mask. Cole can just walk up to each one and individually rip their fucking masks off.
Yeah.
Or like if they're bandaged, like pull it off.
We call that nonverbal communication.
Exactly.
All right. So this is what was the name of the park again?
Jayan Park.
Okay, that's on the western side over there by the Alchemist's Parish.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Okay, perfect.
You're
So,
hopefully going to get her to drive the car there.
And that's just a block from Main Street, or 2 blocks. So perfect.
Yeah. And Reese, we'll say let's say at this scene, right, as you guys are setting up on Main Street, Reese is actually with you. He is just about to break away because at this time of night, on this particular day, based on your correspondence, that Una is actually at her office at Charter Hall University, Sparkwright Tower, rather than at the Sparkwright Design Facility. So she is already here in Charter Hall, just up the road. So you arrive in her office. It's after hours, so for all of us who have kind of been at university after hours, it's kind of a liminal space. You see a few people moseying to and fro, and eventually you reach your office, with there's a light on that is shining through drawn shutters, this window kind of leading out into the hallway, and her door is shut.
Can we say that Reese would have prepared like just a simple basket picnic with some candles and stuff?
Yeah, go ahead and mark out a piece of load for that.
Sure, makes sense. I can do that. So Reese has sort of let himself into the facility then, as it's a university, right? So it's open to the public. And Does he see that it lights on in her room and all that?
Yep,
In the
absolutely.
office? Okay, sure. So he'll poke his head in and knock 3 times and be like, are you busy?
She kind of looks up. It looks like she's grading papers or doing something similar. And she kind of clutches her chest, gives a bit of a gasp, and she's like, "Reese, you frightened me. I was not expecting many people here this time of night. Please, don't just stand in the doorway. Come in."
And like before he leans in, he kind of like moves his arm into the room holding the basket, and he's like, "It's been such a good long time since my bonny wee lass and I have gone on a bit of an out and about together, and I thought I would put something together and come take you out, take you away from a bit of grading, and we can go on a bit of a walk. There's a wonderful park over in Charter Hall, or on the other side of Charter Hall. I'm wondering if maybe we could go on a little bit of picnic."
It's a bit presumptuous of you to think that I'm free, though. I'm teasing. Of course, I am free. I would love to.
Say, I have a bit of an idea. You know that project I showed you a few weeks ago? Should we maybe take it out on a ride a bit? Could be fun to have a bit of a the night air run through our hair as we go.
Yeah. So this is going to need to be a roll. So you can roll what you want to convince her.
Sure.
It's going to be. You're going to be in a controlled position because she likes you.
Sure.
It's going to start at no effect because I get the impression with her she is a very rules-abiding person.
Sure.
If her sister, yeah, it tracks.
Okay. So I'm not going to come at this with pressure, so I don't want to use a sway, as I'm not trying to like twist her arm. I'm trying to come at this with a light touch. So more of like I'm trying to appeal to like the sort of like the nerd brain. So I'm trying to apply my nerd brain to hers and inspire excitement. So I'm gonna go with a consort.
Okay. The nerd brains combine.
Exactly. And you said this is a no effect, right?
To start, yeah.
Okay. And you said I'm in a controlled position. You said no
and you can
effect?
tell she's resistant to this idea just initially.
Yeah.
Like, ooh, I'll get in trouble. My job is very important. But
All right. So I will push myself to turn it to a limited, and then I guess I need to take a devil's bargain to push it to standard. So that's my only way to make it to a standard.
You can only do
someone
one or the
can
other.
flash back to set you up somehow. Or...
Yeah.
Sure.
So I'm happy to
yeah.
flash back before you split off. Happy to give you like
some dating advice.
Well, no, I was actually just gonna say radiant energy like flowers, or something that has been, we picked up at a little market on the way, or some sort of like, or actually, no, a picnic. I better get a picnic basket, like full of your picnic thing. So like, when you propose this, you're like, hey,
This doesn't need to be a flashback then. This can just be load. And it can be Reese's.
Which he did.
load.
He already took out the picnic basket and stuff.
Well, we can make this a separate part of that. So it's in addition to the basket, this is something that Cole did to set me up. Like, hey, you should take something to her other than just this basket.
What I think what might help Reese in this moment, like in your conversations with Emily, where she does talk about how much she dislikes her sister, the impression you get is she is kind of a fuddy-duddy stick in the mud. Like she's not going to be caught dead with her hair down, and so like helping Reese with some of those, like how do you navigate that? How do you break her out of her shell? Might help.
How do you sort of appeal to the wild side and get it to sort of pick up? So booze, right?
Is she competitive with her sister at all?
No, is the thing. I think Emmeline is more competitive with her than Una is with her. Like Una's already won the game. Emmeline's a loser.
Oh, one-sided rivalries. Love that.
Right. Then yeah, I think I can just give him advice on wooing her, trying to break her out of her shell for that.
I was gonna say, what about a book? Appeal to the nerd brain, like some kind of text on.
Okay, we're trying to get the wild side out, not the hey, let's read this book now sort of card.
Because you don't need a book if you have the book, why take the card?
Yep, exactly. So yeah, again, we're just trying to appeal to that. Let's go have a fun night out. We've been stuck inside studying for so long.
Yeah.
So all right, well then.
So do we want to? Are we saying like Cole's setting you up by essentially like, let me tell you how to get
Yeah.
inhibitions down or something?
I'm totally fine with that because Reese is
Who's the
It is
mustache?
Cole though.
To
Like,
go with your suit.
Yeah. But I mean, Cole has more recent experience with the whole dating thing than Reese does, being that he and Deborah have gone on some sort of that sort of thing.
Cole
Yeah.
could be smooth where Reese is a bit too intense, maybe.
Right.
Like,
Yeah, Reese is
there's a lot of
Reese is
different
too-
possibilities.
It could very
To
much
the
be
point.
something along the lines of, so you know how you're intense, like how like you get really spun up on a thing, and that's really good. That's a good thing. You know, if this girl, she really likes you, she probably really likes it when you get really passionate about something. So maybe lean into that, but also don't get all crazy eyes and like get obsessive over it. Listen to her, ask her what her opinion is. Like get her talking about how cool the thing is, and maybe ease your way in that way.
And then Reese
I
just
love
goes,
it,
"Oh
yeah.
fuck, that means I gotta listen to her." No, I'm just kidding. He doesn't say that.
So we will go ahead and take one stress for a mini flashback there, Charles, because I love it walking down the street and like go get him, Tiger.
Sure,
But yeah,
I like that.
you will be set up, Reese, on this.
Okay, so that would be, with my pushing it and his setup, that puts me in a 1 die roll at standard. Standard. Here we go.
So our spider could also help you. I don't know. He could.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. I have been trying to think of what I could do because I can also help you for free.
I got. Oh yeah, you
Oh.
should
Ooh, I got it. I got it.
give me some nice clothes or something,
Yeah,
man.
you gave me a nice suit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're
Yeah.
going on a date?
The classic,
Yeah.
Wondering.
the classic
I was
Dungeons and
like,
Sons.
You're like you take one look at Reese, who's hasn't showered, has been in his workshop toiling away day and night for weeks now, and you're like, you need to be cleaned up, motherfucker.
Yeah. You clean
Yeah.
this
Well, I
motherfucker the
feel
fuck
like
up.
it's me and Cole like double teaming him to a degree where Cole's like, you know how you like this is how you need to behave, and I'm like, also
Dude.
you need to clean up because it won't go with your suit.
Yeah.
Secondly,
Yeah,
get a
exactly.
I love
He
like
walks
if
in
this were
like
like
Barney.
a Guy Ritchie movie, it would have been like
Yeah.
we would have had the date just goes horrible, and then like smash cut to Silas being like new plan, and then like the dungeon
Yeah.
Yep.
montage.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Love it. All right, perfect. So that gives me an extra die then, right? Or do
Yeah.
you want to go to an extreme effect?
Yep, two die, controlled position, standard effect.
All right, here we go, gentlemen.
Would that be a flashback for me as well?
A success with a complication. Would that be a flashback?
Yeah, it would be a stress
It
for
would.
the flashback, but not a stress for the.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How much? Just 2?
Just one. Just
Okay.
one. That's fine.
Yeah, I mean that one probably wasn't super extensive. You probably had something laying around that he could wear. That,
Yeah.
Because you're like, you don't need to be too fancy. You're going to a nerd's house. So
Yeah. So a success with a complication. So you see she's still a bit tentative about like, oh, I really shouldn't, but you did succeed. So
That's what she said. That's kidding.
yeah, no. So she is like, I really shouldn't, but if we do it and you promise nothing will happen to the prototype and we get it back before our shop opens in the morning. Okay. This
you can count on me now.
complication will be
If
revealed.
anything happens, you can put me personally responsible.
No. She's asking you to promise nothing will happen, not to
Oh,
pay
sure.
back.
Sure, yeah. So yeah, no happened. We're just going on a bit of a drive.
Okay, so like she like puts her pen down that she's been creating with, and you can tell like she's actually starting to get a little excited about it. Like, yeah,
So
she.
Reese will like sort of quickly cross the room as she's getting ready, and he'll, as she's sort of getting up from her chair, he'll grab her hand, like hold his hand out for her, and he'll sort of help her up, and then spin her and pull her into pull her into like a hug type thing, like
Yeah, Humphrey
almost like a
Bogart
dance,
kiss
yeah.
type deal.
Well, not
Cool.
like a full kiss, but like a like going eye to eye, like
Oh.
and then if she's into it, then go for the kiss.
Oh yeah, she's into it.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, totally into it.
Consent
likes
matters.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, so she like locks up, and you can tell she's kind of giddy. Like there's a part of her that's kind of that excites her to like being bad. Like this isn't
Hmm.
like Emmeline's the bad one. I've always been the good one. This is exciting. So like maybe there's some competition there.
I
Anyway,
feel pretty bad about this one.
and I think like yeah, so you guys Coleridge is a bit of a walk, but it's a bit of a cold night. But maybe you offer her your nice suit jacket.
Yeah,
Um,
the overcoat he'd be wearing. He puts that around
yeah.
his shoulders the moment they walk out.
But you guys walk that way, and then like because of the way logistically this is all like, you can probably give your guys a thumbs up waiting in the bushes that because you will kind of cross
I'll
that.
give the high sign, which is 2 coughs, which is we're on the up and up. We're good to go. We'll be back in some short amount of time. Coming.
Yeah, and our robbers, those who have met Emmeline's sister, you see that Reese has led her, and it looks like they're heading the way of Coleridge.
I think I also will be posted at like a cafe or something along route, just to be there in case something else comes up.
So like closer to Coleridge than like Charter Hall?
Yeah.
So
Like
kind of in between?
Yeah, sort of in between.
Okay.
Like definitely
like reading ink rake publication up, eyes over the newspaper type deal.
Yeah.
Awesome. So Reese, this is where we handle that complication. So you arrive at Sparkwright HQ, and as we remember, nearly all the buildings in the Bankside neighborhood of Coleridge are businesses and dormitories catering to the Sparkwrights and their craft. The 3 largest buildings in the neighborhood are the massive workshop, factory, and design facility that form the center of their HQ. There are roads that kind of lead through this section, but they are kind of gated. At this time of night, those gates are closed, and there's like a gate guard. There's also something you don't often notice during the day, but you see at night, and obviously the Lost have told you rumors of. There are like sentry guns, like electroplasmic Sparkwright craft sentry guns or Tesla coils, like kind of defenses in place that kind of come out because at this time of night, most of the Sparkwrights, I should say, most of the human Sparkwrights are at home, and what is left behind are the hulls work there in the actual machining of pieces. And this is where things start getting awkward, and Una seems concerned because as you approach, some of these point defense systems have been triggered and are malfunctioning, like they have been taken out. The gate is partially open, and the security personnel who would be managing this gate is slumped over, leaning half out his little building.
So I will let Una like make the first move, and then I will mirror her actions. So if she's overly concerned, then I will follow suit.
She looks overly concerned, and there's a lot of like, by the gods, we need to contact the Bluecoats.
I think he narrows his eyes a little bit at that, and then lets it go for. Okay. Yeah. Any idea what happened? What's going on here?
Looks like a robbery or something, perhaps sabotage. I don't feel safe going in there alone. I'm not like my sister. We need to get the proper authorities.
So Reese sort of reaches into his bag and like pulls out how do I want to handle this?
A flare gun.
No, I mean he could pull out one of his bandoliers, which would be like she would recognize as like different concoctions that are like which have offensive capabilities. So so he'd be like well, I think first we gotta make sure that we gotta make sure to secure the front gate here. If you want to help, if you want help, we can look into the machinery there and see how it might have been sabotaged.
She's
And then,
actually at this point, she's kind of pulling your arm to kind of step away, and she's like, "I don't want you to get hurt. I don't want any of us to get hurt. There are proper channels for this, Reese, and like definitely coming at it of like, I do things right. Stop being a criminal for once. Like the police are here to protect us. The police are the good guys."
Hey, maybe the flashback is that conveniently enough, our plan was to pose as bluecoats when we did the
Ooh,
robbery.
yeah, somebody could.
That's a good flashback.
Yeah,
Sounds like a great flashback, Messenger. Would you like to employ that?
I mean, I can do it if need be. I got that that connection with Hutch.
Right?
hmm
Okay, cool.
Yeah, I like that idea. So it would be some gray coats that are our buddies that are posing as blue coats.
Well, no,
Oh.
it would be us because
They would give us the out.
yeah,
the
like they've done it before, and also they are now they are back to being the legitimate authorities in Six Towers.
Absolutely. I don't think you need to roll for this. I think they'll give you the coats, but I think they are like Hutch specifically is like, we've told you before, we can't be doing this all the time because they have done this before for you. I think like
How many times though?
yeah,
Also, I
so-
will tell him like I can't promise this is the last time, but I'll keep it in mind.
So we'll say one's dressed for the flashback, and then everyone who wants to be dressed as a blue coat, mark a kit for like a disguise.
I have a defined disguise kit in bold here.
Killer. I also
Well,
think
It's italicized that you get for free. Bold is
Yeah.
just unique to your
Mhm.
class.
So all right, so I think also then we can set up a like a patrol of nearby blue coats that we could run into if there were complications.
Yeah.
So maybe
So at
let,
this point, I think like how do you want to signal the rest of the crew that there's been a complication, a change?
I think I will take her to run toward the precinct, which isn't too far away. But our fake blue coats will be stationed in between as a bunch of beat cops that we could run into and could assist us with this.
Cool. Yeah, I think that's fine. Silas, you already said that you wanted to be positioned at a sentry point. So let's say
Mhm.
like you notice something's wrong.
Like just wrong with the heist or the
Well,
job.
you see like you see Reese and Una approach the
Oh, yeah.
Sparkwright facility, and then you see like her start freaking out
Okay.
and like trying to pull Reese back from it. So something went down.
Yeah, I'll keep my eyes out for uh anyone suspicious. Like I'll
Well,
do a
you're the one he's going to run into, is what's being said. You and the thugs that are with you, and you're all
oh
dressed as bluecoats, are the ones that Reese is going to run to.
okay.
Or
Then
likewise, if you want to communicate to the others in the park, like come down.
All right,
You can
so
do
so roleplay wise, then as she's like sort of tugging on his coat, he'll sort of acquiesce, and he'll grab her hand and say, "All right, love, let's go find the coppers." And he'll start moving her back toward the precinct and try to actually meet up with his fake.
I'll be all blue coated, but I'll send one of my thugs to go let everyone else know what's happening.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll grab her hand and drop the basket because we got to get out of here. And sort of we'll sort of quickly move away from that area towards where she would know where the precinct is, and
where Silas is kind of waiting.
This is Reese in his very nice dinner attire, sound jacket. The jacket is on her, but she's dressed like she's working. So she's dressed all like lab marm with the nice dinner jacket.
Mhm.
Okay.
So a couple things happen all at once here. So let's handle the thug runs back to the park where Cole, the messenger, and the Nighthawk are lying in wait. And the thug, let's call him Henry Evans. You did have to remove the mask from him. Is like, boss. He says to both Cole and the Nighthawk. There's been a bit of a change of plans. The dame's freaking out, looking for the coppers.
All right, then let's show up as coppers. Let's go.
Would
Yeah,
love
it's
to see the
adapt.
messenger in a blue cloak.
The messenger is going to be on stilts.
That's amazing.
Amazing.
Let's hope we don't have to make a quick getaway.
I like to
Oh
think
no,
that I
he's real
just
good on them stilts.
put
Well,
some like
he can probably like go on his stilts.
A
I think
roll
I have
will
some
determine
goggles on and maybe
how
a
we
fake
find out.
mustache, and a hat. It's like
All
Clark
right.
Kent and Superman, right?
Cool. So yeah. So Reese and Una, you guys meet up with Silas in disguise.
Okay. Yeah. So then, as we're running through, like, oh, Tank to gods, there's one right there. Maybe, hey, and he'll sort of wave his hand, like, hey, officer, you.
I wave the guys over. And, how can I help you?
I'll sort of step back and let Una explain the situation, because she was the one who wanted to go to the cops.
Like that.
No, that was poor for her. Like, it was gonna be like the I'm sorry, have we met? But nope, she has
Nope.
completely forgotten about you. So she is like, officer, and like I am
Honestly, 'cause I feel
Sparkwright,
I
and like
from the dress, like I don't really have a disguise at all.
well, and I think you two have probably met, is
Yeah,
the
yeah.
thing. Or at least Emmeline has, because
Yeah.
but like, yeah, she shows you her credentials. Like, I work at the Sparkwright. Like, it seems to be a break-in, and there we have a lot of volatile machinery there that like we need an entire precinct dispatched immediately. We cannot let these devices fall into the wrong hands. And then she kind of turns to Reese, just kind of hyperventilating. I'm so sorry about our date. I was looking forward to it, but you
He'll
understand.
sort, of,
is
he'll sort of
anything-
pull her in close to try to
is-
comfort her, and he's
is
like,
anything
the
missing?
coppers will take care of it.
Well, I haven't gone in. That's your job, isn't it? Call the
Oh,
inspectors. Call the
yes.
magistrates.
Yes, I'm just making sure you didn't have any other information. I have already. I've sent a runner, and they'll go contact other precincts who will come.
And let's say at about that, we have the messenger Cole and the Nighthawk walk up behind.
Yeah. Oh, then there you go. So
Officers, and she explains the whole thing again, like
Yeah.
showing credentials. I work for the.
So, all right, man. Let's go inside.
Inspect her credentials real carefully. All right, these seem
I'll
legit.
shake Cole's hand and be like, you guys get here real quick. And I'll give him a.
I'll shake it. Of course we do. The Sparkwrights are
Yeah.
very important.
No, where's? Let's go. Let's figure out what's going on inside.
All right,
Yeah,
here we go.
So Cameron, I did miss this. You are Sans mask now,
No,
but you're wearing a funny mustache.
I'm wearing like goggles and like a mustache and a hat. So like it's like I don't look like Virgil Caesarion, and no one knows, because like, you know how like if somebody wears glasses, sometimes they don't look like the same person.
But
Kind
you've
of
got
thing.
goggles that cover a
Yeah.
great deal of your face.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, and they got little fiddly bits on them, like they might do something.
Yeah. And then like a hat and a mustache. So I like.
Yeah, no one would recognize Bruce Wayne if he was walking around town with a scuba mask on.
Right. Exactly.
Just wanted to get a mental image.
Yeah.
Not trying to paint you in a corner here.
Yeah.
Cool. What do?
Yeah, I'll walk in and observe the situation.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Reese will keep Una sort of back, and he'll just sort of comfort her while they're off doing their thing. He'll sort of play the role of the concerned
All right.
boyfriend to try to keep her occupied.
Let's secure. Let's make sure everything's secure.
All right. This sounds like to survey the scene, as it were.
Yeah.
Sounds like perhaps a group action.
Okay.
So who would like to lead that group action?
As survey.
Could we prowl our way in, like as we sneak in?
Yeah,
I can do
could be.
prowl. I got 3 dots in prowl.
Well, Prowl's not
Okay,
going to search; it's just going to get you there stealthily.
but Prowl lets us get in without whoever's still in there knowing we're there, which
Right.
may be more
Oh,
important
yeah,
than
good call.
survey.
Yeah.
Good call.
Are you leading the Prowl then?
Unless someone else has 3 dots in
The
prowl. If
Nighthawk?
they want to leave.
Agent Hawk. Lead the way.
Sergeant Sergeant Hawk. Yeah,
Sergeant
all right.
Hawk.
Anthony
just-
Hawk.
It just says,
Yeah.
no, Nathan Hawk. No, it's like N. Hawk.
And Hawk.
And not Hawk. All right, what's the position?
Position will be risky, standard effect.
So
The three of us going in all roll risky standard, and the Nighthawk eats 1 stress for each of us who fails.
And
Does he
then
also roll?
while you're
and then I roll as well, or
We all roll together, Cameron.
Okay.
Sorry,
Do
what
I
were you
roll too,
saying?
or am I not? Because I'm
You're
outside.
not going in.
yeah, you're not
Okay,
part of this
okay.
group action. I am gonna have you
wondering.
roll something else later, but we'll get these out of.
can I? Can we change the effect from risky to less risky?
Well,
You can by pushing yourself.
Taking a stress,
It's
stress?
2.
2 stress, sure.
You're gonna
I'll
take
up it.
another stress for the messenger fucking up.
All right, and
Uh,
then
So you
this
take.
is now controlled.
Well, you roll that. That's fine. We'll consider it a controlled. Or no.
Okay.
He hasn't
or-
rolled
yeah,
yet.
controlled
That was me.
position. The messenger. Oh, I'm sorry. Who was the?
The first 4 was me.
We still need to see
You're
the
right,
Nighthawks
you're right.
roll.
Effect standard, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. So we have a couple 6s. You do end up taking 3 stress for that.
Because some of us are bad at prowling.
Yeah.
It's the stilts,
Um,
man.
And then Reese, if you could roll with Una something like a survey or a study, just from where you're at, getting an overview of the scene.
Sure, I can do that. Let's do a study roll. And that was just it would be like a controlled standard.
Yeah,
Okay.
a 6. Flat success. So, Reese, I'm gonna say you haven't moved into the building yet, so take that into note. But everything these other people I'm about to describe for them, you've witnessed as well, and you've come to these conclusions as well.
Okay.
So, guys, you have made it into, like, you're not in any one of the buildings at this point. You've kind of moved into, like, the campus, as it were. But as far as you all know, you've done it stealthily. Like, no one knows you're there. Not even the Sparkwright holes that you can see, like, silhouetted in factory windows and stuff like that. What you do encounter is, again, as I said, like some sentry devices have been tripped and disabled. As you approach the guard who slumped over, you realize he is not killed. He has actually been put to sleep with sleep powder. And based on the spread on his jacket, it looks like it was like blown into his face as someone approached here. The locks on the gate have been cut with bolt cutters, kind of the same you'd see as on any burglar kit. And there's a lot of activity in the main factory, and some of that is like holes actively working. But some of it's not. Like, there's commotion happening there. There is, I don't think it's necessarily the sound of fighting, but it is the sound of like busting metal, pipes breaking and steam spilling out, hulls being deactivated. But that again is in the factory. The workshop seems to, like, the hulls in the workshop seem to be working without any knowledge of anything untoward's happening, because again, these are just kind of spirits in the machine. And then the design facility, with where you can see from the window is the electroplasmic carriage on display. There seems to be no activity in there.
So someone's fucking up the factory, which is bad because it's because Strangleford is back. It's kind of a fuck. He's back and he's fucking up the competition.
Does the guard
Strategic soda sip.
right? Does the guard that's sleeping, is he armed?
Let's find out together.
It's got a Sparkwright rifle.
Yes. He has a pistol. Yeah, with a 6, let's say it has been like modified with some Sparkwright stuff. This isn't your grandpa's 6-shooter. This
So
is
I take like and I'm happy to spend a load on this, I think, but I take a like my coat and I wipe down the pistol so that way it's not doesn't get any of the sleep powder on it, and I'm gonna hand it over to the messenger.
Oh, okay. So now I've got a Sparkwright pistol.
At
Okay.
least for right now.
Two
I don't use
priorities.
guns. Guns are fruity.
Two priorities here. One, we get the horseless carriage.
Aye.
Two, we stop that.
We stop what?
Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay, so you're on Team Horseless Carriage.
Yeah.
Good. Thank you for volunteering. You can drive this thing, right?
Sure.
Great. It's you or the Nighthawk.
I can figure it out.
Because Cole and I need to go do some violence. Or maybe
Someone's
just
got to
me.
have some tinker to
You know
drive
what?
it.
Maybe the both of them go, and between the two of them, they figure it out.
I'm loving this.
I got 1 dot in Tinker, so.
Great.
Yeah, but you might do it. Are any of you particularly finesse? Like, do you have any lots
I
of?
got finesse.
Study.
Okay.
I have some study and survey, so I can study it a little bit. And
I'm thinking the messenger and I go and do enact some violence, and then these two nerds go off to steal a car.
Sounds good.
I listen to Nighthawk like the good old days.
I'm just imagining now when Una sees 2 cops
Silent.
driving away.
yeah, that'll be an issue.
Well, no, I think what happens is that when they go for the car, once they go it, they probably take off their blue coat disguises. So.
No.
You can also
Keep going.
feel free. You could ditch her at any time. Like that might have social consequences, but you could be like, "Let's get you home," or "Let me get you a cab," and then
Yes,
join
hey.
in on the...
It's better to
And I would behoove the Nighthawk as well to stay in disguise in case we encounter some real bluecoats.
it's better to keep her. It's better to stay close to her and keep watch of her to make sure that she doesn't intervene on accident.
Well, there is that, but also they might have some trouble getting the damn thing started. But that's an everybody. That's a team less violent problem.
We can flashback if we need to.
That's true. You
Yeah.
can train them in flashback.
I could have trained you in a flashback. So
Okay.
if you're having trouble, well, that's
Yeah.
that's what our plan is.
Yeah.
But if
That
you guys
would be
want
a
to go,
setup role, that makes a lot of sense.
if you guys want to go deal with car stuff before we deal
Also,
with
I'll
violence.
tell you guys, let her know that we have to keep the car safe if she sees us drive out with it.
We'll make that our flashback if we have to. All right. Cool. Sounds like a plan to me.
I'm going to
All
stay
right, so
blue
we've got Team Homicide and Team Grand Theft Auto.
Yes.
Who goes first?
Well,
On the
I
side.
always choose homicide.
Yes.
Sure. Yeah.
I want to do a quick survey to see if there's a place. No, we're just going in. We need to minimize the damage that's being done. And so kicking the stilts off, shedding the coat. We've just got the coat trailing behind us, like we run like with the sleeves rolled all the way up. Yeah,
Amazing.
that's how this is happening.
Yeah. Yeah, I think we run up to the thing.
Absolutely. Just kick the door in, bring a stop to stuff.
Cool. Yeah. So you kick open the door.
Hopefully Cole kicked open the door, but
Yeah, I'll kick open the door.
Here you see a factory where large machines are used to create the intricate parts and components for the Guild's electroplasmic devices. And for those of you who have been following the Inkreg papers, you know specifically those devices used as the messenger guessed in the new electroplasmic generators that are powering the Dunslow lightning barriers after they were destroyed in the earthquake. This new prototype power source, alternate power source. There are animatronic hulls here that are working through the night in the creation of these technologies. And you see a group of maybe 8 individuals dressed as classic cat burglars and like black masquerade masks, very Nighthawk chic. And you recognize at least one of them from dealings you've had, because this is another night market gang here sabotaging the work on the alternate fuel source. You run into Slate and his crew, the Wraiths, who, when they spot you, immediately look like they don't want violence and ask, "Who sent you, Strangford or the Sparkwrights?"
Your mom wants to know what you're doing. Point the gun. Actually, we've got rifle braced on top of the weird spark gun. Let's be crazy about this.
I'm gonna just full on try to command, intimidate these people, and frighten them. I think.
Yeah, as I said, they seemingly don't want violence with you, so I think you're in a controlled position. I think this will have great effect.
Okay. I think I'm gonna push myself for an extra die on this. I'm gonna say, who sent us doesn't matter. You need to stop what you're doing before things get nasty.
Now, do we look... Oh, crit. Do we look like blue coats to them?
With the crit, you know what? Do you want to look like blue coats to them, or do you want to look like something else? I'll let you decide. Ryan, that crit.
I mean, do they know us? Like, I don't think they've met us before.
Oh, yeah, we've met what's-his-name from the Wraiths. Like, he was at the
Slate
party.
wasn't at Loop. His second was at Strangford's dinner party.
Right.
But you would have met these guys. Like, they're neighbors to you. They operate in Night Market. So, like, you do know who they are, and you do know the Wraiths. They were the ones who stole the map from...
Yeah. I guess I'm okay if they see through our disguise right away, and they know. Like, I'll say that the underworld knows who we are, right? And
Fair enough.
when the messenger and Cole show up, it's probably not a good time for you. And so I think they see that we're dressed like bluecoats. That probably doesn't help their situation. And so I just say, you best be explaining what you're doing here, boyo.
Yeah, he puts his hands up and he kind of looks at his guys, and while showing like I'm not reaching for anything, is like doing like the put, and they're not armed with like guns and stuff. They have like steel pipes and
They're
such.
wrecking shit.
That they're
They brought a steel pipe to a gunfight.
And they're like, Slate will be like, we want no confrontation with you. We were just fulfilling the job that we took from Strangford. I'm sure there exists a world where we both can benefit. I don't know what you're doing here. I don't want to know what you're doing here, but maybe we can both fulfill our contracts and be none the wiser.
So Strangford paid you to ruin this place.
Yeah, but between us, mooks down here, yeah.
Dude, he just gave away his source. What an unprofessional piece of
Well,
shit.
it was kind of obvious, too. Out of
Yeah.
character, it was kind of obvious. Yeah,
Sure,
so, we've got you here, right? Right now, if we wanted, there wouldn't be a lot of Wraiths anymore, right? By the way, how much of the crew is this?
It's probably like around half. As I said, his second is not here.
Right,
The guy
right
that you
now,
met.
we could cut the Wraiths in half if we wanted to. There's nothing big between us, but that doesn't mean you don't look awfully juicy right now. Gotta keep swimming, or the tide will pull you down.
I'm not going to try to intimidate you, because I'm intimidated. You're both very intimidating. Allow me to just educate you, as I might have information you're not privy to. If I am doing this job for Lord Strangford, and I have done jobs for Lord Strangford as well, it would stand to reason that he probably has some stake in the Wraiths not being decimated by another crew. I would prefer not to die here tonight. I'd prefer not to have you kill me. So all I'm saying is just think of repercussions that might come from doing such.
Great, and the repercussion here is yeah, okay. But you're in the way, and you're doing something we need to not happen. You're also
So
kind
you
of
do work for the Sparkwrights.
no, not at all. Not at all. I'm just interested in the future. You know, we need more than just one solution. I like what Strangford does. I like him bringing in the oil, but I want more than just that. But here's the thing. Okay, let's say we let you live. What makes that worth our while? Coin or claim? What have you got?
You suing for peace now?
No, I'm
Other opposite.
this is land for peace is what the messenger is proposing.
Extortion, really, but
Roll
Absolutely.
Tomato,
something
tomato.
for this.
Roll what?
Perhaps like a command, a sway, to see how they react to what is essentially extortion.
Yeah, and I've been running my mouth as the messenger has been running their mouth. So, but man, is there a way Cole can make that roll? He's the social one.
Cole could probably help or set you up by some threats of violence.
Yeah, I mean, I'm happy to help by standing literally over the messenger, just holding my cudgel now. Like,
Yep.
Maybe?
Okay. So, it's got to be sway. You know, hold on. Can I make this a tune? Yeah. So here's the thing. Here's what I want to do. I'm going to attune because I've got all these holes in here. But the only thing it does is I'm going to start clapping the gun into my hand, and the rhythm of all the ghosts move with, all the holes move with. They keep doing what they're doing. I'm not throwing them off. They just adjust the rhythm so that it now moves with the tapping of my hand. I am, of course, thinking of the Lita Alexander intimidates, I think, Garibaldi scene from Babylon 5. And I just want to make an attune check to intimidate them into giving me this. Does that make sense? Does that seem like an okay mechanic?
Yeah, that is fine. We'll
Now that
call it
is
a
fucking with ghost
risky.
shit. Sorry. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
it's going to be a risky position for reasons that will become quite clear if failed. The effect will be standard. So risky standard. Attune.
And I'm going to get another trauma today. All right. I am pushing myself to up the effect from standard to great, if that's all right.
Okay.
Oh.
A
Well,
success.
it's not a failure.
Yeah, a success with a complication. Give me 1 sec. I said these were the wraiths, huh? Just looking at what they got. Okay.
I would have like it to table talk the negotiation. I think the messenger will accept. The messenger's bottom line in this negotiation is two things: they stop what they're doing and leave, and we get a claim. It can be their least valuable, the claim that is least valuable to them. It's still good for us.
Yeah. So with the success here is kind of their offer. They're not pleased about this, and you have no doubt that they're going to bring this up with Strangford. So that might be a bit of a complication down the line. They're not the one we're going to precisely deal with right now. What they offer you is, and you guys know this, like they operate in Night Market, though, like their headquarters, their lair is in Silkshore. And so what they will offer, they have like scattered rooftop holdings in Night Market. Think like pop-up like black market for like fences, right? And stolen goods. And Slate will be like, I know you guys have been expanding throughout Night Market. You're probably getting to a point where you don't want other enterprises in your backyard. How about no violence needs to happen here today? We move out of Night Market, we build up our operations in Silkshore, and leave what we have in Night Market. for you. Now the complication here, and I don't think I'm not going to have you guys take damage or anything. I don't think it's going to have a mechanical effect yet. I just want people to be aware of it. Is when you attune to these hulls and they were tapping, you start noticing that they are malfunctioning. Like suddenly the tapping starts getting erratic. And you even perhaps out of the corner of your eye see the ghost that is bound into the hull start getting like sucked out and then like find itself back in. This was not your intention within Attune and not something you realized you had the power to do, but something is happening with ghosts weird, or something is making the ghosts here act very strange that you've only noticed now that you're actively trying to attune with them.
And great. Okay. Something is weird here with the ghosts. I think even if they malfunction, the messenger thinks even if they malfunction, well, actually, here the messenger is going to turn to Cole and say this. So the wraiths leave. Like, go, run. That's a deal. Great. We take it. Well, make eyes with Cole first. Like, eye contact with Cole. Sound good?
Yeah, it works for me.
Sounds good. Great. Your people will talk to my people, work this out. Now, leave before we change our minds. They wraith out, I presume?
Yeah. They're not sticking around to get killed by you or...
They tear the hell off, and I turn to Cole and I'm like, hey, the hulls are getting weird. I did that. Sorry. But I think whatever malfunctions they have are probably going to do less of a job of tearing this place apart than the intentions of the wraiths. The Sparkwrights can fix it. Let's leave this building.
Yeah.
And you see, like, after a moment, like, after those initial malfunctions with the hulls, they go back to what essentially are kind of like their pre-programmed... like, these are ghosts, these aren't robots, but they kind of operate under a same set of programming with a whisper to control them. And they go back to their kind of pre-programmed routines of building this alternate energy source, and which, again, as described to Reese, kind of looked like a demon core, like metal spherical device.
Just thinking about the demon core, that thing is so scary.
Which was
Probably
extremely cold to the touch. Remember, it was not hot. Did not radiate. Rather, yeah.
It's like no, keep going.
Oh no, that is all. And as you guys leave, I'm assuming to meet up with Team Cardjack. Let's meet up with them. So Nighthawk and Silas. I mean, you can walk into the design facility without any problems. The security guard was really the only one there, and if there were others on patrol, it seems like the wraiths have dispatched them. This is the northernmost building that you are currently in. It is a multi-level building where Sparkwright engineers work to create new inventions and designs. It is equipped with drafting tables, blueprints, and all kind of tools needed to bring these ideas to life. The floors are made of well-worn wood planks that creak with your every step, though again, it doesn't seem there's any guards to notice. And the walls are lined with shelves filled with mechanical components, scrap metal, and various odds and ends that can be repurposed for new creation. This first level that you enter into is open to the public and serves as an exhibition hall, like I said, almost like a science center or museum. And there's gadgets ranging from small to large, including that prototype electroplasmic carriage in a point of prominence, kind of almost like what Lord Mora has designed in the garage for his collection. There is a stairway that leads up into the offices, which Reese will obviously know because when he was here, that is like the office of Una and other Sparkwright engineers.
I'll approach the prototype.
Yeah, as Reese would have probably described it to you, it definitely looks. It's very sleek looking. It looks like bring to mind like a 1912 Ferrari race car or something like that. Very aerodynamic, compact design. It is only it is different from the race car. It is a 2-seater, but only a 2-seater, and its engine is in the back. And what
Your engine. I like it.
yeah, what you notice is when Reese saw this, I forget if it was this way back then or not. It may have been electroplasmic, that is to say, Leviathan fueled power. It's no longer, however. There is a device on this engine that looks to be a housing for something the size of like a Brixton hoop ball, or what we might think of as like a basketball sized spherical thing to be implanted into the back engine block.
So I'll, try and climb on in and wave the Nighthawk with me.
How would we get it out of here?
I wasn't that step yet.
I mean, like, is this thing upstairs? Is this thing on a main story? Like,
We're on the first floor.
okay.
And so
Is there like a garage door in this room, or do we have to drive it through other rooms to get out here?
Nope, there is like glass walls around. Like, this is kind of meant, like, again, this is a design facility for like showcasing their thing. So like where this car was, think like car lot type deal, right? Like, it was supposed to be people could come tour the facility and they could see from the window, this is going to be the new big thing, right?
But how did they get it out of this building?
Well, they don't. It's never left this building.
So we're going to smash the windows.
You gotta get it started first.
yeah, we'll want to smash the windows not with the vehicle.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
So I'll get in the vehicle, try and figure it out, and then I'll let you
Do you have Tinker?
smash it.
Do you have Tinker?
I do not, but
I do.
Okay.
Maybe I can get the vehicle started.
All right.
If you need assistance, Ken, let me know.
Well,
Yeah.
what would it take to get this vehicle started? I guess.
You don't know. It's the first of its kind.
All right. So I'll sit down in the driver's seat and
You don't know
what-
the driver's seat?
How much Tinker do you have?
one.
One, because what I was going to do is sit in it and survey it and kind of see what I can glean from just how it looks, maybe how intuitive it might already be, and then if I need help, I'll switch to like flashback with Reese being like, okay, when you get to the car, if you get to the car before I do, or in the event of,
I'm happy to figure out how to get this car out of here safely.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you want to do a flashback then, so to give you some help, Nate?
Yeah.
All right. So the last time I saw this vehicle was it ran on Leviathan blood, right? It wasn't on the new material.
I forget exactly if it did or not. I don't remember. But like, if it, I think it did. Let's go with it did.
It was on the new.
And if it didn't, that can be a diegetic misremembering.
Sure. Okay, so it does run on the new. It did run on the new fuel.
Sorry, so it used to run on Leviathan blood. It's been converted.
Oh, it's been changed. Okay, so it's
to run on like it's essentially like an Apple product. It's using its own proprietary power source.
Oh, okay, cool. Okay, so originally it ran on Leviathan's blood, and that's when I experienced it, and now it's on a new fuel source that I don't know about.
You do know that there was a new fuel source because, like, it's been in the news. That's what's powering the lightning barriers in Dunslow.
Sure.
But you don't know that the change was made yet.
Sure. All right, so I would have given Silas and basically everybody who is involved. I probably would have done this brief to everybody, giving them a detailed breakdown of how the car, how the motor carriage is operated, like what the control scheme is, and sort of how to turn it on.
Yeah, back at like the grotto, you're drawing schematics on the table that everyone's huddled around.
My God, you see this left seat? You sit there. You see that wheel? You hold on to it and turn it left. The wheels go left, and the car will go left.
So I like to think that actually he's got crates stacked up.
Telling it to me like I am a child.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's
Go
got
ahead,
crates.
Charles.
He's got crates stacked up, so it's like he's made like a 3D model of it type thing. He's like,
Yeah.
okay, well you have to sit here. You can't sit over there. No, I know that the fucking when you have a goat fucking card, you sit over there, but this one you sit here, and then you got to do this, and you control it right here. Like, yeah,
So I imagine
This
it kind
is
of like
the steering wheel.
It's like Doc
This is
Brown
the
and Back to the
pedal.
Future. It's like, excuse the roughness of this model, but it's like actually to scale and like perfectly modelized. Like I only had a day to assemble it.
All right, cool. So yeah, I'll take the 1-2 stress, whatever you think that'll be.
Oh, just a one
that
stress for flashback. Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. Sounds good.
To set Nate up, help
Yeah.
Nate. What was the purpose of that one?
Set him up.
Okay.
Yeah. So,
So yeah, Nate, go ahead.
you
give
either
me
an
your
extra
survey.
die or an extra effect.
Yeah, with the setup, we'll call it controlled position, great effect.
Nate has Tinker.
I'm using survey.
Neat.
A 6. So yeah, you kind of map the car to the crates and such that that Reese set out for you in the schematics, and you see like, all right, this is the driver's seat. Here are the pedals that he talked that I had to depress in a certain way. Like it probably is like like it's probably not like start by a key, like it is probably like a ye old like crank lever ignition system or something like that. But the thing that does kind of trip you up, this isn't a complication, this is just how things are, is he did describe like, you know, let's say how an internal combustion engine works. So you're like, but when you go to like start the ignition, it does not start.
Ooh.
Um,
And it's not doing anything at all?
No.
Ooh.
It's like, have you ever had your battery go out on your car and like you're trying to do something and
Yeah.
like it's just a brick?
Uh-oh.
What's going on? Is there a problem?
When do we catch up with them?
It's gonna be a minute yet, cause just yeah, gonna be a minute.
I'm happy to roll, but like I can only take 2 more stress and then I'm down. So
Yeah, don't do anything rash yet.
yeah,
It's not starting, based on what Reese told
There's-
me.
probably something fuel or something, maybe.
I'll do another survey to just see what's wrong, or see what's around.
Yeah, controlled position, standard effect.
Okay.
Nice. That's
Cool.
consort.
Oh,
Flat
but that meant
That's consort, dude.
You
I'm
have
not-
the same though in survey and consort, don't you?
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
We'll take the 6. So yeah, Silas.
I'm consorting the machine spirit.
Yeah. I love like the visual of you guys having this conversation, but like, and let's call it perhaps an argument where like Reese explained like the inner workings of internal combustion engine, and you know, like Leviathan goes in, car goes zoom, and you're like looking at the engine and like there's no port for this,
Yeah.
and maybe the Nighthawks like, no, you put the Leviathan blood in it. He's like, but where? There's no thing, and that's where you realize like, it does seem like something is missing from the engine, that something's supposed to fit into that basketball shaped size hole that is missing.
Oh, is it in the room? There's something basketball sized shape in the room.
Well, that sounds like a roll.
Would they put that thing on display? Right? It's 3D power.
it might be up in the offices, in the orifices.
What role would that be?
Probably a survey, maybe a study.
I can only do survey.
You can always roll something you don't have dots in.
Yeah, you just have disadvantage.
Yeah. Sure. Why not? I'll roll survey. See if I can find it. What's it? Controlled. Standard?
Yeah, controlled effect. Yeah, standard effect.
Okay.
A 5. Success with a complication. So we'll say you don't see anything that looks like this thing in the room. It looks like it wasn't being shown off here, and the reasons for that you think could be a couple things. Like as Peter said, like maybe it's so new and proprietary they don't want to show it off to the public yet. Maybe it's dangerous for like a little kid to come in and handle. But you know, you're not seeing any on display here. It must be elsewhere. The complication of that is Reese, outside of all this, a blue coat officer approaches you, kind of looks down at Una, who's still kind of trying to catch her breath, and looks at you, is like, excuse me, folks. Ma'am, are you all right this evening?
Just vagabond shenanigans. You know how it is. We'll be all right.
He kind of puffs up his chest, looking like he wants promotion. But what type of vagabond activity? And he kind of slaps his billy club in his hand.
Oh, really? So, he's holding his club, right?
Yeah, it's threatening, but think of like, oh, you say they're like he's posturing.
Sure,
It's
sure,
like
sure.
I'll take on the gangs. I have you, miss.
I'll say, well, there was a bit of looked like there was some sort of break-in over at the Spark right there. So we'd already run into a couple of blue coats who they're already in there investigating. Yeah, that's sort of what he says.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, ma'am. Let me see if I can go get you some answers. And he starts walking towards the Sparkwright campus.
I say to Una, I was like, I'm gonna go with him. I'll stay here for just a moment, okay? And he's gonna sort of like keep pace with the cop.
Can't let him show you up in front of your girl.
Mm-hmm.
I have other plans.
Right, but from his perspective,
Well,
he just
this-
came across a couple, and he's
I
doing.
was prepared for this inevitability.
All right, so as we're sort of like, as soon as we get through like the main entrance, do you think are they still like making noise over in the factory type area?
At this point, no. And like we'll say that like Cole and the messenger are just getting to like they're probably having their conversation of like something's weird with these hulls, but so they're about to come out. Not that you know that, but you still have some time.
Sure. All right, so I definitely want to lead him away from the main area. I had known about the like. I guess I didn't know about the factory thing, or no? How much?
You
of that
did.
I know
She
about?
showed you the whole thing, and this is
Well, I
kind
meant
of like
the break-in at the factory is what I'm talking
you
about.
didn't know about the
Okay.
break-in. Well,
Okay.
you kind of did. You knew something was happening. You just didn't know the precise location.
All right, so I will lead him to the factory floor essentially. And
Cool. You guys are gonna get your wish for violence.
maybe. And while I'm doing that, I want to like reach into my bag and produce so I can bring out alchemist stuff. So I'm an alchemist. Do you think I could produce sleep powder? Or
Is that something you have on the kit?
Maybe in your kit.
I think you are allowed, and it might be a perk to like choose certain alchemical stuff.
Right, it's the bandolier.
Yeah,
so the bandolier is your special load thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so if you want sleep powder as part of your bandolier this evening, yeah, for sure.
Yeah, and I'm willing to spend a piece of kit for it too, if that makes sense. So, but yeah, there is a bandolier of alchemicals is something. Well, actually, the bandolier is not a free thing anyway, so I'll have to spend a kit on it anyways. But I get three items in the bandolier, and I'll say one of them is sleep powder. So I mean, I knew something was in there. I don't know my buddies are in there, so I'm just gonna have that at the ready just in case.
Cool. Are you walking him into the factory?
I am.
Okay, so we'll say like the door opens for you guys at about the same time. Like there's almost like a pressure on the other side as like now it's the messenger and Cole dressed as blue coats, and then Hulls in the background that are getting back to work, and then Reese and a cop.
Yep. And so Reese would be like, here are the other fellas that I talked to earlier that are running the investigation.
Precinct are you all from? He looks down at the messenger who kicked off the stilts.
Before he can even really like get a word out after that, the sleep powder itself, I'm gonna say it's like do you know what a rosin bag is? Like a pitcher would use in baseball?
No.
It's a bag full of powder that that like some of it leaches out when you manipulate it. So he's just gonna hit him in the face with it. Just
okay, cool.
Little.
Go ahead. A roll sounds like a skirmish, maybe a wreck. It'll be a risky position, great effect.
And I'm gonna push myself on this one. I think this is an involuntary push myself. He wants to really throw this thing and break this guy's nose. I mean, that's really what he wants to do. Woo!
sick. Great. So here is how that goes down. So he's looking like, what precinct are you from? Looking at the messenger, and from like upper level momentum comes this bag, cracking his nose. You feel it crack under your pressure. He's like, oh, the fuck, you broke my. I just
Clunk.
falls right down on the ground.
Sorry about that, fellas. We had a bit of complication out there, but I figured I'd take care of it.
Is he
Where
the
we
only
at?
one?
Yeah.
So far.
I take his coat off, and I take his badge. I start taking anything else he has on him.
Yeah, and the messenger is following up behind that, binding him, turning his head so the blood leaks out of his face. Because for whatever reason, Reese decided not to kill this guy, and the messenger respects that. Whatever.
Well, I
Cool,
don't want him in the bills.
So Colt, take a pip of load for holding things, and we'll say that's just like you having to carry things.
Totally
You
fine.
can drop that if you ditch them. Likewise, if you need to pull something from that, like if later you're like, I want to use his badge, we'll call it like an italicized thing since you're
Yeah.
holding it.
And while the Cole is doing that, the messenger is explaining to Reese, yeah, there's some wraiths in here fucking shit up. They're doing it on Strangleford's order. We chased them off, and we probably got we probably got claims out of it. So that's great. Also, the ghosts are a bit weird, but they're probably whatever they do wrong is probably going to be less damaging than what the raids are doing. And let's go check on the other team.
While I'm in the factory, is there anything that's like worth taking? Like, I mean, we're already here.
I mean, it is all like
What's
it's
like,
like assembly lines and
like
stuff, so it's all
Grand
like
Theft?
component parts. Like there might be a near completed device that you have seen before, this demon core looking thing that is the alternate energy device used in the new lightning towers, and now we know this car, but nothing that you really gain you could sell to anyone other than a Sparkwright, except the completed product of.
Well, sure, but
So
he doesn't
is
have
there-
to sell it. He could grab it
is there-
for his own use.
is
True.
there a completed version of it? The power thing?
There looks to be some near completed. Yeah, you don't know all the intricate details, so you don't know like where in production it is, if there are any steps after this, but it looks whole and complete.
Or I'll grab one just in case and
That's
and
good.
stuff in my bag. This is definitely something he's gonna want to experiment with.
Cool. Yeah, just mark your final load for that.
Sure, sounds good.
I can also carry it if you need someone to carry it.
I'm good. I don't need any more load
Yeah.
anyway.
I just happen to go in heavy. Everyone else went in light.
Sounds good. What
So we had
about with the car? How's it going?
Well, you got us in the doorway. We're headed right there.
Oh, let's head over there.
Cool.
And so Reese will position himself on the other side of the police, of the blue coats, just in case Una sees him walking with them into the other building.
Yeah, sounds good. Let's give a prowl.
I'm happy to lead
Sure.
a group action for Prowl.
Okay.
Risky.
Well, let's give you guys a desperate, because if she thinks something's up, things are gonna go different. Desperate, standard effect.
Hey, desperate prowl. Love that. Don't like that.
Oh, succeeded. Well, I mean, you got some experience.
Yeah. So I take one stress and success with a complication.
Yeah. And so what we'll do is just start a clock here. That's just precinct follows up.
Oh, I thought it was going to be Una catches wise.
I'd rather it be the precinct than Una. I don't want her on
I'm
her tail.
prepared if we
Honestly-
encounter more cops.
And honestly, he's far scarier than the blue coats. So
And I'll just fill up one segment of a 6-sided clock for that precinct follows up, because this guy, let's say, had to report in and is now missing.
Right.
But okay, so you guys do successfully sneak by. Una is not wise to the ruse going on here. Nighthawk and Silas, I'll give you one more activity before the rest of the group joins up with you.
I want to have a thing in place to get the car out of here. So, what do you think that would be a roll for?
You
I
tell
mean,
me.
if you're just clearing a path, that might not even be a roll. What are you doing, though?
Because we need a hole in the wall big enough to get through.
Or break the
Or-
window open and put a little
Yeah.
ramp down or something. Like,
Yep, that sounds like a
I mean, I almost see the Nighthawk having a glass cutter and just cutting a big hole in the glass.
Well, it's gotta be at least. I mean, it's gotta be car sized.
Yeah, but I'm saying he's a cat burglar, man. Like,
He's a hawk burglar.
Yeah,
I mean,
you tell me what you want to do, Cameron.
If you have burglary gear, you could always do that.
Yeah, I mean, if that would let me do a finesse roll with burglar gear.
Yeah, that's fine. Finesse roll to cut a car-size hole in this glass. We'll
This
call
glass
it.
that it's displayed in, not glass windows of the building.
This would be glass windows of the building. Yeah.
Or find a way to unhinge the window and get it open. You know, like whatever the mechanics of this window, what the most efficient burglar way to get this window open.
So that sounds like a survey to find out the best mechanics to opening this window.
But I want to actually just open the window, so I'd rather just wreck it open than because I want to
Then do that.
here.
Yeah.
You have the power, my man.
All right, because we already rolled like 4 surveys in this room, and I feel like I think I want to do something different. So
Cool, then wreck it.
all right,
Come
let's see
on,
what
Rack.
what's the things controlled standard.
It's gonna be desperate. Great effect.
All right, I only have 1 wreck, so probably not going to break this window.
We'll find out.
Nope.
Oh,
No. So the issue is you do break the window. It is
Experience.
yeah, more. It was desperate. But like you hit it with something on display, like a pipe or something. The window shattered in such a way that you don't feel confident you can get the car out without scratching its paint at the very least. But moreover, the breaking of that window does make some noise. Reese had just went in there with the copper. That freaks Una out, and she is now approaching. And I'm going to start just a 4-segment clock of Una arrives.
and Silas, are you still out there, or are you in the? You're in the.
I just attempted to turn on the car.
Yeah.
Do I see that Una's approaching, or?
Well, you guys haven't come into where we are just yet.
Sure.
I think the scene is we are walking up towards the showroom, and then the window explodes out, and we're like, oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just sitting there figuring out how car may go.
All right. So I guess when I run in the room, I'll try to. So I see the Nighthawk or the Cop Hawk has smashed the window. Right.
Mm-hmm. Yes, just something something heavy go through.
Okay.
I get the car out of here. There's no door in this room.
I like to be fair. It does solve a problem. It just created a couple more. Like you can get the car out, you just won't get an 8-coin car out.
Yeah.
But there are other windows as well.
Maybe a 7-cone car.
All right. So Reese is gonna. Okay. He sees that the window's broken. Okay. Is the car started? Is his first question.
No.
Oh, he's gonna sort of
No.
run over and assess.
There's a missing part. Something like you explained the whale. The whale goes in here. There's no thing for the whale parts to go in.
So let me do a tinker roll to see if I can.
I don't think it's necessary. I think like they are good at articulating the problem here. That like you said fuel, there is no fuel.
There's this slot here, but there's nothing that goes in it in this room.
So Reese will sort of look around and say, completely lost in the moment, forgetting about the whole job. He just starts like admiring the work. He's like, I can't believe they were able to incorporate it so quickly. Looks like they switched away from the Leviathan blood and they're over to their new
Reese,
power source.
Back here, back here,
all the way
come
in.
back here. Why is this hole missing something?
He'll open his bag and pull out the sphere.
Where did you get that?
What? Did you have that?
And he'll just drop it into the slot.
Yeah, it does. Like it's a very satisfying like floomp, like when it gets cradled into the.
You've had it this whole time?
Yeah.
Oh, crank
You
it.
should have given that to us before.
I clank it.
Wait.
Yeah, the vroom, vroom.
Can I drive the car?
Can
a
I?
bit unique.
Can I try to wreck to clean up the window area
Yeah.
to make this a little more palatable?
We'll say controlled position, great effect. Because, like, let's be real, the Nighthawk did most of the work. Now it's just a matter of cleaning.
You're just like wrapping something around your fist and just like clearing out the debris.
Essentially, yeah. Using my shillelagh kind of thing, like.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna look over at Silas and be like, you might need some sort of damage control socially wise out there. There was a blue cloak, a real blue cloak that came up, and we took care of him. He's asleep over in the factory over there, but we might need your velvet voice to go help soften some things up. If you want to
He
go out
sits
there
there
and deal
looking
with
at the
anybody.
car, looking at the car and all of its wonder and all this. He's like, "That's a good idea. I will go throw the blue coats."
Sweet. So
All right, so yeah, Charles, your Cole is able to, with his shillelagh, knock out the remaining debris. So it looks like you have a fairly car-sized exit from this.
I'll be like, all right, Nighthawk, looks like you're driving. I can't be seen driving it. We gotta make it look.
Who's gonna be in the car with me though?
Messenger.
Yo, let's do this. Roll.
I think you should take off your blue coats.
So Reese sort of helps the Nighthawk get situated into his spot. Make sure he understands the controls, and then sends him on his way.
Okay.
So are you gonna take off your costume, or what are you doing? Do you want to look like a cop?
I'm still looking like a cop. Yeah.
No, you should definitely take off your blue coat.
You got to look like a
shouldn't.
criminal that's stealing the car.
That's fine. We want to look like criminals that are stealing the car in
I'm
front of
keeping
Una.
my blue coat on.
Well, it shouldn't look like a
No,
blue
you're,
coat.
you're
That's a
leaving.
reason.
The
No,
people
that's the
stealing the
thing.
car cannot be wearing blue coats.
Yeah, we can.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because there were fake blue coats that you ran into that stole the car from you. That were part of the operation the whole time. When Reese ran in with the other blue coat, they split up, and he doesn't know what happened to the guy, and he arrived just in time to see them driving off. Ta-da!
Perfect.
Sure.
Get out of here, guys.
I mean, he's going out there right now, and I assume you have to drive past her. So
Well, so
We'll-
I'm
we'll-
going out first.
Silas
and I
is
can
out there
deal with
right
her.
now.
Yeah, so I can go out and deal with her now.
All right, Charles is right. I don't know what Silas is going to do, but if the plan is that we lose the outfits, then we got to lose the outfits.
Well,
We
I
got to
don't
get
know
out
the
of here
plan.
fast.
Yeah.
So what's the role for the drive?
Finesse.
I'm
And
gonna.
it's controlled, desperate, risky.
Hold on.
Mhm.
Did the Nighthawk take off his blue coat?
No.
Okay.
All right, then the messenger
Uh,
doesn't either.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Controlled or
Well, we'll come back to that. So Nate is stepping outside to talk to.
Yeah, so I'm not just stepping outside because I'm thinking about, okay, how am I going to deal with this? I'm going to run, tear ass outside.
Yeah, you see, she's nearing where like the guard is oversleeping.
Yeah, and I in her direction, and I just yell, "Run! They're going to kill us!"
Roll me like a command or something like that.
Yeah,
It's gonna be
yeah.
controlled position, great effect, because she thinks you're a blue coat, and like she knows what's in there, and things could go bad in the Sparkwright facility. So
I mean, if you would like, I'm happy to help you by shooting off
I
a
don't
gun.
need help.
That's fine.
Oh god.
Oh, you fucker!
that's
don't need
with
help.
the
He
complication.
succeeded.
So the complication is I am going to up this precinct
Think follow up.
comes around, follows up.
Yeah.
But Una, again, she knows what's in there. She knows the volatile stuff that the Sparkwrights have in there. So as you say, run, she starts booking it, even outpacing you. Like, I don't necessarily need to be fast. I just need to be faster than you type deal. And is just running
Meanwhile,
down
Silas is like,
Woolridge.
Right.
yeah.
Now we
That
can
was-
go
that was
back
the concept.
inside. We have the messenger and the Nighthawk in the car. This is going to be a risky standard finesse roll for the
Okay.
drive. There's going to be a couple of these just as a heads
This
up, but
all right. Well, maybe we don't do the help yet. Maybe we wait for that for the first. Let's say
Nope.
risky,
I don't think there's help for you. You just got to do this.
risky standard.
Woo!
A 6.
All right.
So, with that flat success, yeah, you again, like you may not have driven electroplasmic carriage in your life. This is a first time for many people here in Duskfall. The first time this vehicle's wheels have touched pavement. But you wheel it out, and you avoid any of glass debris. You don't scratch it. It is still an 8-coin vehicle, and you get it out of the building. Onto the street, you see Una not even looking back, just running down the main drag of Coleridge, and you pull onto that bridge leading into Charter Hall.
So
Nice.
As they leave the facility, I'm gonna run after them as if I'm chasing the thieves that have stolen the car.
Nice. Anything from the others to sell this, or that you?
Only if on my way going anywhere, if I genuinely encounter bluecoats, I have a plan. But otherwise, I'll try and meet up with them.
They're going to need to do a couple more of these rolls, and that clock will fill up depending on how they go.
But I have a plan.
Virgil's
Cool.
written in a few of these things in his day.
So Nighthawk Messenger, this is you're in Coleridge, essentially like City Hall district. You can roll finesse here, which will help keep the car in pristine condition. You could also roll prowl, that could help you avoid any inauspicious patrols. But I will need a roll to navigate through Charter Hall.
I got 3 dots in either. So what do you think?
I would say prowl, man. Don't get anybody following.
We can outrun them in this. Have you
So-
seen how? Let's see where the top end is at.
So, finesse
You
it
got
is.
Give it a go.
So
Go.
risky,
Go, Nighthawk, go.
risky standard.
Risky standard.
Oh,
Okay, a
all
5.
right. No longer
So-
a 8-bit car.
No, because he rolled finesse, not prowl.
Yeah.
So he's still
He still
pristine
succeeded.
car.
Pristine, yeah.
The complication here, though,
People
is
see us.
just, we have 2 more pips on this
Right.
blue coat finds out pursuit deal. Now, we do have 1 more district to get through. However, it's when driving through Charter Hall that the 2 of you in the car start noticing something. Something not great.
Uh-oh.
I
didn't do it.
You can resist this if you so choose, though you would still feel the effects. But you're all going to take level 1 harm.
How much?
From the radiation.
as you start experiencing sudden headaches, nosebleeds, and feelings of disassociation.
What's the resistance roll?
That will be resolve.
should we? I'm not going to resist this because I don't have the stress left to soak it.
Wait, it takes stress to soak?
Yes,
Potentially, yeah.
Cameron. If you resist, the harm doesn't happen, and you take 6 stress. That is what resisting does, minus what you roll.
Then I'll
So-
take the harm. Yeah, I only can take 1 more stress here.
That's a
so-
good call.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
so
the
just,
driver to
take-
pass out.
Level 1 harm.
If
Your
you-
choice.
if
Headaches,
you have-
feelings of disassociation, or nosebleeds.
If you have
Yeah,
load,
really?
you could take armor.
Well, only it'd have to be special armor for this kind of thing.
Yeah, this is a resolve, not a physical.
Yeah. No, I think it's nosebleeds.
All right, we're both nosebleeded. Now,
Where's Cole right now?
the
I'm
difference is
back at the thing.
With you guys, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, Cole and I are like running out of the facility together.
I'm walking.
So
the messenger is
Oh, it's
unaffected
just
by
like,
this.
whatever.
So we may need to swap who's driving, since you are now acting
you
with
can't
less
reach
effect.
the pedals.
Yeah.
We'll work it out. But remember,
Use it a short
anything
round.
your next roll, Cameron, is less effect. So you won't get standard, you'll get limited, and you won't get limited, you'll get no.
That's if you have
No.
level 1 harm.
Level 1 harm.
Yeah. All right.
You could also set him up. Like, I think you could press the pedals and he could drive. Like,
We can work something out.
Do you
We
have
can
the
work
stress to
some-
take?
I don't need to stress just to make the roll, but I will have full effect.
No, I mean like to help.
Again,
Don't
I
take
have
stress.
full effect.
You would have to take stress to help him, and taking stress would give you trauma.
Is that true, Messenger? Like, is that
I have full effect.
What he's
Sorry.
saying, Cameron, is he doesn't need help.
what is your
Don't
stress
worry about
level at? That's what I was asking.
I have 2 away from
Okay.
cap, 3 away from trauma.
So we're the same. Okay. That's
No,
that.
we're not the same. I have full effect.
So he
No,
has
I'm
a thing that
stressed.
no. So Cameron,
He ignores level 1 harm.
he ignors level 1 harm.
Oh, okay.
So or the effect
specifically
of
the penalty.
right.
Gotcha. Yeah, no, I got that. I just wanted to know where your stress was at. That's all I wanted to know.
Okay.
That's it. That's all I wanted to know where your stress was at. I get that. I just wanted to know that. I'm
That's
good.
fair.
Well, it
Yeah,
sounds like the
where we're at.
messenger is saying, "Hey, move over. I
Hand me
can
the
take this
wheel."
one." Yeah.
Let me drive.
Yeah. Now, do you want to try a drive?
What's the next challenge look like?
You're gonna have one more roll, similar. It's gonna be the same roll, either finesse or patrol or prowl, depending on what you want to do. This is to get to Brightstone. This will be your last. This will be your last stop.
So maybe, so maybe the Nighthawk, like you're driving and then your nose just starts pouring blood, and you guys just swap seats.
Yeah, I
while
think
you're
these
driving.
effects are kind of noticeable. It is like, oh god, like I am
Yeah.
not feeling great. Like,
We can swap, and I can make a 2-die finesse roll.
Okay.
Or I can help. Yeah, that's great. I am guiding his hands. We are working our finesse together.
Okay.
So I am perched on his, leaning over his shoulder, helping him focus as he's a little floaty because of the nosebleed. How's that
Mhm.
sound?
Okay.
All right, so I'm taking 1 stress to help, and we do another finesse roll. Finesse keeps the car intact. Prowl keeps the bad guys off of us. Like, that's the 2 things.
Yeah.
Do we want to deal with blue coats, or do we
Oh.
want to deal with? Wait, you have 3 prowl.
Yeah. It's the same either way for me.
I want a pristine car.
No,
Then-
I
then
will
how-
say so. Like, just to be clear, cards on the table here. The way I'm handling this is complications on finesse up the blue coat pursuit. Complications on a prowl would damage the card, reduce the overall take.
I think we should go with prowl at this point. We're a little close to the line on the blue coats.
Okay.
So
Well,
you
we-
roll prowl with my help.
What plan for the blue coats?
Risky standard.
Risky
So like
standard.
I got the blood and just like wiping it off the goggles.
And stress Silas to be like, listen, whatever you do,
Yeah,
Make-
yeah. And in fact, I'm going to do foresight. I'm going to help.
Okay.
It's stress free. All stress free help.
Oh.
And kind of flashbacky to when you guys took the car. And I'll say, no matter what you get the car in as pristine as possible, I will take care of blue coats if I see them.
Okay.
We have a plan for this.
so that is what was said. If you guys want to follow that, that's on you too.
Yeah.
But
I'm still in favor of prowl because, like, he can't catch up to us. We put the hammer down.
Well, we don't know where they're coming from necessarily.
Does
but
that add a
yeah,
dice
true.
to our roll, or is that up the effect?
Either one. You pick one.
Well, in
I
this
was
case, it would add a
asking-
dice, I believe.
Yeah, that can be whatever, like you need, either setup or dice, whatever you need.
I mean, at this point, it'd be 4 dice one way or another. So, what do you think, Messenger?
probably go because you will be at limited effect if you're making this roll, just because you're wounded,
Well,
right?
well
Yeah.
he's yeah.
Okay, cool. So I am. Do I help? So I help to raise it to standard, and it's 3 dice at standard, while Nathan's help bumps it to 4 dice. Is that how this works?
That's what I'm thinking.
I
Yeah,
think,
whichever you need me to do.
No, I'm checking with Kyle on that.
yeah. Can you do help twice? I think twice is the
Well,
max.
So I think the messenger is setting him up, which elevates the
Right, if
the
Right,
I
which
was
would need a
effect.
roll for.
Oh,
yeah, I
gotcha.
need a roll to set up.
I see.
But that's fine. We could do it that way.
Boy, I wish there was a way I could make this hunt.
I mean, you could know where the police are coming from.
Yeah, but how am I doing that? That sounds like a survey roll, which I only have 1 die for.
Well, what role do you want to do?
Oh, hunt if I could. Hunt or study and attune are my 3 strongest. But like, if it's got to be survey, it's got to be survey. And if we
Oh,
don't,
study. You could have studied
Yeah,
the
we get
map.
studied.
You could
Yeah.
you could be directing him where to go.
Yeah.
Get what we want.
Yeah.
You just got to
You-
convince our DM.
You just have a map. You're just like, no, left here, no, right,
okay,
left.
cool.
Yeah.
Setup is no stress, so I'm taking back my my 1 stress. I am doing a study roll to set him up. What is my position and effect?
We'll say controlled position standard effect.
Thank you.
Nice.
A crit. Yeah. So the messenger sets you up. Great. So we'll jump this up from. It would have been a limited effect based on your injury. We'll just bump that up to great effect. Like the messenger's like, you go down this route. Like, oh, I've walked here through redress. I know cops won't go down there. Like this is
Yeah.
Bill Hook turf. Like, thank goodness we're cool with them now. Like
Going
Alright.
through alleys, like at some point you're on 2 wheels somehow.
And then with Silas's help, we're doing 4 dice roll finesse.
Well, it's whatever role
prowl
you
your
want to do.
choice.
But
Finesse or
4
prowl?
dice, 4 die roll prowl.
4 die roll prowl. Okay.
I was
So-
gonna go finesse, but I mean, you could do it. You get to
So
choose. You're
It's
the person who
risky,
chooses.
great effect.
Yes. I mean, it doesn't matter what you select. It's just what shows up on the card, but
Yeah.
it doesn't change the roll at all.
Plus 1 dice.
It changes the
Okay.
result.
Consequences.
So yeah.
Well,
A
we dinged up the
success
car.
with complications. So yeah, one of the alleyways that the messenger sends you through dips you out of the cops, so the cops will not catch you. They will have no inclination of where you went to or who now has the car. Like that part has been great.
Yeah.
As a success on the prowl. The complication though is like you do take that one alley turn just a little too tight. You would have been fine if this was a goat buggy, but you put a scratch on the doorway. It could probably be buffed out, but Mora's gonna have some words for you on that. You do make it to Brightstone, no problem. But this is where you guys are going to take another level of harm or have to resist.
Okay, we're in Brightstone.
Yeah.
We're where we're delivering this.
Yep, this is the final stretch. So this isn't like taking effect as you get. This is like the stretch from where you took the last one.
The cumulative
final
effect of getting here gave us another harm.
Okay, so but we're delivering.
Yep.
We don't have to make another test.
No.
Okay, so your choice here is: are you ending this possibly traumatized, or are you ending this with a level 2 harm?
Level 2 harm is really hard to get rid of. It could take like 2 games. 3 games.
Yeah, but I've got tough as nails, so I'll be all right. So I'm almost certainly taking the harm, unless Cameron decides to take the harm, in which case I'll absolutely try to resist.
I'll resist. I'll try to resist and see what happens. So I roll my resolve, and we'll see what happens.
Well, was it resolve?
yeah.
It is, yeah.
And so just roll my resolve.
Get you 6. Get you 6.
Hey.
Oh,
Ah.
Nice. So
Good
you
job.
resist the effects, which I will describe here in a second. Messenger, what about you?
do I want another trauma?
Kyle, is this another level of harm or is this another level 1 harm? Because there's 2 boxes for each level, right?
Oh, yeah, sorry. Thank you. Yeah, this would just be another level 1 harm.
I'm eating it. All right, so I'm nosebleeded and headached now.
Yeah.
No, this one is partially hollowed. And the Nighthawk, this is what you feel. This device, they said it was impossible, but rather than use the electroplasm in a Leviathan's blood, this device seems to be pulling energy directly from the ghost field, literally taking the ghosts that exists around us and turning them into energy. The unfortunate side effect of which the level to which the Sparkwrights know about this is debatable, but it seems to be indiscriminate about where those ghosts, quote, currently are. So running this device has literally started pulling your spirit into it to be used as fuel. And this is what you were experiencing with malfunctions in the hulls. I will say from like a mechanical standpoint, you're going to be fine. It was only like a partial, but you realize like something's missing now. It did get something.
We should go talk to the Wraiths and have them go back and wreck that place.
No, it works fine if you run it off ghosts that are already there. You just have to keep a safe perimeter around it where you don't let people in. It'll be fine.
Yeah.
It's better than being entirely reliant on Leviathan blood. Besides, they can always improve it. The next iteration maybe will work.
Maybe.
Exactly as intended. Just, it needs more safeties.
Cool, guys. So you deliver the car, no problem.
One scratch.
Oh yeah, that is one scratch. I will say we will write that crit normally. If it was delivered in less than pristine condition, Lord Mora was going to deduct 2 coin. But because you got that crit and it was a minor scratch, he'll see reason and he'll give you 7 coin. He'll just deduct the 1. And that is where we will end the score today. Nice job, everybody. Cool. So jumping into some entanglements and such. First, let's discuss coin. I already said, so you guys get 6 coin. I think Lady Slane, it's up to you. You can pay her.
Should we get 6 or 7?
7.
7 coin. Sorry, I misspoke. It's with tier +1. Now that you're tier 2, it's going to be a 3 coin tribute. But because you did this at her request, she's given you the option. You can pay her the 3 to help mitigate the Hive's debt, or you cannot and just call it good.
Fuck the Hive's debt. That's their debt.
Yeah.
Cool.
But she's
Great.
cool if we say if we say we did this for you and she got what she needed, then
Yep.
we're square.
Well, I think we also did a job for her. Like, we could offer to get paid, but like we also got her information and be like, well, how much is
I'm
that
just making
worth?
sure that in withholding our tithe,
Yeah, she made it.
Yeah.
So when she was talking to the messenger and the Nighthawk, she did say she understands that sometimes you did work specifically for the Hive that they didn't collect tithe on because it was a personal job. And she said that this was going to be one of those.
Oh,
So if you're
okay.
like, yeah,
We're
you
square.
asked us to do this, we did it for you, that's fine. But again, if you want to start paying off the Hive's debt,
No,
you are allowed.
fuck them. Fuck them. Pay off your dumb debts, bro. We pay off our debts.
Do we? So that sounds like 1 coin each and 2 in the vault.
Yeah.
Is that cool for everyone?
How much stash do we get then?
We'll get to that.
We'll get there
So if I
Do we?
max
Stash, I
coin
think
rank-
it happens when you
when you
gain
rank up
a
or
when you,
tier
yeah
up.
when you rank up or something.
Okay.
But I
It's
think
either
you get, like,
XP
A certain amount per game or something like that.
No,
Yeah.
it's per time you level up the XP. I think it is. It's either XP or rep.
So I'm at max coin right now, and so if I get another one, does that go to my stash?
It'd have to, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
So if someone's been keeping, okay, so I show that we're currently at 0 rep. Is that what people are seeing on their character sheets as well?
No, I think for mine, I thought we were at max.
No, because we
No,
did
well-
just level up. I feel last game.
I have
Yeah,
max minus
At
2.
This is for crew advancement or for what?
This is for rep.
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 I
at
have 0. I have 0 rep as well because we just tiered up.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just bumped to tier 2.
Okay.
And that
So
one, unlike XP, it doesn't wrap around, or so it seems.
this is a tier 2 versus tier 4 gang. So we are looking at a 4 rep for this job.
Ooh.
Also, Nate, if you need somebody to hold coin, I got a slot for you if you want to.
I mean, I'd be happy to
Yeah, sure. I'll
send one
take
your
it.
way.
I'll take it.
I have coin to spare.
Yeah.
Yeah, like you did good
Uh,
today, kid. Here you go.
Now heat, I am showing 5. It looks like heat. Is that correct?
I think it was
Yeah, that's
5
what
when
I
we
have.
started, and then we took one earlier.
I thought we started at 3 and took 1.
I thought we started at 3 and took 2.
Gotcha.
Yeah, that's what I thought too.
Sounds about right.
We're at 5 then.
Yeah.
That's what I thought.
Okay.
Yeah, fine with that.
Sounds good.
We subtract 2 for the cover operation.
Right. Let's calculate how many we have, and then we subtract the 2. So a +1 heat for a high-profile or well-connected target. I think the Sparkwrights are, so we'll give 1 for that. +1 heat if it happened on hostile turf. It did not, and you stayed out of Crow's Foot, so I think you're good there. +1 heat if you're at war with another faction. You are no longer. And then +2 heat if killing were involved. This time, no violence, just some sleep.
Nebra's not here.
Just a total +1 heat.
Yeah.
I did y'all a favor. I didn't kill that cop.
2 games in a row without Nebra, 2 games in a row without death.
Yeah. Now the cover operation does drop that down.
So we go from 6 to 4.
Yeah, does that remove heat we've already accumulated, or just heat gained?
It says -2 heat per score.
Yeah, I think it actually slowly degrades even the heat that we have overall.
Okay. So
If
we'll drop
we
that
ever
down
managed to
to 4.
score without building up 2 heat.
Right.
So we're at 4?
Correct. Yep.
Sounds good.
And then, who would like to roll the entanglement?
What role is that?
That's a
Like
wanted
wanted.
roll.
Okay. I'll do it.
Sure.
Okay, a 2 and a 4, and we take the 2. And you guys have 4 heat, right?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that looks like it's either gang troubled or questioned. I'll let you guys determine which one you want. With gang trouble, it is one of your gangs. Oh, this could actually fit in with the narrative we established earlier. One of your gangs or other cohort causes trouble due to their flaws. You can lose faith, forfeit rep equal to your tier +1. Make an example of one of the gang members or face reprisals from the wrong party.
Cole, I already see Cole. I know exactly what he's gonna do.
I feel like let's let Cole decide.
And,
It's just I literally watched Cole go. "Hmm?"
And the questioning kind of also works a little bit. The blue coats grab an NPC member of your crew or one of the crew's contacts to question them about your crimes. Make a 2D fortune roll to see how much they talk. A 1 to 3 is a +2 heat, 4 to 5 is a +1 heat. Or you can play the blue coats off with 2 coin.
I mean, so my initial reaction was going to be that I should make an example of Henry Evans, and have that whole situation and continue playing that out. However, questioned, I feel like it's much more natural to have the sister questioned, because she's reporting this crime and etc. And so having her talk could, if she reveals, yes, I was out on a picnic with my boyfriend, Reese Mulligan, that could, ping some heat things.
Or we just use 2 coin to pay the cops off.
Don't think we want to do that.
No.
Yeah, we have
fuck 'em.
heat just there.
Yeah, we have
Yeah.
plenty.
Are people cool with that? Una being
Yeah.
questioned?
Yeah, that's fine.
That
I just
actually
know
makes
that
sense.
I'm just knowing that Cole would love to make an example of the guy, but I'm fine with the questioning.
Narrative-wise, I think that one's better. It actually makes the
I
most
feel like
sense.
he makes an example of Henry anyway, regardless. But
Cool. Will someone hit me
mechanically,
up
we do the questioning.
with a 2D fortune roll, please?
Oh, okay. Where's Fortune?
It should be on your main
oh,
character sheet. A big button.
It's also on faction, on the
And
very
it's on
end.
crew. It's on all of them.
Oh, I can do it.
There's a fortune
Got
button for every one of them.
2 dice?
Correct. Yep.
This is how bad things are for.
All right. So on a 4 or 5, we just add another +1 heat. So we are back at 5.
She's like, I saw a guy that kind of looked like Silas Eventide.
So we did get a claim from the Wraiths. What do we want that claim to be?
Yay!
Could this be like turf, maybe? Because it's just a rooftop. We just got basically on some rooftops, right?
Yeah, I mean, it could be. I mean, I think a lot of these could work, like side business, luxury fence, secret routes, even.
Yeah.
Oh, I like that.
But if you want, sure, if you could take it.
Like
Even
fence,
turning those into warehouses,
right? Fence definitely
Uh,
initially seemed like it was made the most sense, but it also doesn't really benefit us that much. I think side business could be good. Warehouse, I think could really work. Secret routes also.
Ancient gate. No.
Not yet. But don't think we won't.
I don't think that one makes any sense.
Well,
I like
where-
secret
what are
routes.
the wraiths? The wraiths are more of a
They're
Burglars,
burglars.
Well, we are smugglers, and secret routes would be very handy.
Let's take a quick look at what they would have if they were
Specifically, it was described that they were giving us their rooftop caches and like hard points, basically.
Okay, so things that they have that might be interesting. Lookouts, you get +1D to hunt or survey on your turf. Gambling den, anytime during downtime, roll dice equal to your tier, earn coin equal to the highest result minus your heat. Oh, that's the same thing as
I have
Vice
a
Den. Never mind.
thought. What about informants? Like, what if they gave up their like network of low-level spies, like urchin children in the area, and we now have essentially their ears?
I like that because it also can help like do what Silas kind of wants to do in being a pillar of the community, in that we have these urchins who we're trying to help them, but they're really just informing for us.
Oh my god, I'm just
Start up a
imagining.
charity organization.
Yeah,
or
yeah,
something.
yeah. Yep.
Yeah, I'm just imagining.
We get a
Silas,
soup
like-
kitchen.
Yeah, I'm just imagining Silas like, like with like 3 or 4 of these kids in tow, just like serving him. Like,
I don't
his
know, man.
food and-
Both the infirmary and the hagfish farm are pretty interesting from the Shadows claims.
There's like 4 children that are just like scrubbing the floors in the roost.
Infirmary gets you +1 die to healing, which always another die to that is another chance for an increased chance for your critting. And hagfish farm is if you have a score that involves killing, you get +1 die +1 die for reducing heat because you're getting rid of the bodies.
These are, I will say, they specifically said they were giving you their rooftop.
I'm sorry.
claim, right? So a
You're right.
hagfish farm might be a bit difficult to
You're right.
logistically justify.
Also, the
Then there's-
infirmary would be weird. You're right. It's really informants or lookouts, I guess, which isn't great.
So what is surplus +2 coin and payoff for scores? The includes payoff or score? What does that mean?
What are you looking at?
Include for surplus cash under covert operation.
Oh, that was one we got from somebody else and then gave away. +2 coin for
Oh, okay.
product, sale, or supply.
Oh, okay. My bad.
We ended up trading that to the Deathland Scavengers, right? Or
To sue for peace, yeah.
yeah, super piece.
What about fleet? Maybe fleet, though. That'd be
I like fleet. It just doesn't make
For
sense.
rooftop, yeah.
All right. Do we want to go with informants or with
Like warehouse also could work. Like if it was like we find that they had a bunch of stuff. That's kind of neat.
I
But-
dig like I from a GM perspective, if Nate has stories he wants to tell with Silas running orphans and stuff like that, I do like setting him up with that idea if that'll
Yeah.
help.
Because like it gives us +1D on a score, so
Yeah, let's do it.
Yeah, on gathering info.
Sure.
All right, killer. Informants
I'm
it
into
is.
that.
Cool.
look at me being so good, who never has anything bad in his past, helping out the little Skulllanders.
Yep. So cool. I'm going to go ahead and move us over to the reputation page. Dun dun
How about
dun.
that rip?
And here is what we got. We gain +1 status with the cabbies, who are glad that the electroplasmic carriage prototype is off the street, and their goat and buggy business will not be impacted for at least a little bit longer. We then get +1 status with the unseen.
What this time?
We don't know.
Cool.
They're unseen.
I
So
mean,
we're at 0 with them now.
We're at +1.
I mean, if they're ghosts, they don't
I mean,
want
I have
ghost,
an idea why.
ghost
Yeah.
engine, yeah.
The ghost engine that grinds them up into fuel might it's off the
Are we
street.
playing Raid the Oblivion? Like,
We
in the
get
dark.
+1 status with the Deathland Scavengers as little joint operation helped build bridges. And then going down, just want to make sure.
The Ministry.
We get +1 with the Ministry of Preservation, bringing us into alliance with them, as Lady Slane kind of explained.
Woot.
And then for the negatives, we are moving -1 down with, you guessed it, the Wraiths,
How bizarre.
who are not pleased with the way things went down.
Does that make us -1 or -2?
That's a -2.
Okay.
And then a -1 status with the Leviathan Hunters for the same reason. And that brings us back down to 0 with them. Cool. Everyone got that for their character sheets?
Are we still at 3 with the Scoveland refugees?
Oh, yeah.
Well, we haven't done anything bad to them ever.
They love us. They've just have been, or currently no longer, like they were preoccupied with their protests. Though if Bell gets her way, maybe that'll see up again. But all right, so we've done status, we've done coin, we've done heat, we've done entanglement. I think, unless I'm missing something, and it has been a while, that moves us down to downtime activity.
Or crew advancement?
We did crew advancement, did we?
No.
I think we've been doing crew advancement after downtime activity because it could potentially be tags for people's XP.
Sure.
Fantastic. What was rep at? I'm sorry, how much rep did we get?
5. Oh, no.
4?
I have 4 rep.
Thank you. Sorry. Downtime activities it is.
So, first and foremost, we have Emmeline out in the Deathlands. This is her downtime activity that she's taking for, quote, missing this game. This is a tune roll. Position and effect don't matter. It is at +1 die from the help. Let's see what she gets.
Crit.
That is a crit. We get
Ghost Break?
all 3 back.
Oof.
That is Fleta Wilson, Alessia Sanat, and Reth Valona. We'll have to determine if we want to continue having ghosts, if we want to put them in machine bodies. Reese, I'm looking at you. Maybe that's a downtime activity we can do together.
Ooh, that
But
would be cool.
the crew that were lost will be back next game.
Amazing.
Cool. Who would like to take the next downtime activity?
I can go. So is that count as both of your downtime activities?
Well, I'm only giving her the one for missing a game.
Oh, okay, makes sense. All right. Well, first I'm gonna heal because I still have a level 1 arm, and I apologize. I'll remember about the less effect in the future. I completely spaced on that. So just click the healing thing, right? Yeah. And we get +1 die for me, +1 die for Charles Sawbone.
Yeah,
and that's
Sawtooth.
it, right?
Sawtooth.
Sawtooth, yeah.
And then
All right.
+1 D naturally, so it should be a 3D roll.
Okay. Woo.
Cool. So that will, on a 6, recover 3 segments of a 4-segment healing clock.
All right, I had 2 already, so it means I am good to go on that. And then with the rest of my downtime, I will indulge my vice. Get some of that stress back.
Where are you going to do it?
So not the best.
Yeah, not the best.
But yeah, could you just give a brief overview, like a montage, what it looked like when you healed and what you did to reduce the stress?
For healing, like he since he had a bad cut, I imagine he had already stitched it up. And so this is so to continue with that, he's treating the wound and making sure that it that the scab happens properly, doesn't get infected, and essentially like returns his body to normal without any ill effect. So I just imagine seeing Reese in his like in the lair, like laying on his own medical table, working on himself with a mirror, expertly at that, which is apparently. And then for indulging the vice, he's going to try to, based on what he'd seen of the works, he's going to try to reverse engineer the components of the energy source based on what he saw in the factory. So that's sort of what his initial investigation. I'm not going to start a clock on that or anything. It's just that's just kind of what's occupying his mind right now because he got to see the facility a little
Yeah.
bit more.
And let's say like because you only like it wasn't the best stress reduction, you only reduced 2. Like maybe the reason it wasn't as fulfilling is like there is some complicated stuff here that like you're not getting. Like there's things that
Mhm.
maybe shouldn't work, and like you're like, well, wouldn't that cause problems if this did work? And like there's just some mental strain.
And I'm guessing like those problems, they probably know about them and don't care, and that's why it's so dangerous to use. Sure. All right, cool. Yeah, that's me. Who's next?
I can go.
Killer.
All right. So wait. Correct me if I'm wrong. We can spend a coin for more downtime activities.
Mhm.
Okay. So I would like to heal for sure. So I roll what healing.
Yep, and you'll get +3 die.
So I roll.
I think
3
the
die.
healing takes into account. No, yeah, you'd have to put +3 if that's how you.
What are the dice? Why are they 3?
3.
So you get
click-
1 to heal for free. You get 1 if you're going to Reese because he's a physiker and can help you.
Yeah.
And you're getting 1 if you're using Cole's sawbones to help you
Okay.
out.
Gotcha.
Which I'm assuming at this point has become like a nurse almost in
Yeah.
Basically.
our makeshift medical facility.
He like assists me in the activity.
Cool. So with 3, you fill up 1 segment of a 4-segment healing clock.
I would like to heal again.
Yeah, so this whatever happened to you is very difficult to heal.
Yeah.
His opinion is like, what the hell happened to you? It's like,
Why is your soul not
he's
properly?
he's like sort of like looking up in your nose, and he's like, it's like something's missing from you, lad. What happened to you?
All right, I'll try to heal again.
Okay, with that 4, you get -2, or sorry, 2 more segments.
And so that's 3 total.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I'll spend a coin to heal again.
You're going to spend another coin to indulge your vice?
Well, you get 2 downtime activities, right?
Yeah, but
You've done 2 already.
Yeah, so I spend 1 coin.
So if you can, it doesn't matter. You do it either way.
What does that mean?
So if you don't indulge your vice, you'll keep the stress you have now.
I'm going to spend another coin. I have 4 saved up, plus whatever we got this score. So like I have.
We were just letting you know that it was.
I'm maxed out on money, so I might as well spend it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll do that again to try to heal again.
I don't need to roll. It's only 1 slot.
Cleared it.
Oh yeah, because you only had the 1 arm.
Yeah.
You
roll
had that expert resist on the second. Yeah. So you heal up. They finally patch up your nosebleeds after many. Like you probably had to pay that coin to actually get rare and strange alchemical.
I want to say he actually had to build a device that would cauterize the broken cells in his nose so that it would stop bleeding. However, there's a side effect to that. So for the next week, it just smells like burnt meat all the time.
You somehow deviated your septum because of this,
Right.
so you just have nosebleeds constantly throughout until it gets fixed.
Yeah, I'll spend another coin to indulge my vice.
Okay.
It's just regular amount of dice.
You just put the indulge. That's it.
Yeah.
Hit the indulge.
Ooh, 6, man.
Nice. Down to 1 stress. Very solid indulge.
Mhm.
What does this look like for the Nighthawk?
I mean, I think the Nighthawk, after having his, I think, and I think this is maybe part of the effect of the ghost effect, like having his soul slightly pulled out of his body a little bit. He needed to reattune himself, and but that has allowed him, just because, that experience can kind of cause you to see a little bit into, the ethereal plane. He goes to meditate at the shrine at his underneath his house, his mansion, and he is this is like one of those you did well kind of moments.
Yeah. How do you commune with the Throne of Vengeance?
Well,
If you
technically
were
speaking, there's two ways. One, I try to meditate at the shrine, but the other is I'm literally haunted by effectively the Throne of Vengeance.
okay. So cool. So that ghostly apparition, as you are meditating in
If
your
you're
mansion, does speak to you, um, and as part of this stress reduction, and it simply says, "Do not let it through. The empty vessel is always full."
Oh.
nice, I will not let it through. Whatever it is. All right. That was good. How much coin do we each get this round?
One.
One. Perfect. I'm gonna spend one more coin then, and that'll leave me at 2. And I will like to do one more downtime activity.
Well, you've spent 2 already, so you're at right.
So I was at 4, and we got one more. So
And when you get the 5th coin, it goes immediately into your stash. Unless no, because he could do it. He could put it into the gang and then pull it out after.
right.
Yeah, makes sense.
That's what I was kind of thinking. So I still, yeah, but I would like to train our our guys in the art of deception and disguise better.
What effect is that having? Like, you can do a project for anything, of course.
Yeah,
Well, yeah.
I want to make more Nighthawks.
Could you?
But what?
Sure.
So for my benefit, right? Because I have to put mechanical things to this. What are you trying to achieve mechanically, right?
I have a pitch, which would be that: are you starting a long-term project to increase the cohort level? I know that's not actually a rule that's part of this game, so we can say no. But
He could give them a double status too. He could make them thug rooks.
No,
Or thug cultists?
yeah, thug cultists. I want to make them cultists.
Cultists aren't going to be good at.
Yeah,
Cultists aren't going to be
I'll
better.
just
at
let you
disguise.
know that if you try to make them cultists, I am going to spend every coin I have to stop you.
Yeah, cultists won't make them better at what you want them to be better at.
What are
Cultists make them
rooks?
better at magic.
Rooks are what you are.
Ah, better
Rooks-
disguise.
Rooks are your skill monkeys.
Yeah.
Your social types. So you've got your social your face types. So your different your different cohorts are, you've got the rovers, which are traveling types, smuggler types, your thugs, which are do damage types, your cultists, which are the magic types, and your rooks, which are the social skill types.
I mean, ultimately, I want to recruit some cultists then.
Well, that you can't do, right? That's an advancement of the that the crew would need to take, right?
Okay.
You can't do a long-time activity to
I don't know. It says you can do a project for anything, so you might be able to do a long-term thing that does that. It just shouldn't be easy as all.
You could acquire a temporary cohort. You could recruit. You could go street breaching kind of thing.
I don't know. I think the main thing, though, what I've been doing is I've been teaching these guys this, and I think the question is, am I trying to teach them to be more discreet, or am I trying to teach them basically more spooky stuff?
Oh, I'm sorry. I said it wrong. The gang type wouldn't be cultists. The gang type would be adepts. scholars, tinkerers, cultists, and chemists. Rooks are your con artists, spies, and socialites. Rovers are your sailors, cabbage drivers, and deathland scavengers. Skulks are your scouts, infiltrators, and thieves. And thugs are your killers, brawlers, and roustabouts.
And
So as the different cohort types.
we have they're already rovers, right?
No, not the ones we're talking about. The rovers are our elite rovers are very good at being rovers, and then we have thugs.
Oh, and thugs can then be upgraded, maybe.
Well, any of them, there's a such thing as a double type where they get more than one type on them.
Okay.
And it's more difficult to make them if you make them through the rules, but like it does say you can do long-term projects for other weird things. So I don't know if that's something that would be a mechanical thing. Just throwing something out there for Kyle.
Right. What do you think, Kyle?
I would need to think honestly about how I'd want to handle doing a downtime activity to get a new cohort. And if your heart's set on that, I
No.
can think on it and get back.
I'm fine with.
Won't be today. If you want to give them a second type,
Yeah.
so they could be good at two things simultaneously, I could see that being a.
Sure.
I already have ideas for how.
Because he can do a downtime activity to get a temporary cohort, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Acquire an asset. I
Yeah.
want cults for the next game. Yeah.
So I think that would be
Perhaps.
essentially the beginning of that.
It'd be,
Well,
like what would the clock look like to add them add a subtype to them?
It'd probably be an 8-segment clock.
Okay. I mean, does that sound reasonable? Like, I feel like that we could just do a clock for that. It'll take a couple games, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. I think I'd like to train them to. I don't know. I think in this case, I guess based on the subtypes, like I guess I've been moving towards training them to be acolytes more or less, right?
Have you been adepts? Is the
Or sorry, adepts.
Have you been trying to teach them to be spiritualists? Because that's the thing that Cole is going to try and smack out of them.
I mean, that's kind of where they're at on this, but I mean, what do you guys think? Like, I can do whatever is beneficial to the crew. Like, I don't want to do something detrimental to the crew.
If you want them to be sneaky, you want to train them to be skulks. If you want them to be spies, if you want them to be sneaky thieves, you want them to be skulks. If you want them to be sneaky spies, you want them to be rooks.
What do you think would be most beneficial?
What do you think the Nighthawk would pick, Cameron?
I think they would both be beneficial. Both of those would be beneficial to the group. Either one.
And I'm also not saying that adepts wouldn't be beneficial. Like
they
would have their own benefit.
I think the Nighthawk would be probably not intentionally, but unintentionally training them to be adepts. Basically, that it's like this is the next evolution of this thing. That they start asking the questions themselves and start learning the mysterious, weird ways. Because the Nighthawk itself is not that into a tune, but I feel like that's them becoming more zealotous, and under his guidance, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm all about
I can see it.
Like, and that's kind of the way I was seeing it, as like, this is happening because like that's what happens when you start asking questions about forgotten gods and people start, waking up their abilities, right?
Cool. Yeah, so we're starting an 8-segment clock. Roll what you like, how you facilitate this development, and we'll fill up some segments on that clock.
I think it's a sway thing for me. Swaying, like convincing them to become more into this way of thinking.
Okay.
And then I'm guessing this is just controlled. It's standard effect and all that. Yeah, that doesn't matter for this one.
Yeah. Cool. A 6. So that will fill up 3 segments of this 8-segment clock.
Okay.
So well on your way
May I go
to
next?
teaching them the vengeance route.
The way of vengeance.
You going next, Messenger?
I would like to. I'm going to start off by indulging vice.
Ooh!
Nice.
Nice.
Also a good one.
Crit. What does a crit do?
That I don't know. I think a crit does nothing on an indulge, but
Yeah.
feel free to double check.
Well, that's fine. I can't. I didn't think I could overindulge, but
I don't think it would cause you to overindulge. I think if anything, it'd be like it just clears your stress.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
I think it doesn't do anything. I think it's
Yeah,
just
it just says clear an amount of stress equal to the highest die result. I don't think you can crit this roll.
D5 156. Quick. Indulge vice. Yeah, just clear stress equal to the highest. So I'm down to 1 stress. Great. Thank you for your
Nicely
patience.
done.
Sorry about that.
That's fine.
Great. Yeah, the messenger is definitely okay. We could try to heal, but we could also just tough this shit out. And we got a book to work on.
you know it's gonna be great. Maybe do you?
I
And it's
have
gonna come out in the
reason
future.
to believe it will exist.
And it answered your question. It's version 3.
Yeah, it did. Weird having your agency denied to you like that, but like also, yeah, sure, sounds right.
There could be a 2.5. He
There
just
could be.
has the third.
Right.
Also possible. It's all very strange. So I think this ends up being controlled standard. I'm making a study roll. Do I have an additional die from Sister Spooky?
Yeah, if you want to bring her into that. This is one of the Principles of Oblivion 3rd edition. Oh, it was there in the clock.
What is Sister Spooky's name? I'm just going to...
Nelisan. And she is, if you were looking for her, she is a vice purveyor in Brightstone, and I believe the Brightstone district page has just a brief write-up on her. Yeah. Nelisan, the Church of Ecstasy of the Flesh, Faith, vice purveyor.
So she's a madam.
No, that's the church.
Oh, okay.
Church of Ecstasy of the Flesh is the full title.
Oh, okay.
Okay, 1 bonus die for that.
Woo!
6, that's 3.
All right.
You
I
gonna
just
pay
tried
a
to
coin
click
to do
the
it
clock
again?
to increase it by 3, but that's not mine. And I'm gonna spend a point probably to lower heat. Yeah, okay, I'm spending a coin to work on lowering heat.
Okay.
And
So kill off
that's...
some people that do a hunt roll. Kill off some people that might know too much.
Am I?
I was just joking, but
It's
you wanna
like, what,
consider
okay,
that.
what would be lowering the heat at this point? Like, obviously, the just
I will also be doing that.
threatening... Yeah, but I often don't, and I feel like I should kick in. Threatening is fine. All right, yeah, we're threatening the wraiths. They need to keep their mouths shut. This is they got a good result, and they should be glad they have it.
You should be glad we didn't kill them.
Very much so.
You didn't test out your new Sparkwright pistol on them.
Controlled. I do have a new Sparkwright pistol. Well, I don't know if I do. I'm not sure how assets work in the game. Controlled standard.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm not very scary.
So that's
I
just
think
one.
I still. Yes.
Oh, let's say like you go to threaten them, and in that moment they show due deference because they did not want to be killed by you or Cole. But I think like when you go to kind of threaten them, you make yourself known and you do like reduce heat a little bit, but you do start noticing that like there are dockers and Leviathan hunters and stuff who have suddenly taken an interest in the race and their protection.
All right. I am done. Thank you
But
very
just
much.
real quick, could you just give us a quick montage of what that vice reduction looked like? And I'm sorry if you said. And
I did not.
missed
Thank
it.
you very much. Thank you for bringing that up. Oh yeah, we're going back to Lord Mora. Oh yeah, we are getting into the weird stuff there, and it's very much a process of we're trying to find the most interesting work that we can actually retain information on. And this notepad.
You do have Charles's map of.
Oh, that's true
Roll
too.
the 6,
I've
yeah.
got Charles's map that makes it safer. So we're not tempting trauma as much, and we are
That's why you
trying
got
to
a
find.
6.
Huh?
That's why you got a 6.
Yeah. So we're not hitting up the trauma buttons anything. We're getting something out of this, and we're figuring out which documents we can and can't usefully reference, and also which ones we really shouldn't be going anywhere near at all. So it's a matter of studying what's there. It's a matter of attuning carefully to some of the weirdness in the room, and their messenger is especially interested in those things that confirm the messenger's pet theories about how the world was actually broken,
Yeah.
aka it wasn't. It was not our world, and we came here and we fucked it up.
Yeah, and that is some of those writings are stuff that you can read and retain, and yeah, there are some like decidedly differences in this author's analysis of events versus your pet theory, but it is definitely like no, the world was not broken in so much as uh, humans would believe it to be broken. Instead, like this was a home world, home plane, however have you, of intelligences that were pushed out. Uh, uh, that when these intelligences ruled this place, it they had the power to bend it to their will and shape it in their form and control it with the power of gods, etc., etc., etc.
Huh. All right, so not quite the native demon theory, but it's close. Maybe they're not too wrong. We'll see.
Or
Thank
maybe these authors are wrong. We don't know, right? Just their theory. But
Yep.
who next?
I'll go. So first, we're going to do some indulging of my vice. I'm going to go to the Centernalia Club and
How much stress did you end this game with, Silas? Just
7, I think.
look at you rolling up the sleeves, putting in work.
And I
Nice.
don't even have to reduce it.
Though you can just remove all your stress.
Oh, yeah.
No,
So,
no,
yeah,
no.
I'm just going to
No, it
remove
says-
all
it
my
says-
stress.
It
I go to
says
the Centernalia Club, and I'm just like, we got the car in. Like, we had a good time. Like, everything's been great. And I'm just like having a great time, at the Centernalia Club, just living it up after a successful score.
and your functioning device can adjust the value up or down, so you can actually do 7.
Yeah, as I did.
Oh,
Don't
okay.
worry. This is why I have no trauma.
Rich
And
bastard.
why I never overindulge, because I can always prevent it from happening.
This is part of why you have no trauma. The other part is that you're a coward.
Yes.
He
And
agrees.
cowards live.
Yeah, but Reese is also reckless, so
But yeah, and for the second action, I'm going to, one moment here, reduce heat. And so I'll get to add 1 to my result.
Nice.
Um,
Plus
And
1
is that,
result level, not just a +1 to the result.
And what do I roll? Just whatever.
Whatever you decide. How are
Yeah,
you
so
reducing heat?
while I am indulging my vice, I start spreading some rumors. And I'm like, did you hear that the Billhooks sacked the Sparkwrights factory? And just start like putting it on anybody else.
Bill Hooks. Fuck those guys.
Not even the Wraiths, the Billhooks. Okay. I mean, if you'd said the Leviathan Hunters had, but no, the Billhooks. Gotcha.
Okay, so a 5 bumps up to a 6 because of your connected, which reduces 3 heat,
Oof. That's
which
awesome.
brings us down to 1.
And
I thought we were at 4. I took 1
Cameron-
off and he took 3 off.
Fair enough. Yeah, is that what other people got?
We started at 5.
I'm doing this second hand, so I'm.
I'm sorry, we started at 5. My apologies. I had us
Yeah,
at
we're down to 1.
So
Kyle's
Cameron, take a coin back.
Okay.
With your thing. Awesome.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
I find what you're doing, and here's the thing: this is probably a miscalculation on my part. Where he's gonna train. Yes, I need you to train your guys better at being not stupid, and what I'm gonna get is more cult. And
Teaching them
that's
to
my-
read and write, and now they're just reading like scripture, right? Like and weird arcane texts.
and that
They
is
can
my
read.
downtime.
All right, then Charles, you're up.
All right. I'm going to start out by indulging my vice.
Ooh, everyone's doing well today.
Pretty good.
Not this guy.
Could you give us a quick rundown of what that looks like?
Yeah, I think Lysander goes to the Saturnalia Club. Doesn't necessarily go with Silas, but does trade on Silas's name to get in. And so he goes to see the lounge singer, kind of takes her out afterwards, enjoys a nice time there.
Ooh, stepping out while Nebra's gone, huh? I see how it is.
I step out when Nebra's here.
Here's the thing: is if you go with me, I can also give you one more.
Oh yeah. I mean, it's up to you. Like, I think I'm
It's fine,
going
'cause
there.
I don't have to. I can do that to
Well, it says
an
it's
ally
like
who joins me.
you make.
So
Oh, okay, yeah. I
Yeah,
guess.
I'm happy to do that.
Yeah.
That would put me at 0. So we're all
Yeah.
coming away feeling really relaxed.
No, in fact, I was like, dude, we're going to the club. Like
I'm into it.
after all
Okay,
this.
okay.
This guy's not relaxed.
Well, that's because your form of relaxation was to look at books and deal with mechanical stuff, including
Oh, and
ghost
you're
engines.
probably gonna have some fallout from your girlfriend who's like, "We were robbed, and I'm upset." And...
Yep.
So
man.
I mean, I'm sure Reese like chased her down afterwards and like walked her back to her office to finish the date. So.
Oh yeah, yeah.
But yeah.
For my second action, I was gonna reduce heat, but we're really good right there. I'm gonna train in prowess because it will let me level up my prowess with the 2 dots from that. And I'm gonna take a dot in finesse as Cole tries to become a little bit less of a blunt cudgel and a little bit more of a well-rounded person. So ultimately, Cameron, Cole does not want to. I don't want to oppose you because there's also no rule for that, and I don't want to do that. But like, Cole is going to be pretty hard against, like, turning these guys into cultists. Essentially, he's not very happy with that as a result. He feels very responsible for recruiting them in here, and so I don't know. I guess the question should be, should I start a separate clock that is to train them to be something else, and whoever succeeds faster gets that, or should I just not care?
What do you think? Or I mean, you could direct that. Like, so what the trait they're working towards is what? Acolyte, adept.
Yeah.
So they're
So
trying to
no,
be adept.
Well, I
mean,
think
you could-
what Charles is suggesting, which I'll let you guys decide how you want to handle it amongst yourself. I think it's kind of a neat thing of like he's like I don't want him to, like Cole doesn't want him to be addicts. He'd rather them be, let's say, like rooks or
Sure.
something. Like I want them to be not worshiping your god, and so you guys would fill
Right.
up clocks simultaneously.
Right.
Well,
And like so, at the end of the day, a subtype is being gained. It's just
I
whatever
have-
that subtype is.
I have a counter proposal
I'm interested in hearing it.
that Cameron, or that the Nighthawk is trying to give them the subtype or the second type of adept, and what Cole is trying to give them is the subtype, or not a subtype, but an edge of secularity. So
Interesting.
they become adepts, but they are not cultists because they are secular. So they can be interested in the occult, but they're interested in the occult the way
Ooh.
Dr. Justin Sledge is.
Sure.
They're not going to practice it, but they'll be able to talk to you about it.
You make them less zealots. They're
Well,
still
they could still be zealots.
Yeah.
They're just secular zealots.
Mhm.
right.
They're not going to get involved in the magic or the religion, but they will learn about it and become proficient at.
They're
exploring it.
shockingly open-minded about their approach.
They're just
to
like,
things.
yeah. So this is said, but
Yeah, it's like the for your benefit, Cameron, the difference from being a priest and
Yeah.
a professor of theology.
Right.
Mhm. So
Yeah.
I think I could see
I
the way
think
that
that's
would play
fine.
out would be like everything the Nighthawk is hammering into their head. Every time they display something of that, Cole just boxes their ears.
No. I think it's more like because at this point, if Cole's trying to be more well-rounded, like this is like him being like, but what about these other gods? What about these other things? You're being so close-minded. Like he's trying to trying to prevent them from being so like narrowly focused on this, right? And he's
Well,
Well,
like,
no,
look,
he
I've
doesn't
seen
have to
these
prevent them
things.
from being narrowly focused. It doesn't have to be open-mindedness. It
Right.
can be boxing their ears
Sure.
in a focus on the material. Yeah,
Right.
you can say that hoity-toity stuff, whatever. I don't care about your ideal form as a chair. I'm gonna hit you over the head with this chair. What do you think a real chair is?
Right. Well, and I think part of it could be too something along the lines of either adding the edge or trying to recruit them into being another subtype. I think the form of it is going to be Cole being like, listen, I don't care what you believe, I don't really, but when you start affecting the crew and the gang by going out in vengeance masks and fucking starting and bringing heat back on us, that's when it'll become a problem. So either you better fucking learn how to be fucking sneaky as all hell, or you stop worshiping this bullshit. I don't care which. Because when it affects me and my family, and that's what these people are, they're my family. You've seen what happens to those people that threaten them. And if you become a threat, then we'll have to have a conversation about that, won't we? And so I'm cool with either, but I didn't want to like unilaterally do that.
Yeah, I think like I'd like there to be 2 clocks for you guys, and whether you want to, I think like from a mechanical perspective, adding an edge might be the better way to go, because even if you fill up the clock, you add something,
Yeah.
one way or the other. But it could. The reason I say 2 clocks is because remember, other people can contribute to other people's downtime activities, and when Emmeline gets back and find out we're getting cults, she's all about that.
Yeah.
Or adepts.
I mean, because the other option would be that well, no, that's an XP thing, so never mind. I was gonna say the other option would be that we just recruit a cult. Because again, I would probably be happier if there was a cult and there was a thugs and there was, all in their own little boxes, so we could rely upon
I
them
think
to
it'd
do
be really
things.
funny if you go and recruit the cults and you're like, leave my guys alone.
Right? Here's some fucking mooks. Here's some adepts. I kidnapped them from a thing. Here's some orphans you can deal with. I don't fucking care.
I brought you some weirdos.
Yeah.
Leave my boys alone.
Yeah. No, I think you're right.
And I think like as we like get XP and we decide like now let's take a new cohort eventually, like these are some of the things we could play on.
I agree.
Yeah.
No, I think you're right, Kyle. I think that's a good solution is to add an edge, or Pal's idea, but mainly because then it's not like I'm trying to negate what Cameron's doing. I'm trying to
That's what I was
modify,
gonna
which
say.
is-
It kind of sounds it almost feels PvP-ish, right? Like
That's why I said there's no rules for it. So
yeah. So
But like either way, we still get something out of it, and it's fine either way, right? Like
Yeah.
Cole's just making sure they don't bring any heat onto us. That's
With,
Is that everyone's?
secular edge? It's called.
Oh, I was just saying, put it in as an edge and call it secularity. Secular is fine. I mean, if you come up with a better
I can't
adjective, that's cool. If you want to call them dialectical materialists, that's that's fun too. But that's a kind of revolutionary that Cole isn't getting into too much. He's
not really.
Yeah.
I think
Yeah.
I'm a practical person, right? I'm telling him you don't want to deal with weird stuff. So anyway,
dialectical materialism is very practical.
Yeah.
Anyway, sorry.
No, you're good.
So we're starting an 8 segment clock for that. Go ahead and roll whatever that looks like for you. And
I'm gonna try to command them. Just obedience, force personality, position, and effect don't matter.
5, so that is a 2.
Okay, I'll go ahead and spend a coin.
Don't you get a free?
That was my third action.
My apologies.
I think, right? Yeah, that was my third action.
Was it?
What
was
Did
your
you did Vice? And...
I trained prowess. And then,
yeah. I missed that.
this. So I'm spending a coin to do it again.
Okay.
This is my one thing of like, Cameron, if you had gone with rooks, I would have I would have done this, and then we could have had them next game.
But I don't think that's what
6 for
That's
what
fine.
I think the story's telling, and that's where I'm like,
Cool.
Nice.
And then just while we're here, I'm doing a pip on the Cole gets picked up clock.
Yeah.
And I will say, Charles, just like to be transparent here, if you want to reduce that clock as the game continues, it's fine. Don't worry too much about that clock, because while it will be a bit of a hurdle, I know what that clock is, or what that clock is ticking down to, and what it amounts to essentially is just like we've had a lot of Messenger story, we've had some Nebra story, we've even had a little bit of Silas and Nighthawk story. This will be more Cole story, a more Cole centric story.
I'm interested in it. That's one of the reasons why I didn't, because I know I have been trying to get it down, and I was going to let it happen. I was actually going to suggest that actually the story should be not just that he gets picked up, but he may actually should go to Ironhook in that.
Well,
moment,
I think what's going to happen, so long as you're cool with it, this is my idea that I'm kicking around, is that it's not necessarily that the blue coats pick you up. It's that the military is going to pick Cole up. And it's not that you've been acting out a turn. It's just you've been getting really good. And they want you back.
I see.
And it's going to open up a story about what that means to Cole.
I love that.
So long as you're
Um,
interested in it.
Very interested.
Well, while we're on this page, part of like I'm one pick away from leveling or from advancing this game around. I was gonna pick analyst, which allows me to tick two spots on a clock for any long-term clocks that I have running for research and design of new schematics and formulas.
Yep. Okay.
Would I be able to apply that this game, or have to wait till next game?
No, I'll let you use it this one. So this is the 2 on the new schematic?
Yep.
Cool.
As an analyst.
Awesome.
Mhm.
All right. So that is everyone's downtime activity, correct?
I want to mention something. I just this session noticed there's the little gear icon up at the top of the character mode sheet.
Mm-hmm.
And I was able to use that to add my additional stress box that I got from Survivor. And there are other changes you can make in there.
There are.
Cool.
There are vampire
Add
structures.
abilities and contacts, add upgrades.
Yep. So that
Cool.
that is a way to
Hey.
make the sheet work for a hull or a vampire if someone ends up a hull or a vampire.
It has your bandolier slots there, Pete.
Mhm.
And and if we pick up there's a thing steady. If we pick up steady, everyone can use that to add another stress box.
Awesome. Thanks
Image
for
to show alongside chat roles.
Yeah, there's some other neat kind of customization stuff in there as
That's
well.
cool.
Like you can change the names of a bunch of different things and yada yada.
Nice.
But I didn't even know it was there.
Yeah, awesome. Well, thank you for sharing that. Does someone want to lead us into crew advancement first and then move into character advancement?
Yeah, I can do the crew advancement. I'm on that page already. All right, so execute a successful smuggling or acquire new clients or contraband sources. We didn't really do a smuggling, we did a social.
But we got a new client.
No,
Yeah.
that was absolutely a smuggling. That was classic moonshiner. That was Dukes of Hazzard shit we did across town. Except
okay.
it was the
I
car, not
thought-
the moonshine.
Okay, I thought maybe,
Grand
like,
theft. That was absolutely smuggling.
if you chose the archetype of the score as smuggling, but yeah, I mean, I would you say we got a point for smuggling?
Yeah, I think
Alright.
I would consider that
Okay.
a smuggling.
Contend with challenges above your current station. I mean,
So real quick, we're counting that as 2. That first one, a
Are we?
smuggling and a
Okay.
new client.
okay, yeah, that makes sense.
Yep.
Contend with challenges above your current station.
Yeah.
Kind of 2 of them, didn't we?
The dealing with the
Oh,
circle,
yeah.
the circle of fire or whatever, and the
Well, no, I was going to say the Sparkwrights, and then also we are aware that we're a pawn in the hive. That nonsense.
I thought actually was thinking of getting in the way of the Leviathan hunters. That we
Also
put a
fair.
stop to that
Oh, yeah.
and frustrated them.
We did put
Certainly
our
one
noses
for the
into a lot of
Sparkwrights, I
things.
think.
all right, so that would be an that would
I
be
think you guys get 2 for that.
okay. So we're at 4.
Because I think there's plenty. There's also this why we keep on getting rep with the unseen when we do nothing.
Or
Yeah.
additional 6 total.
Yeah, we started with 2.
Okay. Let's see. Bolster your crew's reputation or develop a new one.
Definitely ambitious.
I mean, we literally stole a car.
Yeah,
Well, that's different than. So that would be the next one. Express goals, drives in a conflict. This is about. Did
Yeah.
we?
ambitious. I think we could do. I don't think we were very brutal this time.
No.
We didn't
Yeah, but
kill
that's.
the
I
race.
saw. That's different than bolster your crew's reputation.
Yeah, that's the next one. So we're
No,
both
our reputation is ambitious and brutal.
Right.
Oh, okay. Never mind.
Oh, okay.
So I think we get
So we're
one.
giving ourselves 1 for ambitious there.
All right, so we're at 5 now. Now just so far.
7.
we've got-
7.
Oh, okay. I'm not counting the total pips, just the ones we've counted so far.
You're right.
Gotcha.
5 so far.
Express the goals, drives, inner conflict, or essential nature of the crew.
At least 1 from the I want cults, I don't want cults.
Yeah,
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 inner
I feel
conflict
like
for
that
sure.
was
All right, so
Definitely expressed.
that would put us at 6 total pips, so we'd be at 8.
I-
on
I
the,
think we did more than that though as well, because like the exploration of how we were going to work with or dick over the new boss, the thing with the hive.
Agree. Even Silas being like, whatever you do, don't ding up the car. That's first priority over getting caught.
Right.
yeah.
Yeah,
I agree.
makes sense. All right, so that
Yeah,
would put us
I think-
at 9 then. We are 1 away from advancement.
If only we had achieved vengeance on someone.
Right.
Yeah, almost. All right, that's crew advancement. Do we want to
Well,
go into? Oh, okay. Do we want to go into individual advancement now?
I mean, you did kind of dick over Emmeline's sister, but
Yeah,
I'm not sure that that's.
I feel bad about
No,
that.
that's great. Emmeline does totally have beef with her sister. I'll take a vengeful XP for that. I think we
Alright.
advanced crew.
So
Oh.
actually, I would say I would give us ambitious twice, and the reason for that is that not only did we steal the only motorless carriage, or horseless carriage, or goatless carriage in the world. Right, that's one ambition. We also, like I said, started this not started, but are dealing with this odd war where we robbed a dude. We did a job. That job got us into this position where our boss we got taken away from our boss. So we now work for our boss's boss, which has effectively made us equal to, not in size, but equal to in authority of what was previously our boss. And now we're navigating this very rough water, which is good for us because that's what we do, right? We started out being with a boat navigating canals, and so I think it's very critical to our ambition of being able to play both sides. Because from game 1, if you go back and listen to our game 0 type stuff, we talked about. I think Powell was like, "Well, we got to fuck over the hive," and we were like, "We're gonna get there. Don't worry." Like, we got to fuck over the foghounds first, kind of thing. So that's my pitch.
I mean,
what do you
we
think,
can have
Dan?
both. We can have the 2 for ambition and 1 more for vengeance and just wrap around to 1 as well.
Yep.
But it does
I'm
sound like
okay with that.
All right, so what do we want to pick for our advancement then?
finish mastery is my vote.
All right.
I think that's true.
Because we get 2 pips, right?
Yep.
For, into that, which would finish it.
Sounds
Everyone
good.
cool with
Mastery
that?
it is. Oh, 100%. That's a great
Yeah.
idea. I want to get 4 stars in Tinker.
Okay. Awesome. Thank you for running through. Pete, do you just want to continue on with your character specific
Sure.
advancement?
I will do that. So first, you addressed a challenge, or let's see, you addressed a challenge with technical skill or mayhem. I would say at least 2 of them. One was finding the fuel source, and the other was getting the car out of there.
And beating a cop. That's some mayhem.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense. So that's 2. Puts me up over to 1 there. You expressed your beliefs, drives, heritage, or background. Heck yeah, dude. I would say at least 1 for like how we reacted to Lady Slade or Sledge or whatever her name is. Yeah, I'd say that's probably 1 for there. So that'd be at 3. Would you agree with that? And then you struggle with issues from your vice or traumas during the session. I would say traumas were all over the damn place. Like dealing with the blue coat. He almost didn't want to go talk to the blue coats. He was almost going to drag Una in there to see what was going on, without asking anybody's help. He was being reckless and he was being paranoid about the cops. And then just all of the other stuff. So that would be 5. All right, that's it for me. And then I'm taking the analyst sub-specialization for a leech. Who would like to go next?
Real quick, I just want to interject quickly because we did tier up here, guys. Make sure you add +2 to your stash.
4, because it's 2+ tier.
Oh, is it? Okay, so 4, and then Cameron gets
6.
some additionals to that.
So what should we be at then?
I am at 25. If you have not taken any out, you would also be at 25.
Okay, I don't think I've ever used my stash, so
I'm at 16 because I've taken out.
Yes.
You're making it up fairly quick.
Yeah.
And you will loop ahead with that.
Yeah.
Cool. Sorry to interrupt. Go ahead, Cameron.
Sure. So for advancements, so I address a challenge with deception or influence. I mean, showing up as a cop, definitely, I think counts as at least 1 for that. And express my beliefs, drives, heritage, or background. I'm pretty sure I did that multiple occasions, both with meditating with the crew in the very beginning, and also with seeking out other forgotten gods and this guy's like collection. And then is that everyone okay with 2 for that one?
For sure, yeah.
Okay. And then struggled with issues from vice trauma or traumas in a session. I don't know if I really struggled. I mean, and I don't know if that would. It's hard to say. Is it a struggle or is it?
I would give you. I would give you at least 1 for like what you were doing with the statue of the at the.
Well, I was counting that one towards the previous one, which is.
Okay.
I think the struggle here, Cameron, the one I would give you 1 for is the fact that it is like causing friction in the group.
Yeah.
Right? Like
Okay.
you are so devoted to your vice, this weird forgotten god, that you're literally like telling Cole, like essentially like spitting in his face, like I do what I want.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's
Yeah. No,
what I
that
was
was
gonna
some
say.
conflict. Yeah.
In a good
That's
way.
actually true. Yeah. Okay. And that's 4 then. Okay. And that's it for that, I think.
I'll go next. Messenger addressed a challenge with tracking or violence. Man, this wasn't violent enough. We did threaten people. That was addressing a challenge with violence. But no tracking, and it really only happened once. So
You did
1
have some
there, I
tracking
think.
with the map getaway,
Yeah, you did.
All right.
perhaps. Yeah.
2. Expressed your beliefs, drives, heritage, or background. There were, I think, multiple examples of this fairly easily. The
yeah.
messenger is an academic. The messenger is a Taikarosi. The messenger and their weird ideas about the nature of the world. Yeah, we didn't talk about Taikarosi reproduction, but like I think we hit just about everything else they're weird about.
Next time.
There you go. You struggled with issues from your vice or traumas. Yeah, he shouldn't have touched that book. He shouldn't have just started whipping out, getting into the secrets. That wasn't wise.
No, probably not.
I think that's probably at least 1.
Yeah.
I don't know if it otherwise came up. My paranoia didn't. Yeah, the paranoia didn't start any fights this time. There was. Well, no, that's more of the background thing. I was going to say there was the way they were questioning Lady Slane, but that's not the vice. And then yeah, I'll absolutely take 1 for helping Emmeline get vengeance. That gives me 6. I'm going to put all 6 of those into resolve to tap that out and give myself a 4th dot of a tune.
Ooh.
As
Nice,
the
man.
messenger gets more in touch with their Taikarosi heritage.
Very nice, very nice. I can go next. So my prowess I'd already filled up prior to this. I'd been planning on getting a dot in finesse, but now that we have mastery, I think I'm just going to take a 4th dot in skirmish.
Okay. Yeah, no problem.
Because that makes the most sense to play to Cole's type, exactly. So address the challenge with violence or coercion. Not a lot of violence, however, a lot of coercion. And so I think threatening.
That's easily worth two.
What's that?
That's easily worth two, man.
Easily
You're
worth
all
two.
over
I think, yeah, threatening both the wraiths as well as the thugs, our own
Mooks.
thugs,
Yep.
our own mooks who are getting corrupted by this outside, not an outside, but whatever, you know what I mean. So easily worth two, and then express beliefs, drives, heritage, or background. Beliefs, drives.
You did talk about what it means to be a Skovelander in the current system with
That's true.
Belpearl.
Oh yeah. Thank you for reminding me of that. I forgot about that conversation. That was at the beginning. Yeah. Well, actually, not only what it means to be a Skovelander, but also just his beliefs around how this world operates in a certain way, and no matter what you do, it's gonna end up with people on top, etc. So, I think that. Yeah, that's good. And then I think his military background comes into play a little bit, and that's how he views the world. I'm trying to think if there's another one. I'm fine with just one for beliefs, heritage, background. Struggled with issues or vice or traumas. I mean, not entering the room and not getting to really engage with Lord Mora. I don't know how much of a struggle it was versus more of a roleplay thing, but with vice or trauma, didn't really take anything there. So I guess just 3 overall.
Nate, I think you're the last one.
So, for address the challenge with calculation or conspiracy, I think dressing up as a blue coat and then also trying to pin everything on the bill hooks counts for at least one. Express your beliefs, drives, heritage, or background. So I think every time I was sitting here like, do not damage the car. Just do not, don't ever damage it.
That's easily
Like,
worth
that's
two.
what's important here. Not anything else. Not your life. Not the blue coats. Do not damage the car. I never really struggle with my vice, as we see here. I indulge my vice, but I don't particularly struggle with it.
It's come up in other ones. You have had times where you were tempted with luxury, and it dragged you in ways that were not convenient for the rest of the crew. But
Yeah.
not this time. But it has happened.
Yeah, but this time I haven't really struggled with it. It's not a struggle. Is it even really a vice?
It's a lifestyle.
Yeah, it's
Cool. So, thank you all for playing, guys. Moving into rounds. Who would like to kick us off?
All right. So, for Reese, what did you learn about the world? I mean, this was kind of a difficult game for Reese, just because he's already in a paranoid state, and then the government steps in and essentially tells them, "You work for us now," and that really upset him. Definitely didn't help with his murderous tendencies at the moment. Seeing as how he spit in her cup and stuff like that. Reese gonna get y'all in trouble. So.
Yeah.
In terms of what did he learn about himself? I think Reese feels bad about what he did with Una, but understands the necessity of it. And so he still feels bad that he basically ruined her life for a good chunk of days, or if not weeks or months. So that's something he's probably gonna have to deal with. He's probably gonna have to be on like boyfriend duty for a while. So that's gonna be interesting. But in terms of the necessity, it makes sense. And also, like, he still had a lot of fun doing it. So there's this bit of conflict internally that it was fun criminal stuff, but at the same time, it was also like the target was someone he cared about. So yeah, that makes him a bit conflicted. In terms of the other characters, we'll start with Cole. We didn't get a ton of interaction in this game, Cole. Like, we were kind of off in other directions, but I feel like we're always sort of on the same page. For Emmeline, I really wish I had a chance to speak with her as well. Like, I don't even think you even saw her this game. You were at the Roost the whole time, so and he never even got a chance to see you. He still likes Emmeline. He's happy she's back. Super, super proud of her for being able to bring the entire crew back. Um, uh, like actually impressed by her. Like I cannot believe you found all those souls and brought them back. That's amazing. For Silas, was like it was fun getting to see you in the police outfit and doing all that sort of thing, like doing some undercover shit instead of like just being the boss. It's fun to see Silas have to get down and dirty and in the muck with the rest of us, and I think that was but yeah, that was enjoyed. I enjoyed that. So, Messenger, we had some great little moments together, of like that little back and forth over the weirdness with what we were seeing with the schematics. That was great. The you trying to keep me from getting us in trouble with Lady Slade and how I spit in a cup and all that sort of stuff. And you're trying to be as diplomatic as possible while I was poking the bear as hard as I could. Um, and so I'm really digging this both of us are paranoid wackos. It's a fun little connection that's forming. And then the Nighthawk. I think it was he appreciates that you came to check on him after his little blow up moment. He doesn't appreciate that you used it as a moment to try to convert him over to your little cult. So he's gonna be a little wary of you for that in the future, but he's not surprised by it. I'm gonna
You
say.
like to hear about our good lord, the throne of vengeance?
Nope. But I think that was a fun experience, and then helping you drive the car, I think, was a really
Yeah, that was
fun
fun.
moment between the two of them. Where like I can imagine him just like no, to one on the right, you're on the right, you asshole. Like that sort of thing. So yeah,
Pull that knob, turn it, and then crank this chef. Well, you know.
yeah. Alrighty, that's it for me. Who's up next?
I can go. So as far as Silas's view of the world, this kind of goes in with stuff about himself as well. He sort of sees more of the inner workings of how things work, particularly with the hive in relationship to the Ministry of Preservation, and is actually not upset that we now just report directly to the Ministry of Preservation. Like, to him, that seems like only a benefit, for better, for worse, existentially. Like, he is like, oh, we're just going straight to them now. We don't have to worry about appeasing to this person who we've wanted to fuck over for forever. And now we can kind of do that. He definitely, I will say, there was a moment I really wish I'd been able to be the one to encounter the blue coats to deal with them, because I had a thing planned out for how he was going to deal with it, but that'll just have to wait for another day, because there were going to be some surprises there. As far as everyone else, Cole, you are reliable. You're good at your job. You're good at what you do. You're good at smacking around those idiots that we have for our cohorts. And if you ever find out, you'll just kill me. It'll just be that. That's all she wrote. But no one's gonna find out because nothing happened. Reese, it's good that I wasn't there to see you react the way you did to uh, Lady Slane taking over, because that would have just been like, what are you doing? Like, don't piss these people off. um, but did get to. I do like the idea that, like, when you were showing me how to drive the car, it was almost like Rocket Raccoon talking down to like the people in Avengers, being like, "See, this is the steering wheel. You turn it to turn the car." Just like,
Yes.
and then, like that was probably necessary.
Yes.
For Emmeline, I think this is one where he clearly was not happy with her choice, and was facilitating that compromise of, you need to take people with you. You can't just go out by yourself.
You can't pull a Nighthawk. We already have one.
Yeah.
It's not you.
Yeah, exactly. But like, you are good at what you do. You came back with results, and so it's like, you know what? I do have to show you that respect that you are capable of doing these things. Even if I'm like, don't get kidnapped again. This is not something you can do regularly. Don't make a habit of it. Um, the messenger, I wasn't there to see you do me proud, which was ask all the right questions, deal with the situation accordingly in a polite and, dare I say, high class manner. Um, yeah, so like as much as I was like, oh no, I left the weird ones in charge, and she's gonna come talk to them, it was like, wait, you know what? Not the messenger had it worked out. Like it was all right. We weren't gonna. He made sure we didn't insult anyone we weren't supposed to insult. Um, and then for the uh, I think our tinkering with the car together was definitely like this like almost comedic bickering fight of like, no, do this, no, this. I told him he should have done this.
He
And I do
said,
think
"Put the whale oil in here." It's like, what? There is no in here. There's a.
yeah, this is what he said.
Yeah.
But um, I do think we do know each other's thing. I think for me knowing yours, I think it probably came down to, as was jokingly discussed in the past, that I was probably there at Strangford's party, and when you went off to change, like you probably saw me and I saw you, and I was like, what? And then I don't know what means you probably know about mine, and that's probably you probably just know, like you probably just know from various stories and circles about things and knew who I was the moment you met me. Um,
I do think it's like we have an agreement, like an understanding of like,
Yeah, and I think it's unspoken. Like, I'm not
yeah,
gonna say nothing. They're
right,
not gonna say. You're not gonna say nothing. We're cool. We know why we're here. You're here to be a
yeah,
zealot, and I'm here to make money.
right. We're cool with each other's deal, and that's just how it is.
Yeah, and that'll be Silas.
Mhm.
I can go next. The world. We averted the apocalypse. We saved humanity. We started using oil again, and turns out the alternative engine is worse, or better. I don't know, man. Just think about all those people in Dunslow that are partially hollowed now. It's fine. It does mean that we should probably take that engine in a backpack, take it over the Dimmer Sisters, and just go to town. That might be a war crime, though. But listen, Cole's, yeah,
Grab
oddly
the thing
comfortable.
on, throw it through the window.
Yep, oddly comfortable with it. You know, I'm also curious to see how a spirit warden would handle that. Like that would be a thing. Cole learning about himself. This wasn't, again, this is, I think, on the arc of Cole not trying to not be as violent all the time. Like basically judicious use of violence, I think, is his watchword right now. But then also trying to, I think part of the reason that Cole reacts so negatively to the corruption that he sees in the gang of thugs is that when he recruited them, they were all like ex-military, ex-cops, like just good, upstanding people that wanted to do violence to make sure their neighborhood is safe, kind of thing. And he sees them going down this path that is the path of the zealotry that turns them into cannon fodder, kind of thing. And so he gets real concerned about that because has seen a lot of that in the military, in the Empire. As far as other characters, Reese didn't get a lot of time, but I think still we're on, like you said, we're on the same page. I think it's fun to see Reese building stuff. It was fun to see Reese take his girl out on a date as part of crime. Like a true criminal would, when you have to steal the most expensive thing that your girlfriend's ever made. Yeah, you should definitely abuse your relationship like that. But Cole thinks it's fine because it helps the crew.
Yeah, no one is a hero here, ladies and gentlemen.
Exactly. We're not good people. If you think we're good people, you haven't been paying attention.
Are we the baddies?
We're not.
Yes.
We're not the baddies, I think is the point.
We're not the only baddies.
Yeah. Is anyone not a baddie? I don't know. So Emmeline, I think Emmeline being in the roost is why I think Cole started in the roost this time. And I think, and kind of very similar to Silas, as much as he didn't want her to go do this thing, because also he doesn't think that anything good can come of this, because it's dealing with ghosts and shit. But he also is like, hey, Emmeline does Emmeline things, and I don't understand those, and that's okay. Like, she can do whatever the fuck she wants. Because again, I think when when he needed to get her back for the crew, he looks at Silas and he looks at the Nighthawk and he's like, I really need a third middle person here to like balance this shit out, because otherwise nothing's gonna go well. Because like clearly the Nighthawk is over here, Silas is also has his own agenda, and Cole is very understanding of that, but his agenda is just about the money, which means that Cole kind of understands that Silas would sell them out if he was going to get enough coin. And so Cole's invested in having Emmeline there to counterbalance some of that. He probably doesn't realize that Emmeline might also sell him out for enough coin or enough ghosts or whatever, right? So, but that's naivete on his part. As far as Silas goes, I thought this was I think this is the most respected that Cole has ever had for Silas, and that a lot of that is due in part to Silas took an active hand in what was happening. Like he put on a blue coat uniform with them. He did work, and that he took an active role, and that means a lot to Cole, I think, in how far people do stuff. So I think it's pretty good. How that goes, I think, could be really interesting. The Messenger, I think Cole and the Messenger were very much a buddy cop. Like that could have been specifically the buddy cop movie of the century. Messenger's on little stilts, trying to keep up was pretty good. Yeah, it was amazing. And then the only downside to that is that and I think Cole's much more willing to back up the Messenger on kind of the Messenger's crazy. But he's like, yeah, I'm here to threaten the Wraiths and do this thing. You're negotiating pretty hard. I feel like we could have gone with like, hey, don't do this right now, but also don't tell your boss we stopped you. And we could have like walked away in a pretty good position to where we don't lose reputation with them and they don't hate us and like all this kind of stuff. But at the same time, having an army of street urchins to tell us what's going on, pretty cool. So I'm pretty into that. I don't hate it. I think it's one of those things that like he's like, that's not how I would have done it, but it's not wrong. That's just a different approach. And then the Nighthawk, I feel like I am the ball in Pong on like bouncing back and forth between whether I like the Nighthawk, like whether Cole likes the Nighthawk or hates the Nighthawk. There are days when Cole is like, the Nighthawk is a objective, substantial threat to the existence of the Nighthawks as a gang. And then there are days when I'm like, see the Nighthawk, he's here to do it. He can pull his weight, and there's a reason he exists. And it's honestly a flip of the coin every time to see which one is going to be on. And so, yeah, Cole's opinion of the Nighthawk is not good in this moment. It's not irredeemable in any way, but the more that he pulls away from what Cole feels is the essential nature of the gang, and pushes his agenda of zealotry, I think we'll quickly see Cole trying to oppose him, especially if Emmeline's not there, or Silas
Yeah, I was gonna
isn't
say,
willing
like,
to do
'cause
it. So
Emmeline is also up there in that same direction.
in a different way. Emmeline's in a like Emmeline is like, I'm gonna go recruit these ghosts and I'm gonna go do these things. Nighthawk is in a, I'm going to worship at an altar in the middle of our lair, and I'm going to recruit all of these people that we brought here into this religion that has them wearing Nighthawk looking masks out in just, the normal everyday. They're running into the bar in a Nighthawk mask, and I'm like, come on, guys, like just have an ounce of like deception in your bones, right? And it's that kind of
Well, I'm
stuff.
sorry. I thought it was a free country. I thought you could worship wherever you want.
Quite literally not. It's
I
quite
know.
literally an authoritarian regime that has one state religion, which is why when the Nighthawk does the Nighthawk things, it's like, it's okay when the Nighthawk does it by himself. But when he starts doing it to where it impacts us, that's when it becomes a problem. And Cole only deals with problems in one way. And he's like, come on, just stop.
Everything's a nail and Cole is a hammer.
Yep. That's it for Cole. So.
I'll go.
I can go.
next,
Oh, you want to go?
if you don't mind.
Yeah, go ahead.
So what did the messenger learn about the world? What the fuck? A causal signator, a causally signing the first edition of a book I haven't written yet? The hell was that? The hell was all of that shit? Languages that and it's fine to this Lord Mora guy. What the hell's up with him? I don't think he is classified as human. I'm not sure what's going on there. Like, thank bleep Reese was there for a sanity check. Why am I turning to Reese for a sanity check? Like, there's a lot of things to be concerned about in that situation. Yeah, the rest of it was kind of like, oh, of course Lord Strangford is trying to, like, undermine the new power supply. Of course the new power supply has consequences. Yeah, that's just more dimensions of how the world sucks. Well, you gotta stop trying to change the world so you can live in it and just give up and
Become a
fuck
ghost.
demons and hope that your progeny has a better chance in the world than you do. Like, clearly the Tycherosi solution is better here. You need to breed yourself into something suitable for the world. So yeah. Let's see. Reese. Absolutely. Great to have Reese there for a sanity check. Earlier, where the messenger is the diplomatic one in the room. When the new boss shows up, because what else you've got is Reese, the Nighthawk, and a bunch of hockey pad Batmen. Yeah, it's cool that Reese asked the questions that Silas wanted to ask, but Reese was actually asking a bunch of pretty weird questions too, and getting less than useful answers. But like, okay, that's just how it's going to be with this boss. So that's all right. Yeah, reporting back to Silas, that was okay. Definitely wanted to bring Silas, Cole, and Emmeline in there as soon as possible to talk about what was going on with the new boss. I think Silas got involved in the negotiations with Lord Mora. Did he? I don't remember. But Silas did have his act together at the Sparkwright compound, so that was decent. Also surprising to see him get that involved. Like, the man started outside of the combat area and walked into it. Is this our Silas?
Who are
An
you? What
empty
have you done
vessel
with
is
Silas?
always full.
Yeah,
Uh,
a little suspicious there. That's sus. Yep. The messenger and Cole once again answering problems with violence and getting them solved pretty good. That we were the best people to show up there and convince the wraiths that they needed to stop everything they were doing and comply with all reasonable orders. So that was good. I look forward to watching this video and actually seeing Cole as opposed to Cole of 5 minutes ago. So that will be interesting too. Excuse me, actually seeing Charles as opposed to Charles of 5 minutes ago when the Cole acting is happening.
Oh
So
no.
that will be interesting too. And the Nighthawk, you should picture this car, and it's like brass and gold, and I don't know what color the fairings are exactly, but it is the 19 teens hot rod, and it
Oh
is
yeah.
tearing through these cobblestone streets. And remember, we're both in our uniforms still, so the Nighthawk is there like this. He's got the goggles on, which is probably the real reason he's the only one who's driving this thing. He has a fake mustache flapping in the wind as he flies through there. And the messenger is perched on some kind of equipment, leaning over, one hand on one shoulder, the other hand reaching around the other side of his head, pointing, squinting their eyes closed because of all the airflow, and like yelling. And like, this is what happened. We're both still on our uniforms. The messenger's is much oversized, so it's doing this bit in the wind behind them.
Oh yeah.
As we do the da 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 our way through the through Duskvale, running a hot shipment of not moonshine, but the actual car.
The General Lee.
So yeah, that was definitely the peak interaction there. I don't think, like, we had a bit of a talk earlier about what the Nighthawk's relationship with the Forgotten God means to him, but it wasn't all that enlightening. And the messenger is glad that Emmeline got her opportunity to go take care of what she needed to take care of. Was not expecting any kind of meaningful result, just would have been glad to get Emmeline, the boat, and most of the crew back. Instead, got Emmeline, the boat, the current crew back, and these 3 ghosts, which, cool. Hopefully the rest of the crew regards that as a benefit of employment. Hey, we'll pull your ass out of the Deadlands, dead or alive. So
Only in
listen
death. No,
close.
not only in death does duty end.
There you go.
Yes.
And
Even in death, you are still Nighthawk.
Yes.
there you go. I think that wraps me.
All right. I guess I
Wait,
can go.
wait.
So, for the Nighthawk, I mean, I think the Nighthawk, I think there was some recent, one with his trauma, and then like I think understanding more about what happened to his parents has definitely been on a bit of a like, I must convert more. Like, I will be the hand of vengeance, right? More so than he has been. And I think that's an interesting evolution that's been going on. I think it's been interesting to explore how different individuals, although there is a state religion, there seems to be a lot of people who are involved with a lot of other powers that exist, and I think that's very interesting to kind of sort of untangle a little bit how these things are affecting each other and stepping on each other's toes and all that. Like specifically with this guy, I'm like, this guy has incurred some debts to things, and I don't know how he's paying them, but there's a chance that he hasn't been paying all of them, and we might have to that might be another problem at some point in the future, or maybe he is, and that's also terrifying. And so yeah, as far as this game, the game, I think it was really good and fun to steal the vehicle and get and get our. I think, although I think Virgil thought it has funded the Sparkwrights, I think, or tried to help them in the past. I'm not so sure how I feel about the engines that they're making at this point, having had my soul almost sucked out with with that. Maybe not something. Maybe we should ask more questions about this science they're working on. So I am looking forward to the next things as things evolve with this character. As for the state of the world stuff, I think our gang is doing well. I'm excited about that. People are learning and adhering to the teachings. I'm excited to see how this evolves and goes along. That would actually be kind of interesting to see what Emmeline thinks as well when we have like adept types. I think she might like that as well. And then yeah, so in terms of other characters, Reese, I think this was a good game. We had some good interactions today. One, I like because like from the Nighthawks' opinion, you're like, I want revenge and I want to get even. I want even the score with things, and I'm like, well, you should let's talk about the Throne of Vengeance. And you're like, I don't want to hear about it. I just want vengeance. And he's like, that's all you need, brother. Like in his mind, you're already a devoted follower. Every time you feel that itch to get vengeance, that's his voice whispering in your ear. In his mind, right? Or maybe it is. I don't know. It's a weird place, this city that we live in. Uh, so yeah, that was a good conversation. Actually, you're like upset about it, but he's like, you're fine, bro. You're already a devoted disciple. You don't even know it. And as for Silas, I actually really like that we get some scenes together. I do agree. I think it's like it's mostly unspoken, but I do feel like we know each other's secrets, and that's okay. It's like I don't know. That's why like it's like and like at the end of the day, like when Cole has to come get you, that's gonna be really weird because I'm gonna have to defend you because like that's sort of the implied like and like why do you keep this guy around? Why is he part of the gang? It's like he knows and he's agreed to back me should anything happen here, right? And I think that's kind of part of that thing. But we'll see how things play out. As for let's see here, the messenger, yeah, driving through the streets with that car was absolutely badass. Yeah, fake mustache in the breeze, goggles. I do like that. Like it was clear, like the bloody nose. Like I go to wipe it, and it was just a lot more blood, so it gets on the goggles. And so I'm like trying to clear the goggles out while driving. And you're like, okay, make a left now. Okay, right. I was like, oh no, that's a little too sharp. Oh, there goes the mirror. Like the door. Like. But we made it, which was excellent. And that was actually a really fun scene to kind of go through. And Cole, well, I think at the end of the day, Cole just from his perspective, and this is just from his perspective, he has no idea what Cole's exact problem is. He's like, I've seen. It's like what the hell was that Vietnam shit? Because I feel like that's kind of what he's thinking. It's like I was in the war, and it's like when a corporal and a sergeant and a guy like has to stand up, and then this other guy sits down. I'm like, all right.
You have a 17-year-old kid
and like,
be like,
it's
what the fuck?
He's 18
and
now.
so like that's why you want to rip people's masks off? The fuck? like I've seen this shit. Like I don't know, man. I don't know what your deal is. Like I honestly think he just doesn't understand what your deal is. It's like you don't like me because okay boomer kind of thing.
I'm into it.
Yeah, like he's like I don't get it. Don't you want vengeance too? And you're like, it's not about vengeance, but it also is. But it's more complicated than that. And it's like, I'm 17, I'm 18. What? And what does that mean? So but I do like that. Like you're consistent. You're like no. Like so. Like he's like because I do like that it's like Sway that Sway is like there. It's like I'm encouraging them to read more and get more skills, which is what I said I would do. And they're going off and reading more religious texts. But every time you're like no, what the hell, man? Like what about this? And you're just smacking like common sense into them every time. So I think that and like I don't think he's doing anything about it because it's like he's like I trust in the throne of judgment here, and like. If this is his, if this is how it is done, that's how it will be done, right? So he's like, kind of zen on this one. Like when she came up, what was her name? Came up and like smacked one and told him to get back to work. I think he just was like, fine, like he's kind of become one with this, like at peace with that, at least at the moment. We'll see how long that lasts, given what these things might be or what they're about. But at the moment, this is his like Zen state. This is his vice, right? So and he is at his most peaceful in this. But yeah, I think that's everybody.
Hell yeah.
I'd be excited to see some of the other Emmeline and Nevra back hopefully in the next game.
Yeah, I hope so as well. Um, well, cool guys. Thank you for playing today. Sorry it has been such a long gap between games, but I'm happy that we got this off the ground, and hopefully we'll have some more. It was great hanging out with you. It was great seeing you role play. It was great seeing how our crew is evolving. Thank you all for playing, and see you next time.
See ya.